Mm. Oh man. Okay. We are live. Listen, everybody. Thank you for joining. Welcome back to my channel. This is Nathan Daly. I'm your law enforcement translator. We are here to give you guys insight. Thank you so much for all who are joining us today. You guys, I'm super nervous and I'm super excited at the same time. And yeah, welcome to the channel. This is our first live stream, you guys. We have to pat ourselves on the back because I couldn't have done it without you guys, to be completely honest. Like, this has been a very interesting journey, and all your support has been greatly appreciated. So yeah, I'm excited. So I'm still trying to figure this whole thing out, you guys. So please bear with me in this process. This is our first. Uh, this is our first live stream. I'm so nervous. But I will say this. I am truly blessed to be here, you guys. I'm truly grateful. Thank you for your support, continued support. There's so much for us to talk about in this subject matter with law enforcement and how law enforcement engages with the public, what the public's expectations are, and then what's the expectations of law enforcement to the public. You know, these are two separate conversations that need to be had. And I think what's really interesting is, how do we perceive the police in this country? How does the Black community perceive the police? One of the biggest things, one of the biggest reasons why I started this channel was to help law enforcement have better relationships with the communities that they serve, especially the Black community, simply because, I'm Black, so I'm always going to try my best to translate those difficult conversations and those uncomfortable truths. And we're going to do that here on this channel. I'm going to dive into so much, you guys. There's a lot. And I'm one of the type of people that I'm just very straightforward. I'm very honest and very genuine. And I don't always get it right, but I'm open to learn, and I have no problem making adjustments because it's bigger than me. This whole mission that I'm on, it's way bigger than me, my personal feelings, or I guess you would say my personal opinions. I do know, and I have a very strong understanding of what the people want from law enforcement, what the people want, what they're asking for. And I know what law enforcement is asking from the people. And I think what ends up happening is we get lost in translation, right? And but why is that? Because in the middle, there's just a lot of like toxic messages, and it screws everything up. This is why we have to be careful a lot of times with the media sources, and then also leaning on our own understanding per se. It's very important that we take the time to have good, healthy dialogue. So, with that being said, let's see what's going on in the chat. So, I'm on this platform. Let me see. So, don't be nervous. I'm on this platform called, what is this called? StreamYard. And yeah, I'm figuring it all out. So let me see if I can pull this chat closer. Because I want to be able to keep up with what you guys are talking about on here. All right. Okay. So shout out to everybody in the chat. You guys, I'm excited. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about here? As you guys know, today is a very interesting day because we're going to be talking about Daunte Wright. We're going to be talking about Officer Potter. We're going to talk about the case. We're going to talk about the trial. And I thought today would have been a perfect day because under the impression that they might come down with the verdict. And the jury interrupted the judge, was like, hey, we have a few more questions because we're kind of stuck on two things. And I thought what they asked was very interesting, right? And here's the thing, you guys. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat so you guys can come up. So let me try to figure out how I'm gonna do this. I'm giving my little backstory. You guys see, first of all, you see my little Christmas tree in the back? I'm trying to get festive. So I'm trying to get the. Oh yeah, by the way, happy holidays to you guys. Merry Christmas to you guys. A couple of days we'll be celebrating Christmas. So I pray that everybody has an amazing holiday and things of that nature. So with family, friends. I am going to Hold on, I'm going into these comments. Let's see. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate that. I don't know how to get the comments up here on the thing. Let's see. How do we add these things? Let me get these banner action going. Okay. And let's see something about private chat. Let's see if this works. Yeah, you guys, I think I did something so wrong with this stream. I don't think I connected it properly to YouTube because I can't get the comments to come up on the screen. I think I may have did something wrong. I don't know, operator error. So anyways, you guys, I'm going to drop the link and so you guys can come up and we can talk about the case. So one of the most important things I want to discuss is who's at fault, right? The jury is having an issue in the courtroom. They're confused. They asked the judge an additional question not too long ago, maybe about 30 minutes ago, and said, hey, what do we do if we can't come to an agreement? What does it say? It's saying to me that they're possibly going to be a hung jury, meaning that they can't figure it out. Someone inside the group is having a hard time deciding whether or not she's guilty of either first-degree manslaughter or second-degree manslaughter. But when we talk about first-degree manslaughter and second-degree manslaughter, let's like dive into what that actually is. So I'm gonna give you a brief little summary for first-degree manslaughter. It's the causing of someone's death while committing or attempting to commit a lesser crime, a misdemeanor or a gross misdemeanor in a way that is a reasonable person could foresee would cause death or great bodily harm. I'm not a fan of first degree manslaughter. I don't think it really applies. But when we talk about second degree manslaughter, it goes into the death through culpable negligence by creating an unreasonable risk and consciously taking chances of causing death or great bodily harm. And the key word in that is conscious. Was this a conscious action? And the question is, did the defense paint a good picture saying that she was just completely oblivious? And then the thing that we're going to discuss is, should a person be held accountable for making an oblivious mistake, right? Gross negligence. Is she culpable? So let's not waste any time. Let's dive right into it. I'm going to drop the link. Since I can't see you guys on here, I'm going to have to drop it in the main chat. All right. You can also pin your link to the top of the chat. I didn't even think about that. Case questions. Did the supervisor training officer rookie completely bungle professional right now? Stop arrest. All right, let me drop the link so we can get some people in here. And then we can go from there. So before I do that, let me drop the link. And then copy the clipboard. So you guys, I'm going to drop the link and then moderators, thank you guys so much. You guys, this is my first live stream. You guys. So, be patient. Let's learn together. All right. So I'm going to drop the link to the chat. And I hope I have everything set up properly on the administrative side on this thing so that everything runs smoothly for you guys. So again, I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys' patience. So I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna see how this whole thing works. Let me see. Okay, let me remove that. From studio. Okay. So I dropped the link. So if you guys want to come up and talk and let's discuss it, the link is in the chat. So moderators also, if you could just resend that through as well. Okay, I see someone pop up already. And listen, you guys, here's how we're going to do this. If you want to come and discuss the topic, I want to hear everyone's opinion. I'm really curious. We can talk about it. You don't have to cam up if you don't want to. So if you don't want to cam up, that's completely fine. Now, if we want to get into a debate about a particular topic or issue, then you're going to have to cam up. Remember, we're on YouTube, so you guys are waiving all your privacy rights, right? This is live. So please keep that in mind, you guys. Be mindful of that. And so I just don't feel comfortable debating an avatar, right? Like an image. It just looks weird. But you don't have to if you want to. If you want to come up and just discuss the case, discuss the trial, then you don't have to if you don't want to. But of course, it's always fun to see, right? So shout out to Disruptive Minds. I appreciate it. He said, keep up the good work. Listen, you guys, I think I didn't connect this thing properly because it's not showing up on my thing. Let me see if there's a way to put user in time. All right, user, blah, 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 blah. Nah, there's no way to do it. Dang, I think I set it up wrong. Shout out to Disruptive Minds, you guys. I appreciate that. Keep up the good work, he says. Thank you for that super chat. All right, yes, you guys. Yes, I'm excited. So we do have some people in the back. So let me pull up the first person. Let me scroll through here, see if anybody has any questions real quick. Let's see. Listen, shout out to my international folks too. We have some people from Israel that's in the chat as well. Shout out to you, and I believe Scotland as well. Shout out, you guys. I really appreciate you guys tuning in from way yonder. I really appreciate that support. 82nd in the chat. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. We got 100 viewers, you guys. All right, so let's talk about it. Who's at fault? I'm curious to know. Let's start off with what's your opinions of the case. Just I would say the case just in general, just the overall. So let's see, Rick D. I'm gonna go ahead and bring you on in.
Yeah, I don't know how it works. I don't know what's going on.
I see you right now. I hear you right now. Hold on, and then
okay. You can hear me because I just wanted to type, but I don't know what's happening.
Nah, you ain't here now, brother. You ain't here now.
Okay. Well, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir. Before you start, where you calling from?
I'm calling from Philly, PA.
That's what's up. All right, shout out to Philly. So
we a big city, right? We got good cops. Okay. I don't know if I should pause.
No, you're good. I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. But these cops, these county cops, whatever, they're not as experienced as city cops. And my question is this. Was the supervisor, even though he's a supervising officer, was it inappropriate of him to say you're under arrest before the arresting officer said anything? Then they validated, then this all precipitates the whole ordeal.
So are you saying is that an issue for the supervisor to have mentioned it and not the actual officer?
Yes.
No, not really. I think we had to take into account is that officer was a rookie, and right. I believe he did have prior experience as well, though. But in this instance, no, that's not necessarily uncommon. There are a lot of things that was done that was out of protocol, I would say, and it wasn't safe either, right? Like they did a lot of things that was very, very unsafe in that particular situation. And what you mentioned too about this has been brought up before. There are some smaller agencies. We see this in like the Ahmaud Arbery case where you have a small, secluded agency with not a lot of officers. They get away with a lot of things because some of these agencies don't have like that consistent training, or they don't have the eyes on them like a larger agency would. And sometimes they cut corners, right? And a lot of times, a lot of these smaller agents too, they can sometimes be dumping grounds for officers that haven't been that good at their job. And so that is a known
So
thing.
Another quick question.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Another quick question. So when the officer takes him out the car and doesn't even close the door or turn off the engine,
right,
or move him to the back of the vehicle, that's just kind of bush league, right?
It's not good safety practices, right? So the thing is, when we talk about training looks like this. Hey, you guys, here's a potential threat. Here's a potential problem that can happen if you don't do this. But there are times where it's not safe to bring someone to the back of the car. which is why I say to people, this is a thinking job, right? Like you have to really be paying attention to everything. You can't just be lax, right? So in that situation, they knew he was going to jail regardless. There was no negotiating. He had a warrant. He had a warrant for a weapons violation. And that understanding, the officer should have been alerted that there's a high probability that there might be a weapon in the vehicle, or that he might have it on his person. So they should have responded to that situation extremely differently. They were just too comfortable.
But that was my point. So
Yeah.
the senior officer mentioning it, they didn't even get him out the car before they're telling him he's under arrest and he has a warrant.
Correct. They asked him to step out first, and then they told him in the process while trying to detain him. And the timing
That's
itself,
bad policing.
It can be, depending, right? Because everything with officers has to be based on your understanding and interpretation of the current situation. So I might have done it if I wanted to keep him calm, right? So it all depends on what you're looking at. And remember, this is a mind game. It's a chess game. I tell officers when I'm training them that the objective is to keep people as calm as possible. Why is that? Because if you make someone afraid, they become reckless and they put themselves in more danger, right? And they put you in danger. Meaning, if I have a situation and I know the person is going to go to jail and I don't have any backup, I talked about it on a previous video about making mistakes. And there was an incident one time where I was dealing with a vehicle that I stopped that matched the description of an armed robbery vehicle. Even the suspects in the vehicle matched the descriptions given to us by the armed robbery, right? Pulled the vehicle over and I was waiting on backup. So in that moment, I had to be extremely, extremely calm. I had to be very, very like nonchalant. Like, hey, you guys, I'm just pulling you over because your tail light or something is out. Just let me give you this warning ticket. And in my mind, I know why I pulled them over. I'm looking at their behavior in the vehicle. I can tell that they're nervous. A lot of moving around. And in that moment, I'm saying, hey, can you guys just chill? Does anybody have any ID? The driver has no driver's license. So then I take my notepad out and I give it to the driver and I say, hey, can you write your information down? Can you hand it to your friends in the car? Everybody's nervous. Everyone's shaking. I did a video on it. The guy is like, he's shaking like this, trying to write his information. He's nervous, but he didn't do anything.
Right, but you're not tipping your hand though. That's good policing.
Correct. But that comes with experience though. And this is why I say, as officers, you could do the job for a very long time. It doesn't mean you're going to be good at it, right? And what did I do in that moment? I actually, when he was handing me the notepad, I dropped it by accident. My hand and his hand didn't connect. I bent over completely blind and picked it up. And in that moment, I knew that I had made a horrible mistake. And long story short, when I lifted my head back up, and the issue I had with the passenger, he kept reaching his hand on the side of the seat where I couldn't see. I couldn't see from the driver's side. He kept reaching away and said, hey, keep your hand on the dashboard. I said, are you all right? You dropped something? Oh, no, everything's good. I said, okay. Well, when my partners had showed up, we surrounded the vehicle. We got them out. We found out those were the actual suspects that committed the armed robbery. They had ski masks. There were two guns in the vehicle, one with the serial number shaved off, another gun that was stolen. The passenger had took the gun off of him, off his person, and was trying to tuck it. Well, he did tuck it underneath the seat. So we look at it in a moment where if I would have came out aggressive, made them panic, what would they have done? They would have said, okay, they figured it out, right? Let's try to shoot our way out of this. Let's drive off. But I kept them calm. And so I think it just depends on the totality of everything on the case. We just have to be mindful.
Sure.
So I wouldn't say yes or no if he did the right thing or not. I would say that the issue that I have with them and how they handled that is, one, the training officer knew he had a warrant. She knew he was going to jail regardless. He had no driver's license. He had a warrant. Even the owner of the vehicle had a warrant, right? His brother, the owner of the car, there was a warrant for his arrest as well. So they should have maneuvered themselves tactically to make sure that they were able to secure him properly and eliminate any areas of escape. They didn't do that. And
exactly, which is bad policing.
Absolutely. That's bad practice. And when he was handcuffing him, when he was trying to handcuff Daunte, this is why I say the death of Daunte falls on the officers at the scene. unfortunately, you guys, officers are a lot harder on each other than you can even imagine. You just don't see what you guys see is the public opinion. You see the courts and how the courts handle things through law. But as officers, we drag each other through the mud, you guys. We really do. We hold each other accountable. We will we will kick people out, right? Of this whole of this crew, like this team, like type of thing. We'll say, hey, listen, you're a failure. You're a failure. You're an embarrassment. You're embarrassing this department. We don't like that, right? So we do alienate officers, you guys. It's like a team sport, but you have sorry people on the team, and officers will try to bench them. Where did he go wrong? Where did Officer Lucky go wrong? In the handcuffing. Poor handcuffing technique. You could even argue that because the officer did not do and execute his job properly, that he gave an area of avenue for Daunte to break free, right? Let's see. What are your thoughts too? I want to get to some other people on this. Matter of fact, let's pull up.
Yeah, I don't. Can you hear me? Just
Yeah, I can hear you good. Go ahead.
So it's just me and you?
Yeah, those other people in the back. Let me see. I'm pull up a few other people. Hold on one second. And then I got Sellers on. Sellers, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear. I got Sports of Daley. Welcome.
Well, hey, what's up? What's up?
All right. So it's all four of us right here. So so Sellers, let me get you in real quick as well. Rick, did you have anything additional real quick before we?
Well, you were just talking about the arrest procedure that Lucky failed at. He didn't. I mean, I don't know what the specific procedure is to get your hands behind your back or to frisk first or pat down, whatever. But his was horrible, and it, like I said, it was like the Keystone Cops. As I look at this, just as a non-police officer,
Okay.
And like I said, being from the big city, they don't operate that way.
Correct.
Philly's finest, that could never happen.
Correct. Yeah, that shouldn't have. Unfortunately, officers have a great responsibility, and our training is a big part of that. If we don't train well, we honestly end up opening up a potential issue of not. We open the potential of risk. And that's just how it is. That's why it's so imperative that our training be above the standard. It has to be, because again, officers who watch that, and like you said, you watched it and you immediately was like, hey, this doesn't even look right. He didn't have a good grasp on him. The technique was horrible. He had him standing straight up, right? We're supposed to have them completely off balance, leaned over, their legs spread out. And it allows you to
have leverage.
Yeah.
Right, but he didn't even have leverage. I mean, he's just a skinny kid.
Correct.
And he had the door wide open.
Yep. He had the door wide open. And so this is officers, what we do when situations like this happen, we get to roll call. We use that as a training video. That becomes a training video. I used to watch Cops when I first started policing. And I was like, these guys are wild. And I would take notes. And I would definitely learn so much from that. I said, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
But from a procedural standpoint, it's not standard procedure just to close the door when the other person is exited the vehicle?
Depends on the department. It depends on the department. And I think another thing that people don't realize is there's not like a universal rule that all police departments follow. We follow the rule of law, and then we follow, of course, the constitutional law, but also state law. But an individual department sets their own guidelines. For example, perfect example is the perfect example of that is with the taser. In my department, we were not allowed to tase a person more than twice. So if it wasn't effective in the first two times, then you have to disregard the taser. You can no longer use it. And some departments don't have that policy. As you see, we had a gentleman not too long ago that was killed who was actually tased, I think, over 15 times by a group of officers.
Right, I heard that story.
Which is ridiculous because it's 1 against 5.
Didn't they kill him? Didn't he die?
Yes, he died. Yep, he died.
Right.
He died. No justification for that. Unfortunately, we have some officers that are afraid to use their hands. They're afraid to use yeah.
I have 2 quick questions. What department or what city were you in? And the senior officer, the supervising officer Johnson,
okay,
when the vehicle went down the street, I know the Potter was freaking out, having a nervous breakdown, but the rookie was there. Could he have not gotten his vehicle and went down to try to offer some assistance since he knew the kid just got shot?
Absolutely. He should have. Someone should have.
Okay.
Now, as a supervisor,
but they were the only 3 who knew exactly what happened.
Correct.
One's having a nervous breakdown. One's a rookie.
Correct.
I wouldn't put it on. He's the supervising officer.
Yes, he failed.
Couldn't he say, rookie, look after her, that she's not going to blow her own brains out. She's just having a meltdown.
Well, we don't know.
So look after her.
Right.
I'm going down the street. Since he has the most knowledge and, seniority and experience of anyone on the scene.
Right. Right. Yeah, the sergeant, see, when the supervisor shows up on scene, you cannot just do what you want to do. Right?
Right. You can't countermand him.
Right. You have to follow. Yeah, you got to follow the supervisor. Hold on, Sports is down. I'll put you on mute real quick. You got some background.
Okay.
All right. And real quick, let me read this super chat. LaMonica J. May, thank you so much. Her super chat reads, congratulations on your first live stream, Nathan. Your insight and opinions are valuable. And we are so blessed.
And can we get a quick city call out?
Yeah. What city are you in?
Because the Redskins, because I'm an Eagle fan. I see that Redskins hat.
Listen, you don't want to get her started. She is a sports fan.
Well, I'm not going to be on. I mean, my game's going to be coming on soon at 7.
Okay. No, Rick, I really appreciate you, man. And shout out again to LaMonica. I really appreciate that super chat. Thank you so much. Because I think I set my whole little thing. Hold on, did I do this right? Yeah, I set my whole thing wrong with this thing, so it's not really connected to YouTube, so I can't even pull the super chat. So I'm so pissed.
So what are the people on YouTube looking at?
They are looking.
This is YouTube.
They're
looking at us for.
Yeah, it's on YouTube, but can you see the live? You can see the chat room.
Right. Well, I'm on my phone.
Okay. The problem is I didn't connect the system properly.
And the TV.
You on the TV as well? I didn't connect the system properly, so the data's not transferring over through the chat, so I can't.
Because the Redskins is getting down. Go ahead, girl.
she's about it. But Rick, man, I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you coming on, man. I really appreciate you coming on and adding that. That's you're absolutely correct. Sergeant Johnson didn't do a great job. That's why he's no longer working at that department. I'm pretty sure. He's no longer working there. A lot of officers, when they're kind of on the verge of being fired, they'll kind of jump ship.
Okay.
So yeah, he's not there.
Well, because no, I was just saying it's a whole catastrophe all around. But because Fargo is one of my favorite movies, TV shows, right? And this is Minnesota, and these cops, this 26-year veteran who's never fired a gun,
right?
Who does whatever they do. I mean, this is really like a real human. It's like a Fargo episode. Yep.
Yeah, it's real. It's real life, and it speaks to a lot of things, and we're going to talk about that tonight. What are these things? What does this say about policing? So, Rick, I'm gonna go ahead and bounce you out, man. If you get a chance, come back after the game, man. Holla at me, all right?
Absolutely, man. I enjoyed it. I'll keep watching.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
All right, take care.
All right, Miss Sellers, let me get you in. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Awesome. So, well, congratulations to you. You do an excellent job.
Thank you.
And you have a wonderful voice, by the way.
Thank you.
It's a distraction, but it's okay. So let me make it quick. So here's my first question.
Okay.
When you guys, I guess when you have to shoot, why is it that you just can't shoot in the leg? Why did you have to shoot like literally like in the upper part of the heart? Why is it that you guys just can't focus on the leg part? That's my question. That's one.
Okay. All right. So let me do the first question. So I think that's a great question. A lot of people ask that. I do training. I teach shooting firearms as well. And I get that a lot. And there's nothing wrong with asking that. The reality is it's just not that easy. It sounds very, and okay, I will say this. In theory, it sounds amazing, right? And Sports Daley should be able to even talk about this as well. In theory, it sounds perfect, but in practice, right, it's extremely difficult. The reason why we shoot in the torso is because it's the largest target for us to hit. Have you ever shot a weapon before?
Not really, no.
Not really. Okay. The thing about a firearm, a gun, is the slightest shift of the gun completely throws the bullet off the target. I'm talking about the slightest.
That is true. Mm-hmm. I did go to a shooting range and I did shoot half. In other words, when I shot, the gun was everywhere. So right? I get it.
Yep. It doesn't look like it. You could be pointing direct. You could be right. You could be 3 feet in front of the target and miss it all the way.
That's true.
What happens in training is that on average, I shoot about a 90 to 90. I'll say about a 90 on average. I shoot about a 90 on my target, and it's an obstacle. You would say it's like almost like an obstacle kind of thing. You stand up and shoot with one hand. You shoot from 15 yards, 5 yards, 25 yards. So there's this entire regimen that we have to go through when we're training, and the problem is where I started all at is DeKalb County. For those who are familiar with Georgia, and we had turning targets, so it puts this pressure on you to be able to shoot, draw your weapon, shoot, aim, hit the area that you're supposed to hit within a certain amount of time, and that puts an extra little pressure. There are some departments that don't have turning targets. They just have a flat target that you shoot. Well, there's no stressor involved. So it's easier to shoot. Some people shoot 100%, like, I shot that perfect target. But there's no stress involved. And here's the thing, targets don't shoot back. So as an officer, you have to think about when a situation happens, a lot of times you might not have time to just really prepare. It's instant, it's split second, and you're drawing your weapon, you're looking at the target, you're trying to shoot, you're trying to fire. And
I got it.
You know what I mean? And it's hard to shoot a moving target when someone's moving around and say, okay, he had a gun in his hand. Okay, shoot the gun out. It's like, nah, it's not that easy. And if an officer misses, you can definitely cause a lot more problems, because here's the other issue. When we shoot such the body, the torso, it's less likely that we'll miss and hit someone else behind us, right? So if I miss the arm or the shoulder and the bullet goes past the target and it hits an innocent person, then that officer is at fault. And that, you know what I mean?
Let me, because I have a couple more questions. So
go ahead. We got time. Go ahead.
Okay. So question number, well, I wanted to be respectful to the other young lady here on the channel too. But number two, why is it, and it just could be me, but why, in my observation, if a black guy has a gun in the car and he's able to have it by law, it's like, oh, he's got a gun. Oh, the whole world's about to come to an end. Meanwhile, other groups or another group of people can go around with, double barrel shotguns. And it's like, oh, he's just walking his puppy. I would like to know why, what is that whole energy and attitude about? Why is it that
I get what you're saying.
Everybody goes into a frantic when it's a black guy with a registered gun? That's my question.
Okay, there's so a multitude of things there. I will start off by saying the lack of education. Okay. And I would say on our part as a community, some of us don't understand our laws, the laws that govern us. I always say that. Know your rights understand what you can and can't do with the firearm. We have
I'm saying with the
yeah,
police
oh yeah,
reaction.
understood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sometimes what we see in our community is very misleading, right? Sometimes the information we get is a form of misinformation. And
Okay.
I have this conversation with a lot of people because there is a assumption that Black people have severe problems with the police. We have bad encounters all the time with the police, and that's not true. There's a problem on both sides. You have on one side, you have some officers that are triggered by the image of certain Black people. Okay. And when I mean image, there is a stereotype image within our community that makes people uncomfortable. And be completely honest, it makes some Black people uncomfortable. So if we could be transparent, if you come across a particular stereotypical image of a person that's African American that appears to be someone that is committing crime or criminal, or they just make you nervous or uncomfortable, the question is, if that person made another Black person uncomfortable, how do you think that made a white person feel, or Asian or Hispanic person? If we're being completely transparent. See, these are the conversations that a lot of people don't talk about.
Okay.
And I think one of the biggest problems that we have is that you have some officers that are triggered by certain stereotypes. It makes them uncomfortable. It incites a fear with them, right? This is why you can have an officer and they panic because they look at someone and they assume that that person is going to do harm to them.
Okay.
And that is one of the best answers I can give you because I've seen it, and I've seen it play out. I've seen it happen. I've been in situations where it's me and another officer that's not Black, and that officer is nervous. And I said, "Why are you nervous?" "Oh, it's three of them." I said, "They're a bunch of kids." See, the thing that we have to understand is what makes one person afraid doesn't make another person afraid.
Okay.
And my threshold of fear is different than someone else's. What makes me scared of a situation might make another person not, right? And this is one of those things that have to be examined on an individual level as an officer. So then we ask ourselves, why do some officers freak out like that? Why do some officers, for example, I think the Castillo case is a perfect example. The man was armed and he had a license. He had everything he was supposed to have, and he still got shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was the one. I think his girlfriend was in the car and she had it on live, right? The question is, why would he get shot? He had everything. So some people are like, man, we got our license, we have a legal reason to carry a gun, and we still out here getting shot. That is very true. But then the question is, because this goes directly to what you're asking, then what is the problem? The problem is the officer. Now, here's the thing. The officer wasn't white. He was Hispanic, if I'm not mistaken. Right? So the narrative that it's a white officer thing, that doesn't fly. This is someone who's not white. And so this is why I love having these conversations, because this is bigger than race. This goes into marketing, advertising, entertainment,
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
How we have to, as a people, recapture our image. We have to redefine our image.
Absolutely.
And that is a priority. That is an absolute priority. It's the same reason why, as a kid, our parents wouldn't allow me to leave the house with a wave cap on, or we would call a wife beater, right? That tank top. I wasn't allowed to leave the house like that, but other parents allowed their kids to leave the house like that. As a kid, we don't understand what that looks like or how people perceive that, right? So we understand perception is reality to a lot of people. Perception is reality to a lot of officers as well. And if you're not an officer that understands and is very culturally aware, it's easy to get caught up in stereotypes. And we don't know which officer has the stereotype problem, because it's one of those things that surfaces when incidents happen, right? So to answer your question, what is the reality? There's a lot of Black people who get pulled over who have weapons all the time, and they have positive outcomes with police. They don't have issues, right? And so we have to always look at that other side of it. what's happening is we do have an agenda that's taking place in this country where people want to push a certain narrative to get us to think a certain way. But there's data and statistics to show that the encounters that African Americans do have, 80 to 90% of them are positive. People have reported positive experiences. And so we can always look at the ones that are always advertised, but the ones that are always advertised is not the truth, right? It doesn't reflect the truth. And so we have to I always ask people, just be patient, take your time and digest the information carefully, and never hesitate to do your own research. And that's the reason why I'm doing this channel, which is so important to me, is because I get to speak to the other half that people purposely leave out, purposely. So the question is, if my uncle asked me this before, he said it seemed like all the officers, everybody who gets killed by the police seem to be black, and it seemed like the person is white. I said, yeah, they purposely refuse to show you the black officers that are shooting the black people. They don't want to talk about that. And rightfully so. I wouldn't be surprised if that
well, let me ask you this.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you think that white men get shot more than black men?
They do.
Okay. So there's just a lack of reporting. So my last two questions real quick.
No, you're fine.
When I'm anytime I see a black policeman with a white policeman or in the mix of white policemen, in my personal opinion, I feel that the black policeman is just lingering on with no power, just going with whatever. It's just, he doesn't step up to say, wait a minute, I'm from the culture, so let me just talk or just try to make it better. It appears to me he's just trying to fit in. And to me, it's just, I don't even like the way that look, but why is that? Do you guys have pressure within, your job when, amongst the other, white policemen?
No, and that's so interesting that you say that. I think that is so deep. And before I answer, let me get to some of these super chats real quick.
Okay.
I can't put them on the screen as we talk. And let me see. All right. Dang, Triple C Solution said, keep cooking. Listen, I really appreciate that. That's a $50 chat. You guys are not playing. Listen, you guys have me good right now. You feel me? Triple C Solution, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. He says, keep cooking. Absolutely. This channel is going to be about truth, you guys. I'm here as a messenger, and I just want things to be better. I want things to be better.
Praise God.
And no time for games, So Rita Hamlet, thank you so much for this chat as well. No statement, just all support. I really appreciate that, Rita. I really appreciate that. Oh, hold on. I said, this is where you post the message. Rita said two chats. So thank you so much, Rita, for that. I really appreciate that. Dre Blanco, I appreciate you, brother. Also, dropping some support. I really appreciate that. Chris Johnson, yes, sir. The FBI reports that officers in live shootings accuracy is 50% less than it is on the gun range. Okay, Chris Johnson brought up a good point, and I think this is perfect timing when you're asking about shooting the arm and other little extremities.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So as he put it, the FBI already has made a statement saying that when officers are in high stress situations, their accuracy drops almost 50%. And again, that's because you're in a moment where you're interacting with someone. The officer's fear level is high, the nervousness. And again, you might be in the process of being attacked. Your accuracy drops 50%. This is why in my department, they have pushed, hey, we need you close to 100 as possible. Because when things go bad, your accuracy goes out of the window. And again, in order to fix that, it's all training. Okay. Let me see if I miss anything. Disruptive minds again. Fear is relative to the officer. He's absolutely correct. Thank you for that super chat as well. Oh my God, we got 283 viewers in the room. All right, so yeah, he's absolutely right. He said fear is relative to the police officer. Again, that's why when an officer says, and I'm gonna get back to your question as well,
Yes, sir.
This is why when an officer says, "Hey, don't put me in fear," okay, we'll make a statement. We'll say, "For your safety and my safety." And what an officer is saying is like, "Hey, don't do anything that I ask you not to do because it'll make me afraid. And if I get afraid, I can't guarantee your safety."
Right.
And that's basically the disclaimer. Hey, ma'am, sir, for your safety and mine, I just would like you to put your phone down. Keep your hands on the dashboard, please. We're asking you that because if you do something other than what we ask, you put me in a situation where I'm going to assume you're trying to do something to hurt me, right? Or you're trying to hide something. You're trying to do, and that story that I gave where the guy kept reaching to the side of his seat, he was actually putting the gun underneath the seat just in case I got him out the car. And so we tell people not to move for that reason right there. So Disruptive Minds, I appreciate that. He's absolutely correct. Make sure I didn't miss any of these chats. Oh, snap. My boy TLA. Salute, Nathan. You are out here putting out great content. Your perspective is so necessary in this space. Yo, shout out to the lead attorney. He's the man.
Lead attorney, okay.
Yeah, he dropped $100 chat. Hey, TLA, I got my whole live thing messed up. I can't even post it up on the screen. But I know everybody sees it in the chat. I really appreciate you, TLA, as well. He gave me some great advice, you guys. Those who are interested in starting a YouTube channel, he gave me some great advice. And as you see, the growth of my channel, a lot of that I would say is to his help as well. Awesome. So TLA, yeah, thank you so much for being a light in this space as well and sharing your knowledge. I think it's so important that we get a lot of brothers in this space and sisters who have this professional experience in areas where our community needs it, right? Okay. In order for us to rebuild and have serious dialogue on how we can make some changes. Because if we're not talking about solutions, I really don't like having the conversation, to be honest. You know what I mean? So shout out to you guys in the chat. I'm gonna try to get to the comments, you guys. So Ms. Sellers, let me answer your last question. And then I forgot what it was. Can you repeat?
Well, basically, I was just saying that when you see a black policeman and then he's surrounded by other white policemen, it doesn't seem like he has any power. It just seems like he's just going along with whatever is.
Got it.
He's not standing up for.
Not true. Correct. So let me not true. And again, when I'm speaking, I can't speak for all, right? Okay. But I worked in a predominantly black police department. Okay. And we worked with white officers, of course, and I worked for a predominantly white police department, which is the department where I got injured at. Oh. And it's not true. I will say this: perception is reality, and this is why this channel is so important to me and so important to our community. For that question right there, and I love that question. I think it's a beautiful question because we have to start changing. First, we have to ask ourselves, where do we get that idea from, right? We have to start going within self and say, where did that idea come from? Because when we marinate, when we leave ourselves in that mindset, when now we have an encounter with a police officer, we are already thinking negatively. Okay. Right? And the state of mind when you encounter a police officer is very, very important, which is why they want us to fear police. Because if we fear them, then we'll have a reaction that would almost, in a sense, put us in danger. It'll keep us divided. It'll keep us separated. And that's not the right mindset to have. Because
will one of the answers be that whoever shows up first, that's their job or whatever, and maybe the black person is just the backup person? Is that?
Possibly, yes. So you can have a situation where you have the primary officers, what we call, say the primary officer is a white officer who pulled you over in a traffic stop, right? He is in control. I can't control anything. That's okay. But again, I think that's a great question because a lot of people don't know that. And
exactly.
Yes. And
so that really could be the answer. I'm going to do my last question. So so Sports Daley can go ahead and go. As it alludes to women. Okay. Are officers much easier on women? And it's not much of a threat when you guys pull up on us, just because of my personal experience. I don't have any fear of cops. I don't. Okay. ever have any problems. It's always like a walk in the park.
Okay.
It's just always a beautiful experience. Everybody leaves out happy and laughing or whatever. Sometimes I don't even get tickets. So I'm just wondering, is it because you guys, when you see a woman, you're like, oh, a woman's not going to be pulling out a gun and running? What's your thoughts?
No, I would say this. No, because I know officers that will ma'am, I need you to sign all 5 tickets, ma'am.
Well, I'm not talking about female officers. That's
No,
different.
I'm talking about male officers.
Oh, okay.
So I'll tell you 2 things. I would say women always, to some, in the eyes of some people, come off as less threatening, right?
Exactly.
That's a known fact, and I think,
okay.
but that some officers don't really care. Some officers have been burned by policy because they have been too nice, have been too generous with anybody, me myself. And we've gotten into the habit of saying, okay, we're going to take our personal feelings out of it. I'm citing, I don't care, male, female, child, everybody's getting a ticket. A lot of officers become jaded sometimes. And sometimes you're seeing.
No, not so much about the ticket. It's more so about the fear level is what I'm speaking of.
I agree with the fear level. Yes.
Okay.
I apologize. Yeah. The fear level. Yes. Naturally, women are just always come off as less threatening. It doesn't mean it's not dangerous. So I agree. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's what I thought. All right. Well, I'll stick around and listen to what else you have going on. Thank you so much for answering all my questions. And thanks everybody for being patient with all my questions. I appreciate it.
No, we're here to learn, Ms. Sellers. And if you want to come back up, feel free to jump back in. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. You guys, the chat is open. So feel free to come on. And let me see. I'm gonna unmute you, Sports Daley. Let me get this this super chat that came in. This is from Sharon LLD. Thanks for sharing from the perspective from law enforcement. Thank you so much, Sharon, for that generous super chat. I really, really appreciate that. Yes, you guys, this is what it's all about. This is so important that we have this. And we have this moment. I like the idea that we can talk about these things before we have another situation, right? I feel like it's too often we wait until something goes bad before we want to bring up and start having real conversations. My mind now is that, no, I'm going to get ahead of it. Let's get ahead of it. Let's start talking about it now. Let's get everything out and open. And let's start moving in a place of growth, a place of maturity, understanding what's really taking place. And we're going to put ourselves in a position to stop allowing the media to dictate how we view these things. And we're going to be people who do research and look and find the truth and the answers for ourselves. So let's see. Let me run through here. All right, Sports Daley. Let's go ahead and jump in it. If you want to shout out your channel real quick, because we've talked before behind the scenes. I appreciate you showing up, showing me some love and support.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, tell the people about your channel. Your channel's on the rise as well.
Yeah, I can't be here long. I'm tailgating because here at Sports Daley, it's not just about sports. It's about sports and everything else. That's ultimately why I tuned into your channel, because I like to chime in. I do believe, even if it's 1%, sports is always looming in some kind of situation. Mm-hmm. And just competitively, ego, all of it is still connected, at the end of the day. And if you're a sports fan, and if you just like really good content, because Sportsadelic derived from Funkadelic. It's a mixture of, funk and R&B. So I'm mixing sports and world events. Okay. So that's where that comes from. I wanted to ultimately just say to everyone, take a look at my channel. If you like the content, subscribe. If it's not for you, then share, right? But I wanted to answer your previous original question. Where did this officer go wrong? Right. And I don't think that he went wrong anywhere, because let's not forget, he is new. The field training officer who's supposed to be training him, which we now know 26 years or not, because to your point, when I was watching some of your other stuff, we know that years of service does not mean years of quality.
Correct.
And so he wasn't even getting any verbal instruction.
Correct.
Like Ray Charles could see that he didn't exactly know what he was doing.
Right.
I mean, God rest his soul. The man is dead and blind, but he could see. And she wasn't given any verbal directives, to assist. What she should have been doing is doing it herself and having him, look. Or if she wanted him to be hands-on, the moment that she realized that it's not going well, she has to jump in there. But it's obvious that she's been allowed to kind of make $90,000 a year and just slip on through.
Yeah.
And so I just think from a training standpoint, you can't really say too much of what he's doing wrong when he's out there with an FTO.
That's correct.
An FTO is supposed to, everything that happened isn't supposed to happen under the watch of the FTO.
Yep.
So that's what makes the whole thing just diabolical. The whole thing is diabolical. And when it comes to fault, you can always say, oh, well, if this person would have just complied, that's the easy piece. But it doesn't mean that a person should end up dead because they're not complying.
Correct.
My other point is to the young lady, and she was saying about, because, I have experience as a executive protection officer, and people have asked me the same thing. Like, well, why not the leg or the arm or the fingertip? Right. First of all, this Glock 22 40 caliber, I don't think you understand the power that's running through here.
Right.
And I mean, you shoot somebody in the leg, I mean, there's a main artery. And then, in our society, if you hit a main artery and they bleed out, then people are going to be raising hell about why did they shoot them in the leg? So, I mean, the bottom line is we want things to happen in accordance.
Right.
But I think, and we talked about this, there has to be some real de-escalation training from the mental health side, because what you get as a police officer is not even the tip that's going to help you de-escalate. And that's why we really see a lot of this. I don't know that the answer is having a social worker or mental health professional come out to the scene. I think that it can get handled within. And I think that we need to have cultural diversity training, like serious, mandatory, deep cultural diversity training. Because, see, we were taught as African Americans how to behave if we're dealing with certain people that don't look like us, where people that don't look like us are being taught the same thing as it relates to us. So that's just understanding intelligently. I was taught to fear the KKK. Right. I was taught that. And so what we know with the KKK, they're teaching, to fear the skin. So it's on both sides of the fence, and one isn't greater than the other. And then when there's a scene taking place, there's still a level of what is called professional hierarchy. If there's a sergeant or a lieutenant on the scene, most of the time they're going to trump the officer.
Yes. Yep.
But what should take place, ideally, when we talk about police reform, what should take place is, in real de-escalation, the person that seemingly has created or has the best rapport should take over the scene. That's what, should happen. It's not about your rank. It's not about your authority. It's about right here, right now. As this situation is jumping off, who seems to have the greatest amount of rapport? Because rapport gets you to control, which gets you out of a situation without any seriously bodily harm. And yes, you're doing a jam up job, with your show. You're the translator. It's a platform that's needed, and you're making it happen. And then take the pressure off yourself, man. This is your first time doing live. It's only going to get better.
Yeah.
It's only going to get better.
Yeah, I know. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm a perfectionist, so it's difficult. People like us to, do the bare minimum. It's like, it's unacceptable. You know what I mean? And you know, I keep that. And here's the thing: I keep that same energy in the profession as well. And you know, when you have people who actually care about what they're doing, they care about their relationship that they're having with the people. They understand they understand the assignment. A lot of people don't have that. I like to compare it to bedside manners when it
Right.
comes to in the medical field. And people say, well, you have a doctor, you have a nurse, they have this training experience, and they can care less about your condition. Like, sir, ma'am, you're gonna die if you eat 2 more hamburgers today, you know, versus like, hey, listen, you know. And I had a friend, she was telling me just kind of like why they do it that way, because some people are just hard-headed. So you got to just kind of give them the raw truth. And
Yes.
it's at a point now where we have to start giving our people the raw truth if we want to have better outcomes. One thing we're going to talk about tonight as well is we're going to get into Daunte Wright's actions. And I know I can't keep you too long, but let me read this chat real quick from Keisha Puryear. Thank you so much for this super chat. I really appreciate it. What does she say? She says, why do some departments make it so difficult for qualified Black men to become officers, yet white recruits / rookies rarely have comparable experience?
I can just share my experience about that.
Yeah, let's hit it before I go. Go ahead.
Well, there's always a missing piece, and usually when you talk about better qualifications, we're bringing other stuff to the table. We have gone beyond just our high school or GED.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're coming in with degrees, license, certifications, with surrounding wraparound type experience for that particular job.
Right.
And they don't want to pay, because you got to understand, some jobs ultimately were set up for the sole purpose for people with a high school education to be able to provide for their family. And I think it's like, well, I started here, so you're going to have to start here. Is at least what I experienced, because that's why I did not ultimately stay in law enforcement, because I needed to be compensated, you know, for what I was actually bringing to the table.
Right.
And I think if in law enforcement, I played professional basketball. If they would do, if law enforcement would operate the same way sports does, hey, if you're not performing up to par, what happens? You got to go.
Right.
You got to go. And this lady, Potter, she's been allowed for 26 years to give nothing to that profession. Nothing to that profession. And now she's killed someone. But here's the other thing. You don't even get a psyche eval unless going in when you first start, and
Right.
if you use your weapon. Okay, she never have. But clearly you could tell from the stand that there's something amiss about this woman. There's some underlying mental health issue with her.
Right.
And that's what took over at the scene. I mean, the woman laid out in the grass, face down,
I know it, man.
with her legs kicking, 26 years. You know what I'm saying?
Crazy.
This is what you're getting. And she almost was at 6 figures, Nathan.
Yeah, and unacceptable. You know, unacceptable. And I'm gonna speak on that because I've been in scenarios with women, and there's this. I read someone say something about women officers shouldn't be doing the profession, and I laughed at that. I thought that was a joke, you guys. I was a lot of the greatest things that I've learned in this profession was taught to me by a female officer. I actually modeled my investigative technique and tactics and strategies off of her. I admired her. She was amazing. She was also on the SWAT team. She was a wife. She had a beautiful family, but she was no joke, you guys. And when I first met her, we were at the same precinct. I was like, T, put me under your wing, please. You know, and she was a female officer. She was bad. She was no joke. She was well respected, and she was white. And she worked in a predominantly Black community. The criminals respected her. The community respected her. Officers respected her. And she took me under her wing because of my heart, because I had a heart to serve and I wanted to do it the right way. And she would call out officers that weren't good at their job. And I will always be the first to say women belong in this space. They belong in any space that women want to be in. Just to be quite frankly, what you saw from Officer Potters is a woman who recognized what she did, and she was looking at her own personal life being blown away in the wind because of her mistake. She was thinking only of herself, even in the moment, knowing she shot the man, couldn't get out of her own self to go and even address that situation. She put the other officers at risk. She could have killed another officer. She could have killed the passenger. You know, it was just this.
Well, didn't the casing hit the officer in the face?
Mm-hmm, it did. It did. You know, so, but yeah, you know, we're gonna talk about that. I'm gonna get into these chats since I can't pull it up.
Hey, thank you.
Gail. Thank you.
I have
so
to
much.
go.
All right.
But keep doing your thing, and congratulations on your first live chat.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
I appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
All right. Now let's see. Okay, Gail, what were you gonna say? You gonna try to help me with this? Okay, what'd you write? Let me see. Gail said, when you see the comment, just should appear on the screen. Yeah, Gail, I think that they should be back here in the chat. You should be able to. Yeah, Gail, what I think I did something wrong. I think what happened was, I don't know. I think I did something wrong because I don't even see it. I can't even see it on here. I can't even see it on here. Listen, you guys, if you want to come up, it's open. If you want to jump back in, let me read some of the comments in the chat since I can't figure out what I'm doing right here. Let's scroll up. I want to scroll up some in the chat and see what people are asking. You guys, if you have any questions, you can come up. You don't have to cam up, you guys. So if one of the moderators drop the link again to join the chat. Miss Ellis, did you want to come back up? I see you still in the background. Let me see. Let me add you. Miss Ellis, you still there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm just enjoying, the conversation, hanging in there.
You had some good questions. I want to pick your brain some more. I think. Okay, let me start off with this though. What are your thoughts on Daunte Wright? How much agency did he have in this situation? How culpable is he? Do you feel like he is at fault for anything?
I think for the most part, from what I can observe, within our culture,
right?
I do believe that we have problems with just, if the officers say A, it doesn't mean run, it doesn't mean B, it doesn't mean C, D. It's just a simple, question or a command. Just follow it. Right. And not saying that won't get you in trouble, but it just seems like, from what I can see, it's always a rejection. Mm-hmm. And it sparks up a lot of tension.
Right.
But so I can sit here and say, just do what he says. It doesn't mean that you're not going to get shot. It doesn't mean that you're not going to, but if I'm just looking at it where you just do your part, I'm not seeing a lot where we're, just doing our part just from the beginning.
Correct.
Just from the rip. That's so right. I'm having, I'm thinking we need to be a little bit more accountable for that.
Okay.
And then, say, for instance, the young man that got shot in Atlanta, in Brunswick, when he was just jogging or running.
Right.
What I loved about it is that he didn't say anything.
Right.
Even though this wasn't a police type of thing, right. But it's like he was just doing his part. Now, if something happened, that's when you can benefit the most.
Yes.
But if you're just rejecting, now we have an officer, this woman who's on trial,
yep.
Whom I think should at least do about 1 to 3 years.
I agree.
However, because he didn't do his part, because he's bucking, then now we got a problem. Now she can get off just because.
Yes, that's very true.
That's the way. That's just my take on it. It's just if we can just do our part, because at this point, damn if you do, damn if you don't, then you just might as well do.
Correct. And that's how some people think. And what's unfortunate is people see what the media is showing us. They see what they see on social media. They don't see, again, we're talking 60 million people have encounters by the police.
Okay.
60 million people. Let's lay out the facts. On average, 60 million people come in contact with law enforcement.
Oh.
There are not 60 million people being shot by the police.
Okay.
Right? So then we look at how many, here's where the disinformation comes from. We have people purposely misleading, purposely withholding facts to tell only one side of the story. What do you have? You have on average about 420 white people are killed in a police encounter. Over 400 on average. On average, you have about 200 Black people being killed by police on average every single year. It's very consistent. For whatever reason, the deaths with officer encounters always fluctuate between 1,000 and 1,200 every year. So you're talking about, if we just talk about, and not downplaying these deaths, not justifying anybody dying, but we're just saying, looking at the numbers, if these people who are telling you about anti-police rhetoric and they're saying Black people are disproportionately killed more than white people,
well, that's why I asked. That's why I inquired.
Yes.
That's why I inquired about that.
Right. And that's perfect. And the truth is, when you add disproportionate, you start talking about now we're getting into a whole science experiment. Now I want to talk about rations, right? We want to say, based on this portion of the population, if we were to reduce it to this, or I'll say not reduce, but if you were to say for every X amount of white people equals one Black person, the reality is white people are 60% of the population.
Okay.
African Americans here, we are about 13% of the population. So people are angry because they're like, yeah, okay, white people get killed more, but there's more of them.
Okay.
Right? And there's less Black people, and Black people get killed too many of us. What I like to argue is I like to look at each individual case by itself and say, what were the circumstances? You can't just look at numbers, because the numbers gets us to the room to have the discussion. But then we need to break it down even further and say, what was actually happening? I would prefer to look at unarmed deaths, to be completely honest with you. I would like to start there. To me, that should be priority. Okay, how many unarmed Black people were killed? It's less than white people, right? There are more white people who were killed without any weapon than Blacks. This is a fact, but they don't.
Well, then the thing about it is that the information that you are conveying is that we didn't even know that. So I think, by you giving out this pertinent information helps us have a different mindset and numbers and facts, because if we don't know that, it just has an appearance. Correct.
Because what's the danger? The danger is it's not what you know. It's not what you know. It's what you see.
Okay.
This is why.
That's right.
This is why television is so important, right? Television. I'm gonna tell you the vision I want you to have.
That's right.
And if we're not careful, right? These things get deep. We're gonna keep it a little shallow because it's my first stream. I ain't trying to get banned, right? We're gonna keep it. I'm gonna get my numbers up first, and then we're gonna have some real conversations. It gets deep, you guys. And so the power of perception, I can never stress it enough.
Okay.
And what is Daunte's situation is he was not a good guy. He was a criminal.
Okay.
But
she didn't really know that, though, because she testified and said that his warranting was something very minor.
Yeah, she
didn't know that at the time.
She's a liar, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's a liar. And just watching her on the stand, she's concerned about self-preservation. That's why she was acting like that.
I think she was also, in my personal opinion, and watching her, I think she's one of those people that's trying to fit in with the guys. So, hey, let me shoot to impress these guys or whatever at the expense of somebody else's life, of course.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I would say that's a shame.
Oh, okay.
But I would say that there is a thing within the department where you have people trying to impress one another. That is true. Again, this should be the hardest profession, one of the hardest professions to get a job in. you shouldn't be able to just walk right in. And
That's true.
This should be, you think about the power of being judge, jury, and executioner. No joke. We have that power as long as we can articulate it.
That's
I
true.
can judge you in the moment. I can execute you shortly after.
That's true.
And let me look at this because someone had a good question in here. I'm gonna try to run through these chats.
Okay.
I think most officers need training, learning how to fight.
Exactly.
Know where you have 3 officers and 1 child, and they can't physically get 120 pounds. Okay, he wasn't a child, but I agree with you 100%. This was unacceptable. This is from Right Way Pools and Spas. Oh, shout out to Right Way Pools and Spas. So, absolutely correct. 3 officers, 1 male. No reason why. And here's the thing: you had 2 officers that were on they were on code. They're like, listen, let's manhandle him.
Exactly.
Right? When did he get loose? He got loose when she said taser, 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 and then she shot him. When she said taser, 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 the officers moved out of the way.
Right.
And then he gained control of the vehicle.
That's
Sergeant
true.
Johnson specifically stated, he said, listen, I went in, I manipulated the gear shift. And he said, in that moment, I thought the car was good. It was in park. It was safe. He couldn't access it. He had 2 hands on him. And he told the prosecutor, he said, well, I just knew we were going to be able to handcuff him. Man, then Potter comes in with her gun and she shoots him. He then cranks the car, puts it in drive, and he drives off. Johnson gets out the car and closes the door. He's like, shit, I'm good.
Right.
And so the question is, from me looking at it, she put the officers in danger. She created the threat. She recreated the threat because initially it was there and they started to mitigate it, right? They were able to get him subdued to a degree because he wasn't in custody yet. But they had good control so far. They were in progress. She should have used her hands to assist. She should use
exactly.
And that's where she did not make, in my opinion, the best judgment. She also
because did you notice that there was 2 people in the car, but they were not doing a lot of yelling and bucking or whatever. It was just like, hey, if you give me this hole that I can sliver out of, I'm gonna try it. And he tried it.
Correct. That's what we call passive resistance. And so I would say he wasn't trying to assault them. He was trying to get away. And as officers, we have to understand and distinguish the 2 because that has a lot to do with our response. Okay. You can't even say he had a weapon. It's broad. I mean, it's daylight. You can't say any of that. He's literally just trying to get away. Now, being dragged, you guys, as you know, I was dragged for real.
I'm sorry.
I was dragged for real. And so I understand the dangers of it. So the dangers are there. 100% true. The dangers are there. We've gotten in the habit of, I've reached in cars plenty of time and pulled keys out, put cars in park. I've been on the passenger side doing it, on the back seat of the car doing it. It is a race for the clock, right? Okay. Obviously, I did it this last time and I didn't get it in time, right? And I was taken on a ride, okay? And so it is dangerous. Everything in our job is dangerous. There is no safe way to do a dangerous job. You just have to be better. You have to be faster. You have to be quicker. And I think that's where, we forget sometimes. So I think that was a great question. It should have been hands-on. Let me hear what this, programmer X, they have legal rights to move in their car. Person telling someone not to move is illegal. That's not true. That's not true, you guys. If you can't legally detain them, the fear aspect is just a cop-out. That's not true. Okay, what is he saying? The programmer X, he has a good statement. They have a legal right to move in their car. No, they do not. They do not. When an officer stops a vehicle for a legal reason, they have probable cause to pull a vehicle over. No, you don't have the right. You're detained. You are partially detained in that moment. You are not free to go. If an officer has no charges on you and you ask that officer, am I being held for a crime? Am I free to go? Am I free to go? They'll say, hey, are you investigating a crime? Am I free to go? They'll say, no, I'm not investigating a crime. I just want to talk to you. Okay. Well, I don't want to talk. Am I free to go? And the officer says, okay, yeah, you're free to go because I don't have a legal justification to keep you here. Am I being detained? when an officer does a traffic stop on a vehicle, that vehicle is being seized in the moment. You can no longer go and come as you please until my investigation is over. So people in the vehicle, anything in the vehicle is subjugated to the officer's investigation. So he's absolutely incorrect. And this goes back to us as a community understanding the laws. We can't move about this country without knowing the laws that govern us, right?
Absolutely.
I travel a lot. I go out the country a lot. And before I step in anybody's country, I'm in their law books. And I'm looking at what average crimes foreigners get arrested for, right? I need to make sure. Okay, no public affection, no chewing gum and walking. Okay. You need to know in Japan, they will lock you up for about 6-7 months for a shoplifting charge.
Oh, wow.
And then send you back home to your country.
Wow.
And their laws are different.
Okay.
So we live here our whole lives, and our own community doesn't even understand the laws, right?
I think that is one of the main things that as a culture that we need to, that most men need to be get acclimated to the laws.
Correct.
Because just knowing the law in itself, you gain so much respect from the officer.
Mm-hmm.
Not to prove that you know everything, but just to be that you can just humbly quote, say some of the things to let them know that you know what's going on. Most of the things that incidents that I've seen that have occurred has happened because they didn't know the law, and then the policeman just pretty much took advantage of it.
Correct. Absolutely. Hey, listen, you guys, if you're in the chat, please hit the like button. I think we have over 400 people viewing, and I think we have.
Wow, that's impressive.
Listen, thank you guys so much for just taking the time to even listen to my voice. You guys, I'm being 100% honest. I love this profession, and I love people, and I love the idea that we need to make some changes. And I agree. I've been very outspoken while in the profession. And I can honestly tell you, there are a lot of officers who feel the exact same way that I feel. Unfortunately, we work in a profession where we don't have the luxury to speak freely like that. You have seen in the past where there have been incidences where there's been maybe a controversial shooting, and you might have an officer speak out on TikTok, right? Or not TikTok, but social media. Mm-hmm. And they get fired. Because it goes against the department's policy, you guys. So there's a lot of officers who agree with me, and they're supporting me on the back end. They're like, "Oh, thank you for saying that," right? You can't hear about them because they're actively employed. So I have a benefit of being able to speak freely. And
so you used to be a police officer?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And because of my accident, I had to medically retire. The one I told you about, dragging.
Oh, I understand.
I have thank you. I have a video on the channel talking about it, but let me see. Someone said, let's see. So I would like to know if Black cops speak up and contribute to training so Blacks aren't considered automatic threat. Keisha, per year, I think that's a good question.
That's a good question, yeah.
Black officers do speak up. Again, you guys, here's the unique dynamic. They struggle to get Black officers in this profession. Why is that? Since I've been doing this job, I've been insulted more by Black. No, I would say everyone I've been insulted by have been African American. Everyone that have been discouraging me from doing this, who have ever discouraged me, have been African American. Our community has a very toxic culture. And if we don't address it, we will actually usher in our own demise in this country. And here we have a situation, and I talked about this on TLA's channel. A gentleman brought up a very interesting thing about the prison population and how there's so many Blacks in the prison. We make up almost half, 38%. I agree, it's a problem. But then we start looking at professions where we can really make a difference, and we're not there. So we look at attorneys, and according to the American Bar Association, only 5% of the attorneys in this nation are African American. We look at the percentage we make up in policing. There's 700,000, approximately 700,000 law enforcement officers that work in this country, and we make up almost like 7%. And white people make up 70% of law enforcement officers. You guys were outnumbered, and we are not applying in these professions. So we can talk about a lot of the issues, but we're not putting ourselves in position to make change. And, you know, that's a part of the problem. So when you have officers who would love to be police officers, but then they're shunned by their own community, right? What are we called? We're called sellouts. I had someone call me a slave catcher. I've had people call me an Uncle Tom plenty of times. I've had people.
Oh, I never even knew that.
Oh my gosh.
It's my first time hearing that.
It's sad. It's sad. It's disappointing. And I knew that they're coming from a misguided place, right? I knew they were coming from a place of ignorance, and so it doesn't bother me. But what does that do to someone who actually has a good heart and wants to do this profession, and they're black, a black woman, a black man? And they're afraid of being called lame, loser, right? They're afraid of being insulted. They're afraid of losing friends because they feel like they're a snitch, right? We have a snitch culture in our community where we can know of a person committing all type of atrocious crimes, and we refuse to speak on it, you know? And so I think one of the dangers of our community is that we, in our own way, discourage our own people from taking up certain positions simply because we don't want to be held accountable, right, by certain things. And maybe
that's correct.
You know,
that's correct.
But for someone, I could be saving someone's life, and a person across the street say, "There goes an Uncle Tom right there. There goes he's working for the white man." And I turned around and told the gentleman one time, I said, "Sir, the entire department's black. The police chief is black. Right? The county commissioner, the CEO of this county is black. The entire school board of DeKalb County is partially black, right? Like there is no, what are you talking about?" And so it becomes this thing where, again, we are saturating ourselves in ignorance. You know, there's a portion of our community that does not want to just accept the idea that we are allowing this toxic mindset to just really erode our progress. And the truth be told is, people complain and say that it's white officers causing them problems. And I have seen equally black officers doing just as bad to black people. And so the question is, it's deeper than color, right? We're talking about, conversations I like to have is about the officer's mentality, the officer's ego, because ego has no color. And when you have an officer that's filtering their job and their profession through their ego, that's when you have the problem.
And also, yeah. I've seen like some of the people within our culture, if it's a black officer, mm-hmm. they tend to really just give that officer a much harder time than they would a white policeman. So if it's a black policeman show up, it's just like, you know, it's very disrespectful.
It can be. Yeah.
You know, it's almost like, hey, we're brothers, so I can just do whatever. And that type of mindset is backwards as well. Very right. Disrespectful to the police officer that's black.
Correct.
But, you know, just call a white policeman, I guess.
Yeah, you know, let me. It's tricky, right? It's tricky. Uncle Stu, I see you. You got time. Uncle Stu, you got time. I got him on mute. Let me unmute Uncle Stu.
I'm not going on until about 8:00. You know, she said something. I was going to address it, but go ahead. I got a little time.
Okay, now go ahead and speak. I want to get you in. We get this wisdom in. Go ahead, bro.
Look, I ain't got the year. I'm behind the badge, meaning the son of behind the badge. You know.
That's what's up. But you come from a great perspective, though, because you get to speak on the relationship of what it feels like to be the son of a person who worked as an officer, right. African American, working in a black community, and be able to speak on the relationship and the dynamic of that. And I think where we have in our community is there's this idea that being a black officer makes you a slave catcher. The question is why is it that our people are thinking that black officers represent something negative? instead of something positive. And so there's a lot that needs to be dissected in that. That's a whole separate stream to go in. But the problem with that is that we are having negative outcomes because of our mentality is broken when it comes to our perception of police officers. And there's officers that cause that perception as well. So we can't get that twisted. And we have to look at it from both sides. But let me get your thoughts, though, Uncle Stu.
Yeah, sure. What we've done, right and wrong. Let me speak on the right.
Okay.
Yeah, we understand where this whole mentality of police officers come from, especially if you're looking at, the whole development of police department and et cetera, and that history. And that is true in that regard, especially more in the South. And being that you had a lot of police stations that was basically Ku Klux Klan ran and controlled. So you do have that as part of the history.
Yes, correct. Well, one second, Stu.
Sure.
Let me point that out, you guys. What Uncle Stu is saying, he's talking about where did this idea that policing is racist, correct? The origins of policing,
right?
Where our community believes that police officers are slave catchers. They're calling other Black people sellouts who are our police officers, and they're saying that because you're a Black officer, you're working for white supremacy. In a nutshell, is what they're saying. And by you trying to come out here and police law in your own communities, you're essentially working against your own people, right? No one is saying that if that's the case, then my thing is, look, help us out by not committing crimes and we can work this thing out, right?
Well, can I ask a really quick question?
Yes, miss, go
is
ahead.
this just, I've never even heard of that before, so maybe it's just me, but is that coming just from the men, or women are saying this too?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is.
I think where Ms. Eller, I really believe where the breakdown comes from is our real understanding of the law. We think we know the law, but we really don't. And I would say that ignorance of the law really needs to be educated on.
Yes.
And I think that's where part of the breakdown. So let me give you an example. I do know this because I did go into NYPD training. I just didn't want to complete because I wanted to be in a different area than my dad. And that was because I didn't want to be trying to live up to, my dad's name and all this other stuff. So you kind of had that going on. Trust me, I could have been a police officer and had an awesome career and still retired. You know what I mean? But I was coming into a different era, different generation. So I took a different route than my dad did. But in one of the trainings, I give you a prime example. Is a male police officer allowed to search a woman?
Yes.
Not that I know.
You asking sellers? Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Believe it or not, by law, yes, he can. The reason they don't is because they have female police officers. But if he's in danger, yes, he does. Now, everyone would say, no, he don't, and will start fighting that police officer. And guess what? That's called what? Resistance of arrest. Correct. So I think what we have to do is first know the law. Now, do I agree that there's some bad police officers? Absolutely. There's no institution you're going to show me don't have, especially those with authority, don't have it. I've been in the military. We had bad soldiers, bad Marines, bad Navy. You just don't hear about those stories. But I think for us, I think we need a general good education in what's known as the penal law system within your state or your city.
Okay.
Once you understand the penal law, then you can say, I know my rights. A lot of people don't know what's known as the penal law.
Right.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And when you understand the penal law, now you have knowledge of the law. And most people don't know the penal law. And that is the specific laws that governs the conduct and actions of police officers.
Okay. So where do you get that from?
You can actually look it up online, wherever city or state, county, you can actually look it up online. I mean, now back in my day, I had to go get a book, but today, you can actually look those laws up online. So I would advise anyone to at least go get the penal law where you understand, probable cause. What is probable cause? What is this? What is that? Because you have to understand, if you don't know what probable cause is, then you don't know whether that cop has the right to search your vehicle or search you.
Right.
See, and a lot of people don't know the penal law, so they don't know what probable cause is. They don't know what certain things are. The thing that I think would help so tremendously that isn't really being done is we don't have an intellectual communication anymore. We're not having the ability to speak to the black officer that can empower us to do the right thing. You understand?
Which is why this platform is so imperative. So
it's only imperative if everybody is willing to listen.
That's true.
Okay. When you spoke about, I've never heard black people speak this way. I'm sorry. You ain't got to go that far on YouTube.
Well, I've never heard black women speak that way. I haven't heard, it's not like something that black women just sit around and talk about. Oh, he's, because we're going to see like, oh, now he looks nice in his little uniform. We're going to try to talk about,
And you're right, because women tend to comply more. Where you see it a lot more in my experience, what I've seen, you see it more with people who have this, I call them social justice warriors, right? You see a lot of women, black women, in those movements with black men who are like, we have to, fight the police, that type of thing. Yeah, but that's not. It's like I think you're 100% correct. Though that's not a normal talking point from a lot.
Right, because that wouldn't be my group.
No, that's probably not going to be your group.
Well, so you got to understand something. You have to see it from. I try to look at it from both sides. You got to see it from both sides, okay? And you got to really parse down the argument, which is a lot of us want to be a part of a group.
So bad.
And that's just natural. We want to be a part of something. So something may not necessarily be your experience, but because you want to be a part of a group, you're going to accept the group dynamics.
And the group thinking.
So, and the group thinking may sound really logical if you're looking outside. Let's take a really, say, bad drug-infested neighborhood. What a group thinking says, let's get all of the, let's put all these social programs in this particular city, right? And we'll eliminate the police. Now, group thinking will have you believing that is the right methodology.
Right.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And you all for that methodology. But now, if you go into that community yourself, as I have done many times, guess what? They already have almost a no police enforcement. Why? Because when a crime takes place, who is going to be telling on the person that committed the crime?
The people who live there.
The people who live there. So guess what? Why is crime high? You can't get them arrested because I'm afraid if I tell on Tina's uncle, guess what's going to happen? I'm going to get retaliated on. So you really don't have a police.
Correct.
Because Officer Daley, no matter how much we say, oh yeah, Officer Daley, he's the pro-black cop. Guess what? You think I'm going to tell Officer Daley who killed so-and-so down the block? Nah, I ain't see nothing. I didn't see nothing. I didn't hear nothing. I don't want to know nothing. Matter of fact, I got to go. Click.
Right.
Guess what? You still don't have a police. So
that's true.
We have to be open and honest about all of the issues, not just some of the issues. Don't get me wrong. I say it and I'll say it all the time. Are there bad police officers? Absolutely. Can we look at numbers and statistics? Sure. Are all the statistics being properly reported? I don't know because I don't know the logistics of every city. Okay. I'll just use New York as a prime example. The irony with New York is this. Most of your bad police officers, believe it or not, don't look like me. If you look at the news, most of your bad policing don't look like me. And ironically, the ones that do look like me or look like Rodriguez or look like Hernandez, guess what? They live in the very community that they actually police.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. So is one of the solutions to have police officers no longer able to live so far away out of the community?
Yep. I think so.
That's a solution.
Yep.
Because if you're disconnected from the community, now you have an ego problem because you really don't care about the community because you're not a part of it. We took away this idea in many cities, the beat cop. What is the beat cop? The one that actually has to walk around the neighborhood.
Yep.
We took them from walking to putting them in a car. You see what I'm saying? So there's so many factors that has to be seen. You know, police officers, I don't know, Officer Daley, you can help me with this. I want to say 30 years ago were mostly prior military people.
That's something that also has to be talked about, is that we do have a big military presence in law enforcement. And, you know, that's one thing that needs to be addressed as well, because that can be a factor. And I love my veterans. You know, I'm the first one. I love them. I work with them. A lot of my best friends are veterans. And not to say it's an issue, but it needs to be examined, right? It needs to be examined. And another thing that you mentioned about proximity, like officers who actually know the community that they're policing in, that's important as well. When I started off, I lived in the county. I went to school in the county that I was policing. You know, I was actually coming in contact with people that I went to school with, you know, arresting them at some point in time. And you're able to really put yourself in their shoes. I'm like, hey man, you know, what are you doing, dude? Like, you know, we graduated together. What is this? What is that? There's a different type of bond that you can't create if you were never there. And granted, that's not always going to be 100% of the thing, but the community has to step up, right? The community has to produce these individuals who want to serve their community. So this is why I say you can't have police reform without society reform. We need to work together. It cannot happen unless we come together and work. And these conversations need to take place. Let me read this super chat real quick, and then I want to get Dean's voice in here. And Ms. Sellers, I thank you for being such a trooper.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, you're more than welcome. And as a matter of fact, before I depart, let me just put this on the table really, really quick before you go into your super chat. And thank you for having me as well. But I just want to say this. Within our culture, it really is true that if, you know, Pookie or Ray Ray shoot somebody,
right,
and all these people, you know, the whole whoever just going through killing up everybody, and I'm just exaggerating that, but it does happen. We really do need to start taking little signs, just like you do when a white cop kills somebody, and say, hey, he did it. Say his name. Yes. When that black guy in your neighborhood who's going around breaking in cars, houses, put that same sign up, because it makes me just think that, you know, we're backwards or something. Like, so if you're black and you kill this black person, you know, everybody just go to work 9 to 5. Oh, did you hear about such and such? Oh, yeah, girl, whatever. Let it be the white cop or just a cop, and it's, you know, say his name.
Correct.
Now, I don't know what we have to do to, and I know that's kind of off the subject, but I just want to leave that on the table, because that is a real problem. If Pookie or Ray Ray killing people throughout the neighborhood, we need to be out there, or people need to be out there with that same sign and that same energy to get them too.
Correct. And yeah, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. And again, we see this with Daunte Wright. He didn't deserve to be killed. He should not have lost his life. Period. I don't care what anybody says. Did he instigate his own death? Absolutely. I'm gonna take that quote. He did instigate it. How did he do it? By the lifestyle he was living. He put himself in a position to where he was going to be encountering the police on a lot of different scenarios. He's robbed someone. We know he's actively shot someone allegedly. You know, so it wasn't that he was just this innocent kid minding his own business. He had a reason to run in his mind, you know, and so we have to start.
And we're responsible for covering that.
Yes.
Right.
Now, Officer Daley, I'm gonna drop off.
Okay, yes, sir.
And because I got to get ready for mine, because I went back to mine, put it 30 minutes late.
Hey, I appreciate you, bro.
To quickly come on here, you know.
Uncle Stu, I appreciate it.
But yeah, we're gonna continue to have these tough conversations, whether it's on my platform, yours. We're gonna have it because everybody needs to hear it and get different perspectives and really come up with a plan for reform.
Absolutely agree.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sellers.
Okay, I'll come back through again. Thank you.
Thank
you, Uncle.
Uncle Stu. Stick around to hear what you got to say, sir.
Uncle Stu, the old man on the block.
Yeah, Dean coming up.
Yeah, that's me.
Dean about to come with some wisdom now. I can feel it.
I'm going to catch the replay, Dean.
All right, Ms. Sellers, I appreciate you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you, Dean.
All right, let me get this super chat real quick. Keisha, per year said again, thank you so much, Keisha. I really appreciate it. She says, why aren't officers required to know the Constitution? Many demand ID without suspicion of a crime. This is very true. And she's 100% correct, you guys. We have to know the law. We have to understand the law because even though you don't know it, you have officers that will take advantage of that. They'll take advantage of your ignorance. You know, they'll do it. And it doesn't make it right. Officers are supposed to know the law and they don't know it well enough. I will say that they don't know it well enough. There are points in times where things that I wasn't always completely knowledgeable of or had a bad understanding of. That's part of training too. It's making sure that you hold yourself accountable to make sure as officers, we understand it to a T. You have people called First Amendment auditors. They'll go out in the streets and try to piss officers off just so they can get their rights violated, and they sue them and they make a living out of it and they make good money, and officers fall for it every time. What are they preying on? They are preying on the most sensitive piece on the officer, which is their ego. Their ego. I had an incident one time. It was at a church. I was about to say the church's name. Let me not say that. I'm still learning YouTube how this thing works. But it was a church. They called. I'm gonna unmute you, Dean. They called and said that these guys, this is a group of white gentlemen, were outside their church harassing folks. They had some signs. I don't even remember what it was about. They called and I was like, God, I don't want to go over there and deal with these clowns, right? So I said, okay, let me go ahead and do it. I show up. They got the signs out. I pull up. This is before we had body cameras, right? This was a long time ago. And the guys, I say, hey, listen, you guys, you know you're out here you're pissing people off, right? What are you doing? Why are you here? Oh, it's all right to be here. I'm not even on their property. You know, I'm on here. Do you know the difference between private and public? I said, I didn't even ask you that. I just said, why are you pissing people off? I don't really care what you do, right? I said, because now people are calling saying you're irritating them. You're annoying them. I said, if you want to be annoying and you want to irritate people, that's fine. You can do that. It's a free country. I said, but we have more important things to do. I just wanted to let you know you're pissing people off. I got in my car and I drove off. That's it. I don't take offense to that, but you have some officers, man, I told you to move. I told you to leave, right? And they get into this pissing contest. I don't have an issue with that stuff. Some officers do, and they hope they find an officer that has an ego problem that they can piss off because it ends up costing them. It costs the city, the county money when they put those lawsuits. They're being, recording them. So it's ridiculous, man. Ego problems is what gets officers in trouble. Ego. Let me see. We got a super chat from Dre Blanco. What does he say? He says, there's a strong, it's not my problem till it becomes my problem in most neighborhoods. I often encounter the mentality when investigating crimes. Yes, he's absolutely right. And Dre Blanco is an amazing investigator. And I'm telling you guys, our community will try to be blind until something happens to us. And we want the world to stop. When I look at this situation with Daunte Wright, I see his father talking. And the moment I look at him and I said, man, were you checking your child on his behavior though? And I've gone in so many households in our community, you guys. I'm being completely honest. I'm being transparent. This channel is about transparency. I don't see the fathers there. I see women raising a bunch of different children and I don't see the fathers present. I see these kids never coming home. I'm arresting these kids. It's the mother that always comes to the jail. It's the mother that always comes to headquarters. I never see the fathers.
Yeah.
You know, our young men, our young Black men out here are out here causing chaos. Chaos, you guys.
I'm so glad you said that.
Man. So, Dean, let me introduce yourself, sir. I apologize. You know, this is a passionate topic for me. I want our community to do better, man, and it's a lot. So let me hear what you got to say.
So I want to say, am I coming in clear?
Yeah, you're coming in real clear.
Okay. I really respect your platform, and I'm the type of person that I like to listen a lot and download a lot of information. So like even your video earlier about the Daunte situation, the murder, and you even framed it as a murder. You know, learning about the RIP, that acronym. I never heard of that before, other than rest in peace, right?
Right.
But, like what you're contributing to this space is so valuable, and I for one really appreciate it. I know that as brothers we could have disagreements.
Yes.
I'm not gonna go into drama or whatever, but at the end of the day, if we could come together,
yes,
and figure this thing out, because like you just said a few minutes ago, you acknowledge this, and people won't give you credit for that, which is crazy. You just said we have these young men out here that are on a rudderless ship. You know, they're just without any type of direction and causing chaos in some of these communities. You know, I personally have never had that problem growing up, thank God. I've never had issues with the law, but I'm trying to figure out as a man, what can I do? That's what gravitated me towards the manosphere.
Okay.
And the ironic thing is you have some people now saying we don't need fathers, we need father figures. Well, what do you think is going to happen, with these boys? Who are they going to turn to for that father figure? So, I'm hoping to get. I'm new to your channel. This is obviously your first stream. I followed other police officer YouTubers. Some of them, you're not going to agree with everybody, right?
Right.
But the flavor that you've added has been a lot more pragmatic.
Okay.
To be nice.
Thank you.
And I'm really looking forward to it. Like even the conversation on not just the veterans in the police, but like, what do you think about the militarization of the police? Like the budgets where they could go out and spend on these these depots to get
tanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my thoughts on that. What happens and what you're referring to, for people who are not familiar, he's asking about how law enforcement, there was a bill or law that was passed. I can't remember when it was, if it was during Obama's time. I think it was right after 9/11, if I'm not mistaken, during that time after 9/11, if I'm not mistaken. But we started to see a shift in policing, on how policing was done. It became very, very militaristic, where they were getting equipment. The government was allowing police departments, local departments to get military equipment. And I can't remember all the exact details, you guys. It was a long time ago, and I have to do some more research on it. But to your point, we started getting tanks and military equipment to deal with the changes in the public. There's always this fear that terrorist actions will occur within certain cities. So officers want to be prepared to be able to address those things, which I agree. But then we start seeing those equipments being used against the citizens, right? And people are like, hold on, it's starting to look a little bit like a police state-ish kind of thing going on, which I agree 100%. What we have to ask ourselves, though, there's two problems, because I understand both sides. The problem is not the equipment, it's the abuse, right? The problem is not the equipment, it's the abuse. There was I think it was a Hollywood shootout. It was a massive shootout in Los Angeles. It was the bank robbers. They had high-powered rifles. and they were just mowing down the officers. The officers had revolvers. They didn't have any automatic weapons. And that moment, they realized that, hey, we have to be able to start carrying rifles too. Why? Because the citizens have rifles. Officers can't put themselves in a situation where they're outgunned and they cannot protect themselves. So there's always this movement where police departments are trying to progress with what societies have. I've seen citizens that have weapons that I don't even have. Okay, they have access to it. You get an ATF permit, you can get a lot of stuff you shouldn't have no business having, right? We have people in this country that are gun junkies. Let's just be honest. They're addicted to guns. And
I'd like to touch on that too.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't want to cut you off, but I want to revisit the gun.
Okay, that's perfect. There's situations where we have had drug raids, you guys, and we have people who set their homes up and they've barricaded themselves in their homes, and you can't get in their homes. I've been in homes where people have put double doors, right? Where you break in one door, there's a second door you got to break into. There are people who have created fortresses. Criminals created fortresses in their homes. And you see officers with we have certain like tanks and bobcats and all kind of weird equipment, and they'll just bulldoze right through the sidewall of a home in order to get the suspects out. So we start seeing things like that. Regardless of what people think, it doesn't look good, right? The optics of it never looks good. The practicality of it is important. The issue that we always have as citizens that we have to be mindful of, it's not so much the equipment that officers have, it's the abuse of it, right? We see that with this trial with Kim Porter. She is tasked to be able to be trained well to use her gun, her taser, her pepper spray, the aspartame, all these things, and then you see an abuse of it. And then you question whether or not she's going to be held accountable for it. The issue, again, is never the power. It's the maturity of the person wielding it, right? I think people would feel comfortable with officers having certain things if they're seeing officers using it in an appropriate way. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I guess the optics of it is what kind of what has always rubbed me the wrong way,
right?
And the waste, the waste of money.
Okay.
But I wanted to touch on the whole idea of citizens with guns. You know, it's been my experience that African Americans aren't really like the media will lead you to believe that African Americans are like have a big gun culture, but it's really quite the opposite.
It's the opposite,
you know. Yeah. And I'm into firearms personally, but it's very hard for me to talk to family and friends to say, hey, police officers aren't always going to be there to protect you immediately. And you might even talk to police officers that would say, hey, I would recommend you having a firearm.
Yes. And
there are certain Leo YouTubers who've said the same thing, that say, you know, and then it's funny because like some of them are very pro 2A, and then others are like, you know, we don't trust you guys with guns because when we show up, the situation could be messy. So
correct.
You know, when it comes to citizens with guns, that's a whole nother thing. You know,
that's true.
Change a whole situation.
One thing you said about the budget, though, about we're using that money to buy this military equipment, where that money could be reallocated. I agree. I think you have some departments that are larger than others, like you take LA, New York, Chicago, and you ask yourself, are we using the money that we're getting for the right reasons? I would rather take the money that we're using in all these other areas and use that to pay officers more, right? But then I would raise the standard. I would raise the standard to match society's expectations, because society's expectations are here when it comes to law enforcement. And we have departments that are getting officers from right here, right? And requiring them to operate here. Whereas society is saying, listen, Officer Potters is operating right here, but the standard from society is here. It's the same equivalent standard that you might hold a physician. I always like to compare the two professions. So you have a physician or pilot. You can't be a pilot and say, I forgot to drop I confused the landing gear from the takeoff gear. and I landed and crashed the plane and I killed half the people on board, you can't afford to make that kind of mistake as a pilot. Could you imagine the excuses as a pilot you would come up? No one is accepting that. Am I correct? No one's accepting that. You have the power to take someone's life in this job. You can't go a day without properly training. And so when we see these excuses, people are not okay with it. We're not taking that. Doesn't mean we're saying that this job isn't dangerous. We're not saying that the job isn't hard. I think what we're trying to make sure we understand, or we want officers to understand, even myself included. Again, I held myself to the standard society held. That was a choice. That's a conscious choice. If you're dealing with a doctor or a physician or a nurse, that nurse has an individual responsibility to hold themselves to the standard that people are asking, right? The police department's job is to make the standard what it is. It's our job as individuals to go above and beyond. And I think when we talk about the budget from police departments, the money that police departments are receiving is hardly not even enough. Unfortunately, we probably waste more money on these lawsuits. But the idea is if we reallocate, I say we need less officers, we need more quality officers, and we need to pay them more, but we need to also put up safeguards to hold them accountable properly. And all those things can be done. You give them something that they can't refuse, and officers are not going to refuse money, right? In exchange for higher standards, I think is imperative.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the threshold there is if the limiting factor there is the low pay, because that's public information, right?
Right.
I could look up anybody's name and I could get their
Correct.
pay, or if it's the profession itself. You know, it's a noble profession, but it's been taking a PR hit.
Big time PR.
For me, I would invest, like I am very much, I'm biased. I'm very much into the boys, like into the kids. Like our boys are struggling bad. Like they can't read, you know, in certain cities. So I would take that money and put it towards, because then so instead of reacting with better police, obviously you're preventing a problem from getting, preventing an issue from becoming a problem, which is these boys without guidance in these environments. But I don't want to hold up Smile from talking.
No. You're not. I'm gonna bring up Mr. Smiles. That man's coming with wisdom too. We're here because we're gonna all piggyback on this conversation. What you said though, you would rather invest in the boys. I agree, but then I would push back and say that's not the responsibility of the police.
It's not the responsibility. What I'm saying is the budget.
Okay,
so
the budget.
There's a big pie, and the police get a certain percentage, the school districts get a certain percentage, and if you go in certain states, the property taxes are so low that these schools are pretty much crap. You're going to have to rely on these extracurricular programs. So I'm not necessarily saying. I mean, in a way, you are going to be taking money from the police, right? Because you're just reducing their budget. But that's just I have no experience. You have way more experience.
No. You're fine. I think it's a good conversation because the whole premise of Black Lives Matter is saying defund the police. We need to defund the police. No matter how you want to cut it, their idea is they want to take money out of the department. Okay, we can go with that. I've helped create some small policies in my department before. Nothing major, no big stuff, but I've helped contribute to creating some policy. One of the techniques that I use that I think is very effective, because I don't like to hear the word no, right? When I'm creating a solution, I don't want to hear the word no. So what do? I know the concern is always money. So I come up with an idea that's expensive, right? It has everything that I want in it, right? That's like, hey, this is it. This. That's the first package you give, the one that costs the most, right? They shoot that down because it costs too much. All right, cool, no worries. The second package is very moderate, right? It has a good, friendly budget. It's very moderate. They might accept it. They shoot that down. So I'm like, damn, okay. Well, guess what? My third package doesn't cost you anything. So now you're put in two options. I'll put you on a trick bag now. What's the trick? The trick is you can't complain about the price. It doesn't cost you anything to do. Now, if you choose not to do it, then what you have showed me is that you don't care about the problem. You don't care about the problem because I gave you a free solution. So the reform ideas that I've created, I have them set up 3 stages, right? I'm going to give you my wish list. I'm going to give you a practical list. I'm going to give you my 3rd list, and it ain't going to cost a damn thing. Now, if you choose not to do it, then we all know what the real problem is. You don't want any change. You don't want this to get better. Because why? People are profiting off of this division, you guys, right? This is let me tell you, black bodies is profitable. When you start breaking down how many bodies drop in these cities that are African-American, you're talking about these young men, these perfectly good organs. People don't talk about it. The black market is a real thing. I got a chance to play around on the black market one time investigating a crime, you guys, and it blew my mind. And that's more on a Fed level. I had to push my case off to the feds. And so I don't even know what I'm doing in here. Okay, there are people who look like they come in all shades of color that operate on a sub-criminal level. And I barely just walked on the surface of it, and it spooked me. The stuff that goes on that we don't have no clue about. And so when we talk about the budget, and we talk about reallocating resources, I'm all for it. We could do it. And I'll give you the best plan for it. I have a plan. I have an answer for everything. I do, because I've had plenty of time to think about it. And I know what the real issues are. So we say allocate the resources. Cool. Now, mind you, when we take money out of this pot, we have to make adjustments. In my city here in Atlanta, they tried to drag the police through the mud. The police said, okay, fine, we're backing off then because we are the problem. We'll let y'all handle your own stuff. And what happened? Crime went through the roof. We had bodies dropping. We had about 4 people die, and the 4th person was a little girl. And then they jumped back in and said, hey, we need police presence back again.
Can I ask you an honest question about
that?
Go ahead. Because I've seen departments try to do this loose correlation between defund the police and this increase in crime that they're seeing on the East Coast. Well, not really just the East Coast, seeing it everywhere. Well, like Philadelphia, I could think of. Like, how much of that is true, or how much of that is like the blue flu because of these law enforcement?
It's more the blue flu.
The ego, yeah.
It's more ego. It's more ego, and it is when I first experienced it, it was during not Trayvon Martin, Marcus Brown. I showed up to work.
And could you explain the blue flu in case people don't know what that is? Or
so the blue flu is when officers get into this mentality when they're just sick of the public kind of bashing and disrespecting them, and they decide to retract, to reserve them to basically stop working. And they're like, look, or they'll call in sick. You'll have a group of officers that it's like our version of going on strike. So we can do it in the forms of writing tickets. We've done it. I've been a part of doing that, where we stopped writing tickets because the department was trying to pressure us on ticketing the community. And we'll say, you know what? We don't like that. We're not going to do that. And we'll go on a ticket strike. Pull somebody over for going 300 miles per hour. Sir, here's your warning. And then boom, right? And we would do it. And we would get in trouble, but we would go on strike because we know that's revenue. It hits, right? And so we would want our voices heard, so we'll go on strike. So the blue flu is either not working. You have officers that won't pull people over. They won't do any proactive work, right? And so in Atlanta, what was happening? Officers were calling out of work left and right. You can call out of work for 3 days without a doctor's excuse. The department cannot say anything to you per policy. So 3 whole days, you got a risk. You guys don't know what's been going on. Officers have not been showing up for calls in Atlanta at one point. People were calling 911 and waiting 3 hours. They had to call the state patrol because what was happening? The department was playing politics with their officers. They were playing politics, and the officers were like, hey, we're people too, you know? And what you're doing is wrong. You're using us as a political pawn to make a statement. And we're not playing those games. And what happened? The officers stopped responding because the people said they didn't want them there. Officers were showing up. People were throwing rocks at their cars, setting their cars on fire. destroying government property. So police said, we're not going to go in those communities. If you don't want us there, we won't show up. And what happened? They took control over an entire block. And then who were they hurting? They were hurting other Black people. The same people who said they didn't want the police started injuring their own people in their community. What happened in that incident? A guy was trying to drive through to get to his neighborhood. They blocked it off by the Wendy's where Rayshard Brooks was shot, right? He said, listen, man, I just got to go over here. My house is right there. Nah, Negro, go around. These are our people now. They get into a slight altercation. A gentleman comes up with a rifle, right, that he's allowed to have because of his Second Amendment right. You can carry that rifle, right? What did he do? He shot into that vehicle. Bullet hit the little girl in her back and killed her. And then the mayor comes back. She swings down and says, fairy god mayor, hey, please, police, come back. We need you guys to do your job again. That's the problem. We give our community an opportunity to see what it's like without having officers. We have a small group of imbeciles that live in our communities, and they terrorize 99% of the people. But they tell the people that the police are the problem. No, the problem is unprofessional police. Police officers that don't know how to manage and enforce law with love and not through their ego. That's the issue. This is an individual police problem. We have to weed those guys out and gals, right? But this is the problem. We need police. Uncle Stu even said it when he was here. He said, listen, we created this group think, right? Everyone is saying the police are the problem, police are the problem. And you live in the community and you just assume they are because everybody else is saying it, right? I'm an Uncle Tom, I'm a sellout. I'm here for you. And it's not a racism issue because 99% of people calling the police in the Black community are Black, right? What it showed us is that we're not capable of governing our own communities without someone else coming in and doing it for us. The real question should be, how come we can't build a community that doesn't require law enforcement? What does that look like, though? That looks like us as a people being able to check ourselves and tell ourselves that we are not going to harm one another. Why do we need police? Just think about it. What do we need them for? It should be a struggling profession. Why? Because people are committing crimes against our own. This is us, you guys. When I'm telling you, we are destroying ourselves. It's not the police. The police are just sometimes having bad outcomes because some of them are scared. Some of them aren't trained properly. And then you got that rare few that are actually racist. But the majority of these Black officers that are going to, I see, compare incidences that happen. You say a white officer did it. You ask me if I would have did it, I'd be like, yeah, I would have shot him too. That's the difference. The difference is, though, I will say this, in some cases, studies have shown that you have some white officers that are 5 times quicker to shoot than a Black officer would. Now, it didn't say he wouldn't shoot. It said he would shoot faster. What does that mean, though? Let me explain to you what it means. I have a kid who has a weapon. Mr. Smile, let me get you in right after this. I have a kid who has a weapon. Me and him are engaged in contact, right? He draws a weapon, but it's down to his side. I have my weapon out, and I'm telling him to put his weapon down, right? I might ask him a couple times, drop that weapon. He starts to raise it just a little bit. We don't need that much in order to use deadly force on another person. This is what we see. This is the argument they're trying to make with Daunte Wright. Where is that threshold for the threat versus the use of deadly force? You need 3 things. You need opportunity, ability, and you need jeopardy, right? Those are the 3 components you need for an officer to use deadly force. This is why Rayshard Brooks' situation was justified. I tell people all the time, because he met the elements that the court said is needed to use deadly force. The ability, opportunity, and jeopardy were there. That's all that matters. Your feelings don't matter. It matters, did the threat line up properly? Did the officer have it? So this gentleman now, I'm in front of him. He raises his gun. It's right slightly above his hip. What's the difference between me and another officer? We could say, since we're comparing race, we'll say white or other. What's the difference? Now, this is my community. This is not the white person's community, white officer's community. What's the difference? What is the data saying? The data is saying that you have a white officer that's more likely to shoot 5 times faster, I believe, approximately. That means that officer's going to see the threat and he's going to, boom, pull the trigger. Right? Just like that, he's going to pull the trigger. Is he justified? Yes, he's justified in doing it. What is the data saying, though? The data is saying that as that gentleman is pulling out that gun towards me as a black officer, I am giving him maybe 3 additional seconds to change his mind. That's all it's saying. Sir, drop the gun, boom, and I'm shooting him too. The difference is, how long did it take me to make that decision? How long does it take a white officer to make that decision? Does that matter is the question. The question is, if the officer is authorized to use deadly force, does the time frame matter? In optics, it matters to a lot of people. It matters to black people, because what are black people saying? Hey, if he was a black officer, he would have tried a little harder. This isn't a trying game. This is a, I gave you a command and listen game. See, that's the argument. I told you what to do. You didn't do it. There are consequences for it. What they expect from black officers is to be more lenient, to be more understanding. Why? Because we're black. So I should have a different type of connection. So yeah, I might give you 2.5 seconds, but you're still getting shot if you don't comply. So what they're saying is, if you have a white officer, how do you know if that gentleman did not just give that black man a little bit more time? If he could have just said, stop, sir. If he could have just said, stop one more time, maybe that gentleman would have listened. So they're looking at it saying, when you have officers from your own community, you're willing to be more empathetic. You're willing to take more time to say, hey, can you please just listen? Can you please? And it does matter, you guys. It does. It matters. But what I'm saying is, if I give you 3 additional seconds and my decision is still to make the same decision as a white officer, where's the problem? Where's the problem? Because I tell people all the time with the Rayshard Brooks situation, the moment he picked that taser off the ground, mind you, he just assaulted these officers. He took on 2 officers. The moment he touched the taser, he was a dead man walking. A dead man walking. By law. By law. I'm talking by law. If we talk morals, it's like, but it's a taser. Should he have? Yeah, of course. He shouldn't have died. It's unfortunate. But by law, the moment he picked that up, the moment he resisted arrest, he opened Pandora's box from a multitude. I just finished watching Spider-Man. A multiverse of options present themselves. He created a string of different channels and timelines of choices that could have ended in multiple reasons, depending on what the officer, the training of the officer, the temperament of the officer. And we looked at the training of an officer, the experience of an officer. I did a video talking about Russian roulette, you guys. This is what it's like. You don't know what kind of officer you're getting. It's a gamble. So when you choose, you want to buck an officer, resist arrest, you better pray that officer is good at their job. All right. Man, Mr. 444, let me get you in. Unmute yourself. Dean, if you want to hang tight, brother, you can, man. It's good comment. You don't have to go nowhere. I want to just get Mr. 44 in.
First of all, I want to say congratulations to Mr. Nathan Daley. He's doing a great job. I've been following him. I like his work, and he told me this was coming, and I've seen it coming. I've seen them building it. I've been pushing them and hitting them. He said it was coming.
Thank you, sir.
So let me first of all give him a congratulations, and you know what I mean. I tried to go give you a super chat, but I couldn't set it up. But I got a super chat for you.
I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it.
And what I wanted to say is it goes back. I just want to know what's the difference between this and the Muhammad Noor case. He got convicted of killing Miss Ruchek, and he shot the lady when she called the police in Minnesota, where he shot the lady walking when she called and said that she see 2 people getting raped, and she walked up for the police car, and he just get convicted for manslaughter, and he shot the lady shooting across the body of his officer. You familiar with that case?
Yes. Is that the one where the man, I think he was Ethiopian, the officer was Ethiopian?
Yes.
Right. And the lady was Australian white, I think.
Yes, and Miss Ruth check. She was called the police. She came out her house. He thought it was seeing a ghost, and he just shot her.
Yes.
He got convicted.
Yes, he
That
did.
couldn't have been a mistake. She can't say that's a mistake either. Because
Correct.
at the end of the day, it goes hand in hand. She did that. He did it by mistake, but he could have killed his officer. His officer was right there. He shot across his officer.
Yes, he did. He did. And this is why this leads to another segment of a conversation that needs to be had. And I thought about it once they had convicted this guy of 110 years in that trucking accident. And I've always been a firm believer about making sure the crime fits the punishment, the time fits the punishment. The issue I have with the criminal justice system is the inconsistency of how time is given, right? The inconsistency of how time is given from one case that's the same in California, or another case that's the same in New York, a case that's the same in Georgia. I don't like how California got 5, New York got 20, Georgia got 30. It's like, man, hold on. This brother over there did the same thing. You trying to give me 110 for that? This is an accident. We have to, as a nation, as citizens, we are in control of this country. We're supposed to be, right?
So
We're supposed to be. We're supposed to be able to say what we like and what we don't like. We're supposed to say, hey, look, we want uniformity across the board. We want equitable treatment across the board when it comes to sentencing. You know, I have a video talking about the racial disparities when it comes to sentencing between white and black. It's a known thing, right? And you can play in the system and you can see all the unfair games and you can call it out. I'm calling it out. There's disparities there. So in that case, that officer shot a white woman and it was a big deal.
Yes, it was.
He's claiming it was an accident. Whether it was an accident or not, it shouldn't have happened. It should not have happened. And you're talking about an officer who has made a very poor decision. The reaction time, reacting poorly, misidentifying a threat. That's a problem. You hear military people talk about that. Hey, you got to be clear when you pull that trigger. You can't misidentify. I think that child may have this, or this lady might carry a bomb. No, you better get confirmation before you pull the trigger. This is why I don't agree with the Breonna Taylor case, right? You can't shoot in the dark. As officers, they train us on that. That's why we have flashlights. Why? So we can see the target. You know, I've been in a shooting simulator for the first time. I remember going in, it was a dark room. And this is what distinguishes officers from a department with great training and those who don't have it. It's an expensive program to have. In the simulator, going in, it's a dark room. And I take my flashlight out and the flashlight's not working. This is my equipment now. I'm like, damn, I can't use my flashlight. I have my gun. The suspect jumps out. I shoot the suspect. Boom, boom, get the suspect. Well, the instructor turns the simulator off and said, what did you do wrong? I said, nothing. I shot the guy. He said, how do you know that wasn't the victim? I couldn't answer. He said, your flashlight didn't work and you just dropped your flashlight on the ground. I said, I mean, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think. This is what training does. It requires you to think. But once you think about it the first time, it's stored away. It's stored away in your muscle memory and you practice on that. And the moment I didn't have an answer, I didn't know what to say. He said, how come you didn't turn the lights on when you came in the room? It sounds like it was a duh moment. I had a moment where I didn't even think. So that's the danger of this job when you have officers that don't think.
So when you look
trained to think, who aren't trained to critically think. What did he say? You came in a room that's dark. Why would you go in a dark room? You realize your flashlight didn't work. You still had your gun out. You still took a risk and shot someone. You had no idea who you were shooting. You assumed that person was the shooter. You assumed that person was dangerous. Did you see a weapon? He turned the light on, man. He didn't have a weapon. So this is a simulator, you guys. I just shot someone who I would not have been authorized to shoot. Now I have to go in court and play games now. Now I got to go in court and play Officer Potter. You see what I'm saying? Now I have to try to defend myself. or I can try to be better so that something like that doesn't happen. He said, turn the light on. So when you have these guys, these officers at Breonna Taylor's door, these clowns are shooting in the dark. And they justify it because they were shot at. That's not justification to blindly shoot 40-something rounds in a home, right? This is what training means. We have to be better than these circumstances and possibilities.
It's funny you said that. It's funny you said training, because this lady says she did all these years of training, but when you got 5 officers that your last 5 colleagues from your state, from Hennepin County, has been arrested for doing misconduct, and you see the things that's been happening right then in that time,
right?
You telling me right then and there your training should have been been able to de-escalate because of what you just seen. So you telling me in the prior month that you seen Muhammad Noor killed somebody by mistake.
Right.
They said George Floyd did that by mistake, and that's you saying that's your colleague. So you don't think that there was some type of level of more de-escalation because they calling y'all murder-apologist, murder soda. They're calling y'all murder soda.
Yeah.
So, and I'm quite sure you was trained off of plain smell, plain view, and plain sight.
Yes.
So when the officer pulled them over and said he smelled marijuana, they all should have came out the car.
Yes.
They should have been pulled out the car. Once he came and told her that I see plain weed, excuse me, we must search the car. Now that's a bigger crime than the warrant because one is in concert.
What should have happened, and that would have been a good way to
get him out the car and and put the lady on that side, and put the 2 men on that side because there's a female there. So why wasn't she on the female side and the man is on the female side? That's very strange. You got a woman officer and there's a female in the car. Why is she not on the female side and there's 2 women officers? Why he go to the other side and that man need help?
Correct. You know, and I would say this, I spoke on it earlier, and just because she's a female officer, because I've heard people make comments like, you know, this is why women shouldn't be in the profession. I wholeheartedly disagree.
No, I didn't think to that, but
not
you.
Side. Yeah, so she is training. So she's supposed to be up under the rookie, you know. So in that circumstance with the sergeant off to the side, that's one thing. That's one thing with the sergeant. With the sergeant off to one side, that's one thing. And she's over the side with the driver. That's okay. But to your point, you're absolutely correct. What could have been a good way to handle that? Getting them out of the car under the pretext of the marijuana, right? And with them saying, here, the marijuana is an issue. So let me address the marijuana situation before I bring up the warrant. And the reason why I say that is it's important as officers to keep people calm, because the moment he panicked, he did something reckless. Daunte did something reckless. He resisted arrest. That's very reckless and it's dangerous. And so the officer did not have good control over him at all. We're talking very poor handcuffing technique, which allowed Daunte to break free. Then you had Officer Potters, who wasn't even close enough to help out. And you know you're going to arrest him. She should have been right by the door.
He said we're going to arrest him. Once they said arrest is a female on the other side. He should have went to that side because it's a female. But like you said, to be able to, I think you would have said, excuse me, we must search the car and get him out because now you take control of the car because you have a right to, because of the plain smell, the plain view, and the plain sight. So you have that on your side. He just ignored that and said, get him for the warrant. So you could have used that, and she acknowledged that's how you be able to do things and crafty to do a great arrest.
And that takes experience. And again, this is a rookie, right? I would have noticed that. You know, I would have played on that because my goal is to make sure I don't want to alert him that he has a warrant while he's still in the car, because then he could drive off, right? You get him out, make him comfortable. Listen, I'm just going to write you a little ticket for handling this stuff on your window. I've arrested plenty of people when they were just not even paying attention. You talk them into handcuffs, talk them in the back of the car, and you don't have to do so. That's a skill set though that comes with experience. You know, the problem is you had two officers who knew they were going to make an arrest, and they gave him so much space and so much, they were so comfortable that Daunte had that he created an opportunity for himself to break free, you know. So let me roll through some of these I've been ignoring the chat room. Let me go through here real quick. I gotta scroll back.
Nathan, I'm gonna jump off, but
jumping off.
I really do appreciate your platform, and I look forward to seeing where you take this. I'm really enjoying this.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the conversation as well, Dean. I appreciate you.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Good night. All right, Dean, the man. Let me see what these chats, you guys. I really appreciate all the support. Let's see. These comments. Let me see. What are they saying? What are they saying on here? Someone made a comment says, does more money automatically equal a higher standard? I don't think so. Look at racist judges who make a lot. No, it's not just about the money, you guys. It's not just about the money. It is a totality of a lot of things that create quality and raise standards. But money is never just the only solution. Where are the parents? Why can't they read? The right people need to do that. Let's see. Hey, you guys, yes, please, you guys, get the likes up. I know there's like 300 of us in the room. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Someone said, Nathan, stop the excuses. That's programmer X. Man, come on, you guys. If you guys disagree, please come on. I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear your thoughts. Don't be shy. Please come up and express. Why am I making excuses? What are the excuses about? You got to give me a little bit more. Program X, you got to hook me up. I want to talk about it, you guys. We're not shying away from anything on this channel. There's nothing to hide. Again, I'm not your enemy. I have to say it again, you guys. I'm not your enemy. So if you have a disagreement, please bring it up. Please bring it up. Let's see. Black parents must teach their children and stop looking to the school to brainwash our children. I didn't say it. Listen, you guys, you can't complain about something and then not put yourself in a position to make change. All right. I've worked in police departments and I've had my complaints, and now I'm doing something, right? I've always spoke out about things that weren't right.
Exactly.
The bullet. Go ahead.
If you're gonna say change something, you gotta be part of change. Be part of it. Don't just, want somebody else. Teach you, show you, tell you what to do, and we all do it. Right. Don't say, oh, we need to change. Put something in the chat. State what they need to change. And because you are fairly fair with everything you do, you're not biased. You give it to you in raw. Like you said, just no disrespect.
Just be respectful. That's it. That's all I always ask, is be respectful, because we get more with respect than we do with disrespect. The bullet this one is from Max Smith. The bullet that killed Daunte was shown in the trial. It was a hollow point. It flared on the top, blooming flower. When it hit, he was deceased in seconds. Yes, it was. It's very true.
The reason why they use hollow points, because so the bullets won't go through the person to hit someone else. That's the reason for the hollow points. Because if they do, other bullets is going to go through you and hit someone else. So hollow points look bad, but it's best for it protects the officer and protects the person that's behind you. Absolutely,
and that's very true. You're absolutely correct. That's the reason why we use that ammunition. Is actually for the betterment. Regardless, it was a bad shoot. That bullet shouldn't have even been in him in the first place. Patrick Bellemare said this, which is genius. This is a quote from John Rockefeller. I don't want a nation of critical thinkers. I want a nation of obedient workers. Man, you guys, this is true. This is why we're in the situation we're in now in this country.
This is why on my channel I talk about change. I'm talking about helping people. If you could wake up and know something greater than yourself to help other people. That's what it's about. That's what you get on this channel. You want to show police is not biased. You want to show, transparency. Look at me. I'm not out here doing nothing. Look at me. Look. You want to be transparent. You stepping up to show with other cops. I asked a cop the other day, can I talk to you? He said, I can't even talk to you. I can't even interview you. I can't even do nothing. And it made me feel bad because he couldn't tell me nothing. And I asked him, why do you think they gave you the badge? The badge is to protect you. The gun is to protect us.
Correct.
The badge, the gun is, you're not given that gun because you're immunized by all crime. So the badge was given, the gun was given to you to protect us.
Correct.
So if you have to shoot somebody, it should be because they was harming a citizen, not because they was harming you, but because we shouldn't harm you.
Correct.
We not supposed to do that. That's why an officer can't be charged with a third-degree murder because he can't shoot nothing with a depraved mind.
Yes. Whew. I mean, you're absolutely correct. And the ones that are charged with murder, I mean, you got to think about how much you have to really be able to prove that intent, that malice nature. It's hard. It's hard. And we had one, I can't remember the case it was, but the officer tried to plant his taser, shot a man in the back as he was running and tried to plant the taser on the ground. I can't remember his name, but they got him for murder, and that's murder. You know, that's murder.
Yeah. Yes, murder, but when like that's why Muhammad Noor, the one that shot the lady, Miss Rubcheck, came back and they overturned the third degree. Now Derek Chauvin third degree is to overturn. Now the other officers can't be charged with third degree murder.
Yeah, and I think because there's always that political piece they try to fight against. I mean, I would say the media, they try to fight, right? They want to keep things cool. So they try to make sure they please the public by doing things like that, and which is a problem. What is Houdini Unchained? Houdini Unchained. Thank you so much for that super chat. I really appreciate that. No comment, just real love, straight love. I really appreciate that, you guys, and supporting as well. You guys, listen, if anybody wants to come up, if anybody wants to come up into the chat and express their thoughts, by all means, if you have a disagreement, I would love to hear your disagreement. Let me go through these comments.
Let me ask you a question, Nathan. Do you think her having that paper in her hand should have been put in her pocket? She shouldn't have been rambling with something else. It just shows that paper in her hand. The paper is in her hand, and she's fumbling, and she's saying taser, taser, but the gun is in her hand.
Yeah, again, I think that played a role in it. The way we would train is that we would never keep anything in our dominant hand.
Exactly.
We would never keep anything in our dominant hand. Because when you are in fear and when you're nervous, when you're scared, the brain works in a funny way. It goes to your I think it's called the sympathetic nervous system, starts to kick in. And when that happens, you start operating, your body starts to operate on autopilot. Whereas whatever you used to practice doing the most starts to really override your logic, and so she in her mind was thinking, oh my God, I'm gonna have to tase him. But her natural response from fear was pulling her weapon. Her body responded. The nervous system reacted through her natural fear response.
It's funny you said that. You're right. You're right, because when she shot him, her police, everything left out. She didn't care about the officer, like you said. You're exactly right, because fear kicked in and the officer went out of her.
Yeah.
So she started saying, I'm going to jail. He said, but she tried to run me over, Kim. But she didn't care. No, I shot a guy. She wasn't even a cop. Everything just went blank.
Out the window. And that says a lot. But yeah, that says a lot. So yeah, man, what you got on anything else you got on the case? I'm gonna jump on these and roll through some more people, man. What's your thought? I really appreciate you.
No, I'm about to go ahead,
man.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you congratulations and hit you up and everything like that. And I'm gonna bring you on my platform and we discuss it. And
shout your channel. Let people know where they can find you at.
Mr. 444 Smiles. I teach people about credit and I talk to people about life in general and try to empower people and bring them on my platform. You got a business, you want to bring it up, you want to learn about credit and how to repair your credit and get a home and stuff like that. Just basically talking business and helping, like you said, being part of help.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate that. You guys check him out when you get an opportunity to, and I appreciate you coming on, sharing your thoughts.
All right, brother.
Yes, sir. All right, all right, all right. Ooh, that was intense. I love this. We're gonna have to do more of these live streams. Let me go through here. I want to make sure. I know I've missed. Oh, I hate that if the chat is not connected to the live stream, so I have to look both sides. I promise you, I'm gonna get that fixed. Let me see. I've been visiting. Let me see. Attorney Ben Crump is going to win $50 million for Daunte's family. If Brooklyn has no insurance, that town will be remanded Daunte town. Yeah, I mean, he's going to win the lawsuit. Absolutely. As they should win it. As they should. And guess what, though? Daunte has some victims. Allegedly, there's about three or four victims that he has assaulted, shot at, maybe robbed, I think, or one of the effects. I know for a fact he has a robbery. He robbed a young lady for money. And allegedly he shot someone, put them in a coma, or him or his friend, along with his friend, has shot someone. So they're actually already filing charges against, they're already filing suits against his estate, you guys. So, you know, he wasn't this amazing kid at all. He was a criminal. He was a criminal, but and just because he's a criminal doesn't mean he deserved to have been shot. He should have not been shot. He should be alive today, and his butt should be in jail. Let's see. Common Man 80 says the black market will change your idea of humanity. It sure will. It sure will. What else we have? I live in this is Mayo Fuentes. I gotta work on my Spanish. I live in Long Island, New York. I sued the Suffolk County Police Department about 15 years ago before cameras were everywhere. The same thing were to happen now, that officer would be out of a job. Exactly. We have to stop making excuses in this profession, to be honest. We need to rise. We need to rise to the occasion. Let's see. Why was the cops there to begin with? There's your problem. I've had a cop draw his weapon on me for a Walkman on my hip. Yeah, there's a lot that needs to be discussed, you guys. All police officers are not created equal. Our training is not all equal. All departments are not equal. And that's why everybody's individual experience is very important, because it sheds light on what people are going through. And just because you have a bad experience with the officer, I just urge you to still keep an open mind and recognize that that's not all of us. And also, when we're looking at these situations as they occur, be fair, give a balanced perspective, and look at both sides. And we have to just be mindful. We have to be mindful. But I plan on bringing a lot of truth to this space and having these conversations. And shout out to Gail at Night. You are so amazing. You are so amazing. And I can honestly say this is my first stream, and I was struggle streaming. I had some help. I had some help behind the scenes, you guys. And I was told that something was definitely going to go wrong. And I have my first story that I could not connect these chats. And I hate that, man, because I want you guys to see the comments that I want to highlight. But it's all good. We're going to go through that. Let's scroll through. Thank you to all my moderators. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting something different. This is true. That's Sharia. Let's see. Anybody else want to come up? Y'all are quiet. Y'all. You know what's so funny? There are a couple of people. I have maybe like 2-3 subscribers that when I post videos, they are always, challenging me on a lot of stuff. I was hoping that they'll be here tonight. But it's okay. There's gonna be many more nights, you guys. Don't be shy, you guys. I'm not here to be rude. I'm not here to be disrespectful or anything like that. I'm really here to inform and give insight. I believe that change comes when people are aware. They have awareness. They're educated on the topic. People are transparent. Transparency is key, and then people are willing to put the work. If you want to change this, then put the work in. Let's see. What else are we here? I want to scroll up and see some of the things you guys are saying so I can comment on it. Please keep the comment section and chat respectful. Man, who's being disrespectful? Let me call them out, Gail. Let me hear it. I need to respond to some of these. Let's see. They're easily intimidated. Why are my comments not going through? I respect that, but I'm not giving anyone any additional 3 seconds to possibly take my life. All right, Real McCoy is 100% correct, you guys. Here's the problem: as officers, we're not obligated to like you, right? We're not obligated to care about your personal life. I would say that you have some officers, you might think that they're racist, white officers. I disagree. I think what you'll see is more officers who are maybe not black are just racially insensitive. They just really don't care about your circumstance. But should they care? Does it really matter? Because what really matters is the law, whether or not you're breaking it or not, whether or not you're following authority. A lot of times that I've seen in the black community, what a lot of our people have an issue with is the professionalism. The professionalism. And it's not all officers, you guys. But I see this as white, black, Hispanic, Asian, and female officers. Well, I only know a few Asian officers. But in female officers, the biggest complaint I get from other female citizens, is that the women officers can be nasty to them. You know, sometimes we think that because someone is of our same gender or same ethnicity that we're going to be treated a certain way better. But then you find out as officers, some officers really don't care what you look like. They care that you just do what they ask you to do, right? I think it's the professionalism from what I've seen in my experience, the lack of empathy from my experience. But then the question is, but did the officer do what the officer was supposed to do according to law? And the answer is yes. But then you wanted the officer to be friendly. I think what Real McCoy said is perfectly true. That I respect that, but I'm not giving anyone an extra 3 seconds to possibly take my life. He's 100% correct. Officers are not obligated to give you warnings. If everything lines up, you're done, right? You're done. Those are courtesies, and every officer's courtesy is different. Let's see. What are your thoughts on social workers responding to mental health calls with officers? I think it's an excellent idea, and that's TJK. Man, these names are. Yeah, social work. Absolutely. I said, let them do it. Why? Because police officers for so long have been doing everybody's job. I'm a firm believer. Take this load off of us. I think officers should only be responding to like violent offenses. That's how we can reduce this stuff, right? And let the citizens see what it looks like when you remove officers from 80% of the work that they've been doing and someone else should have been doing it. You know what ends up happening? You force people in these other social programs to step their game up. Yeah, give them some of the budget. Yes, give it to them. I would love that. And it's actually part of my reform. Yeah, give them some of the money to do their job. And guess who's going to start complaining? The people are. The people are going to complain because guess what happens when 4 o'clock in the morning you have a domestic issue and a child needs to be removed from a house? What happens when you have an issue in a home where normally a police officer would show up to address it? Now you got to call this social worker. Now these social workers who always were working 9 to 5 now have to get up out of their bed. Now have to work around the clock now. Yeah, you can't call us now for those things. What would it look like? What would it look like? I think that's an amazing question. I love it. Officers love it. You guys, you don't hear the things, you don't get to hear what we say and how we feel. We love the idea. Yeah, let them do their job. Officers are taking on the responsibility of too many people. It should be in a society now, when you see the police show up, you know you've messed up, right? You're like, now, can you imagine if we had extremely elite trained officers, when they touch ground and you see them, you comply because you know, right? You know. And now we have officers responding to so much stuff, you guys. I could tell you, call the police because my neighbor's music is too loud. Call the police because the dog next door has crapped all over my yard. Call the police. Call the police because I'm stranded. The police are, we would like to say, like the babysitters of society. That needs to change. That needs to change. And I think by changing that, people need to understand what will happen. That responsibility has to go somewhere else. That takes the burden off the police. We can reduce that. It gives us more time to do what? Train. We're less burnt out. We're less stressed. There's a lot of positive that comes from people picking up the slack. But I'll tell you what though, then in turn, those people in those social programs are gonna be like, hey, we need to get paid more. Because why do we have to do all this stuff? The police are doing it just fine. Nah. Let them do their job. Let them do their job. Let's go down. I appreciate it. Keep up the great work. Also, police for Metro Atlanta agency. So I'm happy to see someone speaking freely about these topics. Yeah. Real McCoy. Yeah, because again, we don't have good representation. No one can really talk about it. But the few that do talk about this, they seem to have a very weird view of things, right? Like they're disingenuous when they talk to police issues. I was watching a video with some officer on YouTube justifying a man getting shot in the back 9 times in a wheelchair. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. I've lived both upper and lower class areas, and I'm still treated the same. They stopped officers from encountering any use of force without first calling a supervisor in the prison and stopped all the craziness. Crisis social workers work 24 hours a day. They respond all night. Crisis, yes. If I'm not mistaken, we use crisis social workers for mental health concerns. And listen, they are, and this is where the problem lies, right? Because I've worked with the crisis center. They're not that easy to get out. There's a lot of red tape. You got to call this number, call that number. And I think this is one of the things when you know officers are no longer going to be responding to certain things, you're then going to have to fix these other systems, these other social programs that aren't efficient, right? They're not working efficiently. And it forces them to start looking at their own mess to where now they have to pick up the pieces. They're 24 hours, but they don't, you wouldn't think they were. And you got to remember too, every county, every city is different. And you might have a 24-hour spot. You might have a 24-hour crisis center, but man, they are a hassle to deal with because they just don't get up and get to work, right? You got to, I can't tell you, even DFACs, you guys. I've had a call. I knew right away the kid was getting taken. I had a gentleman, I arrested him. He was shooting up heroin in the car. He had his son in the car. They were homeless and they had no other family. I knew right away. I said, sir, listen, you're going to jail. So I'm gonna have to take your child. I must have called, I'll never forget. I called DFACs at 5 o'clock. They didn't show up till 1 o'clock at the police department. They didn't show up till 1 o'clock. And how can I come on live? Well, one of the moderators dropped the link to jump on. I'm glad I caught that. Yeah. I'm gonna get you on here. Let me see. Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. There's a link coming through to join. If you want to call in, hit that link. Thank you, Gail, for dropping that. Oh, there we go. We got us somebody. Hey, how you doing, sir?
Hey, I've got to tell you, I have never seen you before, and I tuned into this tonight, and I found you so fascinating, so articulate.
Thank you.
About, and I've always respected the police. I'm a 73-year-old man. I never had a ticket in my life.
Okay.
And I was pulled over at Walmart by a Spanish policeman.
Mm-hmm.
And I got out of my truck and he said, "Get back in your truck. Get back in your truck." And I'm like I said, I'm an old man. I didn't know that you're not supposed to get out of your truck.
Understood, right?
So I got in there and I go, "What'd I do?" He goes, your license plates or whatever you call it behind. And I said, well, for how long? He goes, 3 years. I went, oh, shit. I mean, oh, geez. And I said, well, how much is this going to cost me? And he goes, can you read? I went, yeah. And he goes, look at the pink part of the ticket. So anyway, it was $125. Plus I
Yeah.
had to pay for the 3 years I never paid.
Golly.
I don't even have Alzheimer's, but I don't know. I didn't pay him.
Right.
Anyway, so I go to the courthouse to pay the fine, and the lady threw it out.
Mm.
I told her how rude the policeman was and that I'd never been stopped in my life, never had a ticket. And so that was my first encounter with a policeman. And so when I see what happens to Black people in our community, it upsets me very much.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I know there's this different dichotomy.
Yes.
But it's like another thing. Discrimination is such a horrible thing, or to judge. The hardest thing in my life to do is not to judge.
Yes.
I went to Vietnam to kill Vietnamese, and they live next door to me now.
Whew, that's deep.
Like, how cool is that?
Right.
And they're wonderful people. They're absolutely wonderful. So our government, I don't know, it sets us in this mood, especially if you've ever been in the military, which to me, maybe that's what police work is like. It's kind of militaristic in a sense.
Right.
But I just wanted to come on and say how thankful I am that we have somebody who has a brain and who is telling it like it is.
Absolutely.
Because most of us white people, and I'm generalizing, I know, but most of us have not experienced the life that you have or other people that are more poor. I'm poor right now. I'm on poverty level. I'm on like 10,000 a year. And so I love it because I get all these benefits that if I was still working, I wouldn't get. I've got Medicare and Medicaid now.
Right.
And so I don't pay for shit. And I've got a link card. Well, they give me $95 a week. So that's like $25 a week to eat.
Right.
And that's what I live off of. And so when I see, I wish I knew how to get into the community and help. I'm in a very small town in Southern Illinois.
Okay.
And there's like, it's very segregated. There's the Black part of town and the white.
Right.
And I don't know how I can help. I would like to know how I could help.
I would say something as simple as this right here, having the conversation. I think people downplay the power of communication.
Yes, no, I interrupted. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I was going to say that we don't talk enough, right? Like you just mentioned, we live on one side, a group lives on the other side. Yeah. Being able to talk to people in our own community and help dispel a lot of myths, to break a lot of these chains of ignorance that have been plaguing us in this country, right? That's how you help, because you can be in spaces that a lot of us can't go in. You can be places and have conversations and help educate people to think differently, challenge them on things that they might be ignorant on, challenge them. Sometimes you don't necessarily have to do anything physical. It's about starting a conversation. This dialogue with us right here. And again, before I even say that, I want to say thank you for your service as well.
Oh, geez. I went in at 17 in 1965.
It was drafting back then, boy.
Oh, I know. So that's why I went in, because I thought I'm going to get drafted. I might as well go.
Right.
So I didn't finish high school. I went in. My parents wouldn't sign for me because they had to sign, but eventually my dad did.
Right.
And I never feared for my life. I hate to say I was there. I was on a guided missile destroyer.
Mm-hmm.
And so we had a missile on board. They would have never fired on our ship. And it was a destroyer, so we escorted the USS Enterprise. So I didn't go through any kind of hell in Vietnam. In fact, I was a ship mascot because I was the youngest and the smallest. I'm only 5'6".
Right.
And so I had a good time, and we did all kinds of drugs. I mean, it was right on the ship. I mean, everybody did drugs. We did acid, we did coke, you name it.
Nice.
We didn't have
Yeah.
meth then, but damn, we did all kinds of drugs. So when I came back, I was like, when I came back, another thing I
Twisted.
want to mention.
Yeah. Let me hear
Came
it. Go
back,
ahead.
and I'm walking down the streets. I had my navy blues on,
Okay.
and I was discharged in Los Angeles. And I'm walking down the streets. This was the 60s, and a white guy spit on me.
Mm.
And it's like, it like broke my heart, man, because I was naive when I went in. I was stupid to go in 1965, but like you said, I would have been drafted, so it didn't matter.
Listen, you have something. I love the fact that you're on this channel. I want you to subscribe. I want you to subscribe. I want you anytime, anytime you see me up, and I want you to send me an email after we get off this talk, because I want to talk to you about some things and I'm going to explain why your wisdom, your experience is vital for this space, because you have something that a lot of us don't have. You've lived in an era that a lot of us only read about, right? I would love to just pick your brain and just understand the dynamics, right? You know, there's one thing I want to say to you, and I'm going to cycle through because the chat is filling up.
Yes, I don't want to take all the time.
No, you're fine. White privilege. White privilege. Is it real? Does it exist? I want to hear from some.
Yes, it
does
does
exist. Okay.
Of course. I came from a upper middle class family.
Okay.
And now I make $10,000 a year on my Social Security.
Right.
So I went from big bucks to nothing. And it's taken me years to understand that, and to live at a lower level of poverty, to live when I say lower level, I mean income, not being able to eat what I want or buy what I want, when I used to could buy whatever I wanted. Well, not whatever, but to some extent, much more than now.
Right.
So I see that dichotomy, and I see that I had put people down, that I judged people because of their poverty. Now I'm there. And like, how cool is that? It's like, it's supposed to teach me something, I think. It teach me a lesson in this life, and I'm trying to learn it. I'm trying not to judge in any way.
It's something that we get to learn together. And I think that's the reason why it's important that we talk to people before us, right?
It's so important. It's so
important. And let me ask you this. You say white privilege is real. Let me ask you this though. Why is it that some white people are offended when you say that it's white privilege is a thing? They get offended by it. And a lot of times you hear the response, which I do agree with it though. I agree with the logic that comes, what they state is that I came from nothing, right? How do you say someone is privileged when they themselves came from nothing? Their parents may have abandoned them, or their parents were maybe drug addicts, right? And they had to get their life out of the mud. They had to work hard in their own community, competing against their own people. Is that person privileged in their own right, in their own space? Or is that something that only Black people think about, or it's only a reality to people who are not white?
No.
Okay.
No, honestly, I don't think most white people know they're privileged. I think they just accept it as fact, and that's the way we've been brought up. And so we never dealt with the other side. I grew up in a gated community. We never dealt with anybody. And all my friends, if we all had money and we all had new cars, and we can all go and do whatever we wanted because our parents did it to us. Our parents gave us that. My parents bought my first apartment for me and paid my rent and bought me a new car every 2 years.
I had to do it all myself. So I wish we had to.
When you're raised that way, you don't know any different. You don't think about what other people are going through in this life. But as you mature and you understand the differences, then you do realize that, you are really privileged. So and now that I live in low income and have to deal with what other people have dealt with for centuries,
right?
I'm humbled by that.
Very humbling. It's very humbling. So what you're saying is you messed your white privilege up That's what you're telling us. No, I think, man, I think that's beautiful, and I think it's important that we have these conversations. And
I do too, because we don't talk.
we don't talk. Yeah, I don't talk.
When I see a Spanish person, I always say "hola" to them, and I read, write, and speak Japanese.
Same here.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Konbanwa.
Oh, jeez. And I'll speak to people because I'm in a little tiny southern town.
Yeah.
I mean, Southern Illinois is like, you might as well be in Alabama or Mississippi. It's all rednecks and just, I don't know. It's just different because I was raised in Chicago. So I have a whole different thoughts about that than the people down here.
Okay.
But,
listen, we got to talk some more. Please email me. Check, look for my email. Email me. We have to talk some more. I have to get some more.
I've got to let you go. And,
yes, sir. Listen. Oyasumi Nasai.
Yes. I am so glad to have met you tonight and to find your channel, because it's awakened me to many thoughts that I hadn't thought about. And another thing before I go, this whole thing about what is her name? Potter?
Yes.
I just think she's wrong. I don't care if,
she's wrong. Yeah.
She was a mistake, or if she thought it was a mistake, whatever. I don't care. She's guilty. And I'm afraid that nothing's going to happen to her.
Yeah, it looks like a possible hung jury from what I've seen today. It might be a hung, but I mean, she should be guilty. I mean, I know she's guilty.
Everybody knows she's guilty.
Yeah, but they're trying to justify it. So we'll see. So stay tuned. We'll stay tuned.
Right. And thank you for having me on, and bless everybody that's here.
Thank you.
You're going to get so many more people on here because I'm going to tell everybody about it.
Hey, please do. Make sure you email me. We'll stay in touch.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right, gentlemen. I see you guys. I see Kobe. I see you. Tom, I see you. We get my boy Dre on here.
How's it going?
What's good? What's good?
Hello, Big Nate.
Yes, sir. What's up? You guys, me and Dre go way back. Kobe, you quick. Yeah, go ahead, Kobe. Go ahead.
I live in Brooklyn Center. Center, so I'm actually right here where she did it. So just want to throw that out there. So I'm explaining.
All right, you got time, right? You got time?
Yeah, I got some time.
Okay, cool. All right, let me get my boy Dre in. Go ahead, Dre. Let me what you got going on, boss?
Not much. I find it very interesting. You know how we were trained, and what we went through. But
yeah, hold on. Give people some background real quick. They might not know. Hold on, we got an officer here too. Let me make sure he got time. Who got Tom? Tom, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I can hear you.
All right, you got time? Or how you looking on your side?
I got some time. I'm good.
All right, okay, brother. All right, give us 1 second. Let me get you in.
Sure.
All right, go ahead, Dre. Give people the background real quick.
Dre Blanco, 17 years in law enforcement, 9 years with the DeKalb County Police Department. Went into prosecutions as an investigator. I kind of rose quick. Was on was patrol for like 3 years, then went to criminal investigations, doing a couple of narcotics, gangs, homicide, what else? On robbery. So that was
tell them how we know each other, man.
Yeah, we was in the police academy together.
Yes, sir. Listen, you guys.
Some hard charges.
Yes, sir. Listen, you guys. This man right here knows his stuff. Okay, he knows his stuff. We're in the academy together. And I'm not gonna tell you this. He can tell you exactly the same things that I'm telling you. But I love the fact that he's here. I didn't know he was coming. I'm glad he's here to speak on a lot of these things, or things that he feels comfortable speaking on. But he has a lot of wisdom, you guys. And he experienced the same things I experienced. We were in the same academy, had the same instructor. And I'm honored that you're here. I appreciate it, brother. So let's get your thoughts on what you want to talk about. Because we were some hard charges. We didn't play. We hit the streets. We were not playing. But one thing I will say about us, you guys, is that we were about apprehending criminals. We're about making our community safe. That was our priority. We weren't no ticket cops. We weren't out here playing around harassing people and things of that nature. We did it. We did things right. We did it by the book, and we were very well respected in our departments as we were working. And you know, you're looking at two men with some strong integrity. So my brother Dre, go ahead. Let's take the mic.
I think what it is a lot of times the community doesn't understand that once we put handcuffs on, they don't stay on. If I can't prove that you committed this crime, I'm not taking you to jail. I'm not creating anything. Because at the end of the day, I have to stand before that judge and tell the judge, hey, this is what I have.
Right.
Now, it's like search warrants. There was always a trick. When you type up an arrest warrant, you have to explain to the judge what happened. But when you type up a search warrant, there's actually no communication. The judge does all the reading, and all you have to say is, do you swear this is true? Yes. So it pretty much holds you to everything that you put down on that affidavit.
Right.
So when it comes down to to what's going on, I think we have to know the laws. Here in Georgia, it's impossible for you to get behind the wheel of a vehicle and not violate the traffic law.
Right.
Impossible. So, but there's a disparity. I used to patrol both in predominantly white neighborhoods and black neighborhoods. I pulled over, it was, I think, 1 o'clock in the morning, pulled over a black vehicle driving down with no lights. Pulled the vehicle over, there was a black female driving, and she cussed me out. Why the hell did you pull me over? I said, ma'am, just do me a favor, step out your car and look at the front of your car. She saw that she didn't have her lights on, apologized, told me, write her a ticket. I was like, no, I was just giving you a warning, cuss me out again. You're gonna write me this ticket. But then when I'm patrolling in a white neighborhoods, pull over a car for running several red lights. Sir, I appreciate what you do. You have a hard job. I do not appreciate this ticket, and I will be fighting it. Thank you, sir. The sign right here, and your court date is such and such. So there's a disparity, and we have to fix the communication between each other. It's all about how we talk to each other.
Yes.
Okay? You don't have to, if I pull you over, that's not the time to fight this ticket.
Correct.
Take it, go about your business. Okay. Don't allow yourself to be baited, because there are officers out there that will try to bait you into a confrontation to add charges when they have none.
That's true.
Okay? Stand by what you know. If you don't know if you did anything wrong, accept the ticket, fight it in court. Fight another day. Because what's going to happen is, what? Have you been drinking? They're gonna come up with something. Don't give them that opportunity.
Right.
And I don't know how everybody's been watching your channel, but I mean, you're right. All police officers weren't created equal.
Yep.
And you have to understand which jurisdiction you are. New York, Chicago, LA, they have unions. So if they do something wrong, they have the union to fight for them. That's why you don't see a lot of officers getting charged, because it's political, and unions will get with those politicians. Here in Georgia, we don't have a union.
Correct.
And as Daley has said in some of his other channels, we have friends that we are very close to that have done time. Police officers for making mistakes, making bad choices. And one thing that our instructor used to tell Nathan and I is, we're one decision away from being, that's what separates police from citizens, is our decisions. Yes.
We had a good instructor. Our instructor was he was a prior Marine. Both of them both our instructors were Marines, and he would hammer into us that we weren't above the law, that you were one mistake away from landing in prison. I'll never forget, he joked one time when we're taking our academy photos behind the flag and everything. He was like, don't smile in your pictures, because if you mess up, that's the picture they put on the news, right? And so he reminded us every single time we're in the academy that this is a love-hate relationship. This is a thin line you walk on. You have to move with integrity in this space. If you mess up, you're done, right? And I wonder if other departments are having that same conversation with their officers. When you talk about, you're looking at some officers who hold themselves to a really high standard when they come out here and work. It's because who taught them? We look at it like the concept, like a parent to a child, right? And the instructor is the parent to these children of officers. We're a bunch of idiots who don't know what we're doing, and we're being taught, we're being reprogrammed. How good was your parent, right? It's the same thing we look at these kids out here on the streets. We're like, where are your parents at? In Atlanta, we have kids 16, 15, 14 shooting each other. They're out past midnight, 13-year-old kids getting shot. And we're like, where are the parents at? when we look at a police department, we look at it as it's a home. It's a home, and every little body up in there in these little uniforms are children, and they're being taught. So then we go back and we say the training, that's it. It's the same thing. These officers are being trained. Me and you, Dre, we come from very good training. We didn't have the best equipment, but we had some really solid. We were exercising with tires. We didn't have no weight room. They made us get giant tires that we were working out with in the morning, you know. But the teaching was solid. The teaching was solid, and we had to clean it. They had to come back polished, right? We were armor all in these tires, and your tire wasn't clean, you know, we're all done for that morning, you know. What are your thoughts though on this, Dre? I'm curious to know what you think about this, and I want to get Tom's comments in. I want to get Kobe in. From your experience, we both worked the road. You got a chance. You were jumping around a lot, in different areas in the department. But what is your thoughts on comparison when it comes to working with white officers? We had white officers in our department. How much would you weigh white officers being racist over white officers being unprofessional, being the issue and the complaint that a lot of the Black community would have? Do you think that we misconstrue professionalism, right? Or a white officer saying that the white officers, I say a lot of times they're racially insensitive, is what I've experienced. And then I also chop it up to professionalism. What is your thoughts on that?
Here's the thing, and the gentleman that left would probably co-sign too, that was in the military. A lot of times, a lot of these white officers grew up in white neighborhoods, went to predominantly white schools, never had any true interaction with Black folks till they actually go join the military or join the police department. And that's the first time. They've never stepped foot in a Black person's home. And there's been many times I used to respond to calls and, you know, to Black people house in reference to domestic. And the house is just shuttered. You have dishes all over the place, you know, beds not made, clothes on the floor. And then they looking at us. I'm like, look, we all don't live this way, but everybody has a situation.
Right.
You know, so you can't judge, you know, you really don't know what this person is going through. So, but I think it's more or less of, we don't own our image, and the image that is showing us that we're savages. So when you have these officers, they deal with us with such disdain, you know, no empathy, just straight disdain. Oh yeah, it's true. Look, they live like animals, you know, and then you get labeled, well, you're one of the good ones. Like, well, what do you mean I'm one of the good ones?
Right.
You know,
Right.
you know,
Right.
I didn't know, I didn't grow up like this, you know?
Correct.
So it's more or less of racial insensitivity and unprofessionalism.
Yes.
You know? And that's what it is. And it's not about, you know, I used to tell folks, like, look, white police officers don't wake up in the morning saying, you know what, I'm gonna shoot me a Black person today.
Correct.
Because what goes through that is, one, you're off the job for 3 days. You lose your weapon. You have desk duty. And what folks don't understand, when you're on desk duty, most officers' base pay is not enough to really pay their own rent. So they work extra jobs, all right, doing security. So once they lose that privilege because they shot somebody, that's money that's out their pocket. Okay. Then if they happen to go to trial and they win the criminal trial, they often lose the civil.
Correct.
And if you really want to hurt an officer, put them in prison, not gonna hurt them. Get into those pockets well.
Correct.
And you know what I'm saying? So you have to look at the totality. You got to take your emotion out of it and look at the fact and the reason. You know,
absolutely.
How did we get to this point? You know, and I'm gonna end this so you can get the time. Whenever there was always an incident where an officer cussed out a driver or a Black person, or was just, you know, belligerent, the community used to be angry with me because I would ask, well, what was the last call that this officer went to? Because what you don't understand is, we'll go to a baby death, we'll go to a car accident where we had to pull somebody out the car, we'll go to a domestic, get yelled at, and then we pull you over. Or like in my case, 14-year-old kid told him, hey, if you keep doing what you're doing, you're gonna end up dead. 3 days later, I'm holding his head and he's taking his last breath in my arms.
Man, too often.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
We don't get right after that call, I'm on another call. So there's no time to decompress and get your thoughts together and your emotions together. So if I just happen to pull you over for doing something stupid and I cuss you out, you have to understand what I probably had went through before I encountered you. It's never personal. I don't take you home with me. You know, I always say you can curse me out, you can tell me whatever you want, just don't put your hands on me.
There you go. Facts. Dre, you are 100% correct. I think, and all too often we don't get a chance. This is why I love this dialogue and doing this thing here on YouTube on my channel is to give people insight, right? We have to have these conversations. People have forgot that officers are human. We're just regular people who wear the uniform, right? And we can't forget that. We can't. And I appreciate you dropping that wisdom. You know, you're welcome back here anytime, brother. You know, back 82nd, boy. We go way back. Good times though. Good times. And I'm glad I'm blessed to be here to even have this conversation with you. And I know there are a lot of prayers coming down that way from the squad. So, you know, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate your support being on the channel as well.
Yeah.
You know, much love, man. Much love. Anytime you want, man, come back, man. We talk more and chop it up on some different things. I'm glad people get to hear you echo the same things that I stated, you guys. A lot of the biggest problems that we have is that, you know, we have people who are racially insensitive. Doesn't necessarily make them wrong, but it can create problems, right? When we look at prejudice, when we look at making poor choices and things like that, or saying things that are extremely insensitive. A lot of officers get in trouble for that. You guys don't want to hear our humor behind the scenes. We are nasty. Our humor is bad as officers. If any of our jokes got out in the wild, we'd all lose our jobs, me included.
Hey, Nate, let me say this one thing real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
As much as here's another issue in where white officers fear, because they are embraced. So say they considered a cool officer and they're embraced by the community. They get complacent and they think that the community has their back. Then they go into situations where you have a call of, you know, suspicious folks. You got 6 dudes in a sitting in a stairwell, and he'll respond by himself because he thinks, oh, I've been there before, I'm cool, and they'll find themselves in a fight. So
yep. No, it's true. It's true. And that's one of the dangers of being an officer is complacency. Getting complacent in a moment can cost you your life. It almost cost me mine. So it's a real thing, you guys. And Dre, thank you again, man, for that. I'm gonna drop you down. If you want to jump back in, let me know. Let me see. Let me get the officer Kobe because he's on shift. And then Kobe, you next up. All right, brother Tom, what you got for us?
How you doing, sir? It's great to be on here. I guess if you want to know a little bit of background, I got 28 years total in the profession.
Woo!
Yeah, brother, I'm a little tired.
A little tired. Time for you to retire, man. You almost out the door.
6 years, man. I'm gonna go in 6 years, I think. Yeah. I mean, I can say that I've been there and done that. I haven't done everything, but I've been there and done that. I've been severely injured in the line of duty. I've been shot at. I mean, I've had people try to run me down with cars. I mean, had my struggles. But that's really, I got my education out here.
Okay.
And you get your education, and I worked various agencies.
Okay.
Not for bad reasons. Which it's made me a very I guess universal police officer, if you want to say.
Yeah.
I worked with many races. I mean, we're talking Hispanics, Black. I mean, you name it. I mean, I've worked with them, and some rough agencies as well. Areas where poverty was really bad. And crime was just rampant.
Yes.
But I've also worked for agencies that were bad agencies in general.
Yes.
And I had a bad experience 2 years ago with an agency. I really want to call them out really bad, but I won't.
No, I respect. Yeah. We can keep it anonymous. Trust me. But
I'll behave.
You speaking on it is the important piece. You talking about it is what people need to hear, right? And when I make a statement and say all police departments aren't created equal, all police officers are not equal. You can mention that. We don't have to call them out because we're gonna get there eventually. Trust me, we're gonna build to it.
Well, I can tell you, the thing that really upset me about them. I'm sure you've heard of Comstat.
Yes. Yep.
So it was an agency I worked for that was probably about 3.5 square miles, small, and they try to be like a metropolitan police agency, and they would come in at roll call and say, okay, guys, our goals are 5 and 2, and I'm like, what? And we only have like maybe 2 or 3 guys maximum on the squad, and I'm like, well, 5 and 2, and they're like, yeah. I mean, and they're saying, well, today, you got to have 5 stops and 2 arrests.
Yep.
Well, our biggest problem was Walmart. That was our biggest problem. Yeah. Every hour, 2 hours, you're getting a call, respond to Walmart for 2 in custody, respond for 3, it's like, okay, so there's my arrest, but then I got to go out and make my stops. And if I didn't have my stops, and not just me, but other officers,
right.
We were getting talked to.
Yep.
So the issue I have with this is you're opening yourself up to a problem.
Correct.
So you go and you stop a car. Well, first off, when you start doing that, now you become desperate because, okay, let's say you only have 2 stops for the night. Well, now probable cause goes out the window. And I'm not saying me. I'm not saying I did that because I was always afraid, to get in trouble. I don't want to be in trouble.
Right.
So, but then you start getting, okay, you're harassing me, you're doing this. And, people are looking for reasons to stop cars. Officers are, and my thing is this, I mean, you're opening not only yourself up, but you're opening up the agency to a lot of issues with that.
Yes.
And
let me give people some clarity on what you're referring to, because I understand what you're saying, but it might fly over some people. You guys, what happens in police departments sometimes, you have departments that really press the issues of writing tickets. They want tickets. Oh, and you guys hit the like button. If you're in the chat, please hit the like button. I keep forgetting to say that. I'm trying to get this multitask thing going on. It's a lot of work. It's like, but departments will pressure officers and sometimes to write citations. And what ends up happening, some officers get to a point where they kind of skip over law. They kind of circumvent around what we call probable cause, that justification to pull somebody over, because we're trying to keep up with the demands of a department. And these come from departments that don't have good practices, right? And where does this come from? This comes from unhealthy leadership, you guys. And so this puts officers in this trick bag to where now we're forced to push the envelope and say, all right, let me just stop as many cars as I can so they can get off of my back, so they can leave me alone. In my department, we would play games with our leadership, and we would say, listen, since you keep tripping about these tickets, we're going to write 100 tickets, all right, and they're all going to be warnings, because you're not going to tell us to hammer the public with citations simply because you want money. That's not how we operate. So officers will play games with the establishment as well. This is where this blue flu comes from. There's sometimes, you guys never see it, officers try to buck the actual system that we work for, because a lot of us, the majority of us, have good intentions in why we're doing the job. Would you agree, Tom? Yeah,
I agree. I agree.
And oftentimes we get caught in a political circus in our own department, and officers start acting out. And again, Tom, you guys don't understand how valuable Tom is, just kind of sharing this with us, because a lot of officers aren't comfortable speaking out about just anything for obvious reasons. And but it's so good when we can have a conversation. What are your thoughts, though, in reference to, I want to get your thoughts on the mistaking, and I know we don't like to Monday morning quarterback. I know that's our thing. But out of respect to healthy, constructive criticism and transparency as it results to the obligation the officer has to self and also to community, I would like to get your thoughts. We're not blaming Potters. I honestly believe she made an honest mistake.
Yes.
I believe she made an honest mistake. Do I think, but unfortunately in this profession, we're not afforded mistakes, and for the right reasons though, right? A pilot is not afforded mistakes, nor is a surgeon, but we all know how that works, right? And
Correct.
in your opinion, just your own personal opinion, what are your thoughts on that? The confusion of the weapon and the taser. Is it possible? Is it possible?
Well, here, yes. So here, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, being a person that has trained martial arts for many years, self-defense, currently trained Krav Maga.
What style were you in?
Well, I did karate do several years ago, back when I was younger. I currently train Krav Maga.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm getting ready to open up my own school here soon, training center for law enforcement, military, things like that.
Nice.
So I'm going to be evaluating like self-defense issues and self-defense things so that we can try to fix some of the problems that we have.
Yes.
In society and law enforcement. The thing with Kim Potter, yes, I believe it was a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at that situation, so the situation starts to heat up. Now you've been in law enforcement a long time. You understand what audiovisual exclusion is.
Yes, for the viewers, that's
flight.
That's like tunnel vision, you guys. For that, translate that. It's kind of like tunnel vision.
Yes,
mm-hmm.
your hearing kind of gets diminished a little bit.
Yes,
and your focus is just that tunnel, like you said. Yep. Everything on the outside of that circle, that tunnel is blurred out.
Correct.
Now, the camera, the body camera doesn't know the difference. It just sees what it sees.
Correct.
So, when you're watching that, you see Kim Potter, she moves to the left of the officer to get in position so she can tase him. And I truly believe that she was, with all intents, she had all the intentions of tasing him. Mm-hmm. You see the gun come out. Now the camera sees the gun.
Correct.
I think at that point, when basically everything, the adrenaline dump that she had and everything else mm-hmm. started to take over, all she was looking at is Mr. Wright's face.
Yes.
So when the gun came out, she thought she had the taser in her hand, and she yelled taser, 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 and that's when she pulled. You only have to pull the trigger one time,
right,
for it to deploy, and then when the shot rang out, that's when she realized, oh my God,
right.
And so there's a lot of things that happen. Cortisol causes stress. Okay, you get the adrenaline dump, you get an overabundance of cortisol in your system. It takes over the endorphins. You don't have enough endorphins to mitigate the stress,
right?
To mitigate the cortisol. So when that happens, it's like fight or flight, basically. So I think, yes, she made a bad mistake, but there's people that say, well, okay, she should have known the difference. Well, in that situation, when you're in that situation, you're not gonna notice the weight difference in the gun and the taser.
That's true.
A lot of people have asked me that question, and
I agree.
So I carry the taser. I carry it on me, and I've handed it to him.
Let me ask you this, because you're 100% right. I had a gentleman in here, I think Program X, which I want him to come up. I think he's military trained, and I think what people keep forgetting is that, one, I made a statement in one of my videos that I took my training very seriously. I'm on off days, I'm practicing. At work, I'm practicing.
Yes.
When you have an officer that is not taking their training seriously, this also leaks over into real life scenarios. And what ends up happening is, if you are not remind you, one of the things I thought was very interesting was that, granted, I had my tunnel vision experience really, really early in my career. Why? I worked in a department of high crime. I worked in a high crime area. There were high stress situations every single day. I kid you not. Every day I drew my weapon. Every day my weapon came out the holster. And it's embarrassing to say, the community I worked in the Black community. I worked in a predominantly high crime area, and it wasn't even the most dangerous area that I worked in. And my gun came out all the time. You're talking about someone, that's why I said time and experience. And we talk about experience. In my department, in the area in Georgia that I was working, 1 year worth of experience is I would say would be equivalent to somebody in the northern side of Georgia working 5 years. So for them working 5 years in North Georgia, it would take them 5 years to have the same experience I had with only 1 year. Do you understand?
Yes.
And this is the problem we see with certain officers who patrol certain areas, even in our country, to where they might work in an area where there's hardly any other high stress situations for them to be in, so they don't get that experience. The mistake that she made, what it said to me was that this is someone who, even after all those years of experience, did not have enough, it didn't equate to actual stressful, high intense experience to where she's able to navigate through that tunnel. My first tunnel vision, I didn't remember what happened. I couldn't even remember what was said. I couldn't remember what I did. And this is a real thing. But after those, I had maybe 2 or 3 of those. After that, everything is clear, right? You move crystal clear, right? I see the gun, I see the knife, I see the action, I see the behavior, I see the chest rise, I hear, smell. Everything is heightened. But as officers, if you don't have enough real life experience, we have military people here saying, listen, I have combat experience. I wouldn't have made a stupid mistake like that. No, it's not stupid. It's inexperience. And though she had all these years, it also speaks to an officer's state of mind. She had 26 years. She'd stopped checking her taser.
Correct.
Sometimes we have this thing, as you know, I call it, we call it RIP down here in Georgia, retired in place, when officers just give up on making efforts of being better and doing better. You can take that and use that while you got retired in place.
I like that. Yeah.
So, and we have officers like that, correct? I know you have them at your department. There's always that 1 or 2 that just can't get right.
So here we call them rods, retired on duty.
There we go. See, who's that? We're not even in the same space. We got similar names for the same foolishness, right? I told them the other day on the video I made that I've been en route to murders in progress, robberies in progress, and supervisors have caught officers hiding behind buildings, not wanting to be on scene. Can you attest to that? And
I can.
That's the issue.
Well, what I was.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's all right. It's all right. No problem. So what I was gonna just comment on the part about the experience. I think you're 100% correct on that. I've been following the trial.
Okay.
Pretty here and there at least over the last week, and it's been like just listening to her testimony and things like that. I think that's one of the first things that popped in my mind is she lacks a lot of experience. Like when they asked her about traffic stops.
Yes.
She was like, I'm sure you've done thousands in your career.
Right.
I know I have. I've done thousands in my career, and I have a lot of arrests from traffic stops, a lot of experience, what to do when you first get out of that, even before you get out of that car, even before you even make the traffic stop, you already have a plan in place.
Yes.
And okay, so this is what I'm going to do. But if all hell breaks loose, once I get out of that car, then okay, this is my plan.
Right.
And I don't, I'm a step ahead, believe me.
Yes.
I don't believe that she had really, I'm sure she's had a few traffic stops where things maybe got hairy, she went to arrest somebody. They probably took off on her, or whatever the case is. But she hasn't had a lot of that, and
right. It matters.
Or has had to deal with a lot of aggressive people.
Correct.
And I just think that this was a situation, like you said, not enough experience in a lot of areas in law enforcement, and to have 26 years, what else was she doing, in that time?
Exactly. No, you're 100% correct. I love that you said that, because it's very true. And you saying it, me saying it, people are like, they're kind of used to me saying it, but to hear another officer say it, an officer that's not Black, and echoing the same exact things, and I try to tell, I'm big on this channel saying it's not a white and Black thing. It's deeper than that. We're talking about the mindset of people, the upbringing.
Yes.
To be honest with you, when does police training start? It starts the moment you were born. Do you follow me? Do you follow me?
I'll tell you when my training started.
All right.
All right. So I had a rough childhood coming up. So, my and you're right about the born thing. I'm not going to say you're wrong there. But, I had alcoholic mom, my dad. I mean, he drank and did whatever he did. So I ended up with my grandparents. So at a very young age. So my grandparents were my police academy.
Right.
And they were very, very, my grandfather was like my drill instructor. I mean, he had the old chop hand, and he was, he's like, sit in that chair, boy.
Right.
And that's what he taught. That's how he talked to me, calling me boy. And he was a Golden Gloves championship boxer. And, back in the day, they used to stand like this.
Right.
And he put the knuckles under my chin, and I remember it, man. And so that was my discipline. That's how I came up. And then when I told my grandparents I wanted to be a cop, they were like, they just looked at me. They were like, what? And I was like, yeah.
Right.
But I think it's because of how I was raised. And I was raised in Baltimore. So, I mean, I went to, a very, very diverse school, where, we had Black, white, we had Korean, we had everything. And we were lucky if we didn't get shot at out in the parking lot when we walked into school.
Right.
So
right.
I had that experience, and that was part of my police academy, as I call it.
Absolutely.
It was like, okay, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So it's on how you come up, and
yes.
if you respect it, if you respect that, you're going to have respect out on the street.
Yes, absolutely. Well said. And these are the conversations we have to have, and people need to start seeing it, that we need to start examining the individual officer. It's not all of us. It's not all of us. And when you start looking at the background of an individual and you see where they came from, how they were raised, where they grew up, all these things play into an officer's character. Who developed this person? Who developed them? What religion is this person? You might not think it matters. Freedom of religion, of course, all day. But what does his religion or her religion say about how they interact with people, how they view others? I've worked with an officer who was an atheist. I've worked with an officer that was satanic.
Oh my God. Wow.
Could you imagine? And so we're going to say, hey, I worship the devil, I can't be an officer? Like, is that a requirement? You get what I'm saying? So
right.
But this is what we're saying, that you have people who are very weird individuals have become officers. Again, I believe that the requirement to become an officer should be one of the most difficult things any person should be able to do. We should be taking only the greatest and the best of our communities that we have to offer, and they should be paid handsomely.
I agree. I 100% agree.
And with that, we have to put the prestige back into this profession. That falls on us as officers. We have to put the prestige back into it. To where if you say this is the profession you're going in, people are like, you know, I'm a firm believer. People who work in the military, first responders, they should be treated like kings and queens, you know, for the sacrifice. It's a big thing, but we need to uphold, and we need to prop up those who have the integrity and the standards to carry this job out properly. And we need to, as officers, it's our responsibility to remove the foolishness out of here. We have to do it. And we know, we understand, and you understand the hierarchy of these things, and we know we don't have that power, but we get the people behind us to speak. The people control.
You know, back when I first got into law enforcement, and this is before I went career. You know, I mean, I was auxiliary police.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was auxiliary police in 2 agencies. In Baltimore, I was only there a year because I lived in the county, so I wanted to really I wanted to be police in the county. So then I went to Baltimore County as auxiliary police, and I was there 11 years.
Okay.
And you know, and I was auxiliary police, and we were the only auxiliary police, I guess, entity in the state of Maryland that had arrest powers. So, you know, we would go out there and, you know, do all kinds of stuff, make arrests and things like that. And, you know, even with the auxiliary police back then, you had to go through the same background process and everything that the career officers did. And they were very, very strict.
Yes.
With you know, bringing us, because we were considered county employees.
Right.
And we were sworn in. I mean, we'd go take a car out. We were in uniform, you know, and go out there and chase bad guys, volunteering my time. I don't know why I did that, but volunteering my time. No, I know why I did it, but I look back now and I'm like, man, I was crazy for doing that. But I look at it and I'm like, well, you know, I mean, compared to now, you know, now because of the environment of policing and the way it is now and everything, and agencies are having hard times finding people, they've dropped the standards.
Yes.
And they're not getting people that would have the integrity that you and I have.
Right.
Or whatever. So it's really, really hard. And there's guys like us that they're looking at, you know, I guess that are looking at the job, and we're like, you know, no thanks.
Correct.
Because they don't, you know, and it.
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We people forget that I started off making, when I first started, I was making like 45,000, and I didn't know any better. I just loved the idea of helping and saving people. And the rest of the 50,000 that I was making, I mean, it wasn't real money, but I was making that other half of that was coming from the sheer joy of helping others, right? That's where the compensation came from. So I got paid 50,000, but in fake money, right? In my feelings, you know, I got the other half of that. So in my mind, I'm making 100,000 because I loved what I was doing. It's something about my first time arresting someone. I was on field training. Correction. I was a rookie. I was a cadet. And it was, I want to say it was a month before our graduation. It was a month before our graduation.
1 second. Good. Here we go live.
25. I believe it's going to be 905 Route the Lane, 905 Route the Lane. It plotted there. We received a text to 911 with a call plotting at that location. I believe you guys were out there earlier this evening. Attempted to send a message back with no answer. Attempted to call, and it went to voicemail that is not set up.
10-4. We were at 908 earlier for domestic. We'll be en route. Well,
I get it.
Yeah. Got to run to this domestic.
Hey, make sure you be careful. Listen, brother, I really appreciate you coming on. Hey, share the channel. I want to get more officers to come up and just talk. You know, it's nothing that they don't need to share their department or anything like that, but I would love to have more conversation with officers. If you get an opportunity to share my information with them, I really appreciate it. And also, when you get a chance, check out my nonprofit. If you have, it's risebluephoenix.org. And this nonprofit is for officers, for injured police officers in the line of duty. I created after my accident, after my injury, that forced me to have to medically retire. And so big things coming with that nonprofit, the launch. And what slowed me down was COVID, you know, being able to kind of do I want to do like something massive. I'm a perfectionist, so I'm always trying to do something like really big. But check it out when you get a chance. And also shoot me an email if you get a chance as well, man. And you're welcome back here anytime for us to talk about any topic, man. I really appreciate that, man. God bless to you. And you guys be safe, all right?
Thank you. Same to you, man. And I will. I'm going to try to get back on the show because I think these conversations are important. Definitely.
Absolutely. Appreciate it, man.
All right, brother. Be safe out there.
All right. Thank you too.
See you.
See you. Sweet. We had an officer show up. 2 officers show up. Man, that's great. You know what though? This lets me know that this is the kind of direction I want to go in. I want to get officers to come up and let me see. Okay, from studio. Hold on, time removed from studio. Okay. Who's Sellers is back? Sellers, you want to jump back in? You guys, if anybody wants to come up, let me know if you want to come up. Listen, I see a few people talking with confidence in the chat room. Listen, you guys, don't be scared. Don't be scared. You can come up and talk. If you feel a certain kind of way, if you have an opinion about something, I want to hear it. Listen, we can't learn if we don't talk, right? Challenge me. You're not challenging me. You're challenging the establishment, right? I'm simply here as your translator, right? I'm simply here to just filter so you guys can understand and then you give me the information you have so I can kind of process it and give it back to you and explain it to you. So listen, again, I'm not your enemy. Sellers, you on? You jumped in by accident. Nathan puts Officer Tatum to shame. Ooh, Lord, I read that too quick. Nathan puts Officer Tatum to shame with his honest takes on all these cases going on. Loving the insight, Nathan. Jay Kwan, I appreciate you, brother. Yes. Listen. How do I want to address that? You guys, division is profitable. Hate is profitable. Lies, there's profit in these things, you guys. Listen, this isn't about money with me. This is about solutions. This is about truth. This is about the reality of the thing. That's why I can honestly hear what you guys are saying. I'm like, yeah, you're 100% correct. I could lie to you about it. What? That's not what I'm here for. I'm not your enemy. You know, I'm not your enemy. What does Paulette say? It is very important to have a conversation. You are getting good responses. Absolutely. She's absolutely correct. We're gonna drop that link back for Dre. Dre wants to swing on back. Be More cops were horrendous. Cover Up is profitable. Cover Up is profitable. You guys, some of these movies you see come out. Some of these movies. Seller, you in the building? Sellers, let me see. Sellers, you in the building? You trying to come up? Let me see. I would like to know, is there a difference in a handgun grip and a taser grip? Yeah, absolutely. The grip is different. Yeah, absolutely. Nathan, when an officer is having a bad day, how do they separate it from their job? I think every officer, yeah, you guys throw your questions up now. I can focus on the chat. I'm gonna answer as they come through. And then Gail, thank you so much for dropping the link. How do officers deal with it? Every officer is different, you guys. Some officers don't have an outlet. I had an outlet. I did martial arts. I'm an artist. I paint. My friends, family, you know, I'm active in my church. I'm not that active. Let me stop. But my relationship with my church is strong. My relationship and faith is strong. So look, we got faith, friends, and family. These are three major pillars. A lot of officers don't have those. Some officers don't have a strong family pillar to lean on. I had that. Man, I play video games. I watch anime. I'm a big movie junkie. I love food. I love cooking. You guys, these are my little personal things. I'll come home, I'll be stressed, and I'll start cooking, right? I had things outside of this profession. You have some officers that don't have anything outside of this profession. That's a problem, you guys. That's a problem. That's a very good question, you guys. Throw your questions up. Let's get in these. Oh my God, my back is killing me, man. Those three cops couldn't handle a 20-year-old boy. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. Sellers, you trying to come up? Sellers?
Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Hey, I wanted to jump in really quick.
Nah,
I was like, they're still on here.
Yeah.
So when you were talking about that, you had your accident.
I'm going through it now too. Lord,
yeah, I'm so sorry. I think I saw a little video of that. That was horrifying. So I was going to ask you, did you break anything, or were you lose any limbs or anything?
No, I tore everything in my shoulder.
Okay.
Tore everything, bicep. Ligaments, tore all those.
So you can't use your arm, one of your arms?
Well,
okay.
I actually just started working out again.
Okay.
See my scar over here on this eye?
No.
You can't see it?
No, you just look perfect, and I'm thinking, well, I mean, I would have to ask. That's why I wanted to figure out what.
Yeah,
you were saying.
I would. I'll show you guys. It's not gruesome. It's some swelling though. Let me see if I can pull something up real quick.
So I was gonna ask, like, did you think that you were going to lose your life that day?
Oh, absolutely.
Once you get on the highway?
Absolutely. I thought I was done for. To be honest, I didn't think and then I blacked out. Out. Yep. Okay. And I blacked out and I woke up and I honestly didn't know what was going on. I actually forgot. There was a moment in all that I didn't even realize that I was a cop, right? I woke up, I saw this blood, and I didn't know what was going on.
Were you stuck in the car, or you just couldn't jump off?
Yeah, I was stuck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was stuck. Let me see if I can find this real quick for you. I appreciate. Oh, here it is. I'm gonna pull up something that's not too crazy because I know.
Did the guy go to jail? Did y'all catch him?
Yeah, he went to jail. Let me see if I can pull up a photo real quick.
That would have been like a murder charge for him.
Attempted
murder. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he got charged with, I believe. Let me see. Share screen. I think it's this, right? You guys, it's not bloody or anything like that, but it's just a little swelling.
Oh no!
This is 2 days. This is 2 days. This is what 2 days after the accident looked like. And I had to take this photo to send to the court.
It doesn't even look like you.
I know, right? Yeah, I know. Yeah. Could you imagine waking up and looking at that? I said looking at that face. That wasn't the right way to say it. Could you imagine the
I'm so sorry that happened.
Oh no, I appreciate it. We talk about mental health, and we talk about what it's like when you're in a situation. Let me move this. I know people probably grossed out.
And thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you. It's my pleasure. My pleasure. How do I get back to the okay. I have friends who have been shot
Mm-hmm.
I have friends who have been through a lot worse than I've been. I know officers that have been through a lot worse. And it's so hard for me to even talk about my incident because
It is. I'm sorry.
no, not like that. Not like that. Not like that. I mean, in reference to speaking on, I feel like I've been through a lot, but not nearly as bad as what other officers have experienced, if that
Oh,
makes sense. Right.
yes, it does.
And I sometimes even feel a little embarrassed. And this is when we start talking about the mental health part of this thing, where you blame yourself for your own circumstance, right? I looked at myself. I was looking at that was me. I was looking at, right, and I've
Mm-hmm.
always, I used to consider myself to be like this. I was like, oh, I'm handsome little chocolate milk dug guy.
Mm-hmm.
Before the reason actually why I even grew this beard out was because I couldn't shave because I had so
Okay.
many lacerations on my face and my swelling was so bad that the
Mm.
hair just grew and I've never grew a beard before. And then I ended up just liking it. I felt like it matched with the
Yeah, it
scar.
looks great on you.
Thank you. And so I ended up switching up my look, but I feel like I died that day. I feel like the old
Mm.
me
Mm.
died on that asphalt on the interstate.
Okay.
And that's why my nonprofit is called the Blue Phoenix Initiative. And I felt like on that day, it's what you see the logo on my chest.
Mm-hmm.
It's a phoenix bird. And the idea behind it was that I rose from the ashes and I became something new. And it changed everything after getting out of that negative, out of that depression. It really molded me into this new person that I am today. And
Okay.
but battling in that moment was extremely difficult. Waking up, looking at myself, a constant reminder that I felt like I failed, and you're talking about someone who has a very strong mind, very strong will, and I was broken in that moment.
Yeah.
And God works in this weird, funny way sometimes,
Yes, he does.
and he breaks you to rebuild you in a sense, right?
Yes, he does.
And that was my breaking moment.
Okay.
But the repairing of that was such a beautiful process. The crying and
It is.
the sobbing and the re-identifying of self and the shedding of old ways, the shedding of of ignorant thinking, the shedding, and the humbling, right?
Yes.
When you think, I've always considered myself to be a humble person. My boy Dre, I'm gonna pull him up again. He'll tell you
In your eyes, but in God's eyes,
in God's eyes, he said, "Nah, brother, I gotta help you out a little bit.
He
I need
will
to,
take you through a breakdown to have a breakthrough.
man. Let me tell you." And it's funny because God has a funny way. He's a comedian. I always say it. I leaned on this passage on this Genesis 50:20.
Okay.
And this was a pillar of my foundation, of my growth out of that depression. And Genesis 50:20 states that what the enemy intended for evil, God will use for good, for the betterment of his people.
But Joseph said to them, "Don't be afraid. And am I in the place of God? You intended to harm me, but God intended it to accomplish what is now being done."
Amen.
Yeah. So that was, of course, Joseph in the pits, brothers. And he comes out on the top. So I'm glad that you stood on that. That's a good word to stand on.
Thank you. Thank you. Church, listen, pass that plate, y'all. Y'all playing.
Because the Bible says.
Yeah, what y'all gonna put me in my Joel Osteen.
That was a good scripture to stand on.
It is. And I'd never heard that scripture before.
Okay.
Until my accident. It's so funny how I even came across it. And when I read it, I said, okay, I see what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And Now, how can I take this and build on it? How can this created my new purpose? Because in the moment I felt, a lot of people don't know, I had my application in for the FBI. My plans, I had this whole grand scheme. So the only reason why I even went back to school was so I can go into the feds. You need a degree to get in.
Wow.
And I was so motivated and inspired. I was so excited. I was moving through the process and I was just a shoe in.
Okay. Oh, wow.
And I was working a big federal case. And the very next day after leaving the federal building, boom, the accident. And so people don't see that behind the scenes stuff. You're stripped, and a doctor saying, hey, listen, you're not going to be able to you're not going to be able to do none of that. Having nightmares, as officers will tell you, we have nightmares of, your gun not working. I had a nightmare. I haven't shared it with anybody. I'm going to share it now since it's on my spirit. After my accident, I was getting therapy, was talking to a therapist, and we spent a lot of time just laughing and joking and just talking about stuff. But it felt good, to have the conversation. And one day, the second day of my therapy she said, hey, have you been having any dreams, any nightmares? I was like, and I'm not one of those guys where I'm like, I'm too tough to talk. I talk a lot. I'll talk, share it. That stuff doesn't bother me. I wasn't, my family, we're talkers. We talk through our problems, so I'm not new to that. What happened was I had a dream working, and mind you, my arm, I wasn't able to use my arm for almost a year and a half, and I couldn't lift my arm above my head at all, and I couldn't lift anything. The surgery was horrible. They had to put a plate in there. And I would have nightmares of one time there was a person in the ocean. And
this is after the accident or prior to
the accident. This is after the accident. And there was a person in the ocean. And I was on vacation. And your dreams are just so real, right? They're just so real.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm the type of person and other officers will tell you this, we see somebody in need or need to be saving. Officers who are really about serving people, we're going to get into character immediately and do our best to try to help.
Okay.
And I know while I'm doing this, let me bring, because I don't want him to think I forgot about him. That's my boy Dre. And what ends up happening is that in that moment, I ran out into the ocean to try to save this kid from drowning. I got into the water and started swimming, and I no longer could use my arms.
Oh.
So subconsciously in my mind, I'm trying to get better so I can go back to work. And I was having a hard time healing. I was healing really slow. And I would refuse to take a lot of the pain medicine. I would only take it before bed because it made me into a zombie. And I didn't want to get addicted. I didn't want to get addicted to it. And so I would suffer through the pain like I'm suffering now. And I tried to swim and I couldn't save him. My arms stopped working and I drowned, right?
Oh, wow.
And so I'd wake up in fear because my fear was that my arms weren't going to be as good. My body wasn't going to be as good to save lives. And that was one of the roots of my depression. Another dream that I had that took me was that I was working in uniform and I was interacting with a gentleman, and he pulled a weapon on me. He tried to shoot me, and the injuries to my right side of my body, predominantly right side, from shoulder, back to hip to leg to foot, my entire right side is the side I landed on.
Okay.
I reached to try to grab my gun and my arm gave out and I couldn't pull my gun in order to protect myself. And those were the two dreams that were the most prominent ones that made me scared. That my fear was that I'm trying so hard to get back to work, trying so hard. My body is telling me that it's not going to happen right now. And I kept having dreams of me failing because my body would not be in 100% condition to be able to do the job properly. I feared that, and I had other nightmares similar to it, but those are the two that I always most remember: me drowning, trying to save someone because I couldn't use my arms, and then not being able to use my hand to draw my weapon. And it again, the power of the mind, right? And so it took a lot. And then through that moment, I said, okay, then if I can't do this, then what else do I have? I love helping people. What else do I have? And it was a very interesting place to be in when you feel like you don't have a purpose. You don't have a purpose. So,
well, I will say this. The Bible says pretty much during the daytime, man is so busy, can't really, when he's trying to get our attention or talk to us, we're busy. So therefore, he speaks to us in dreams.
True.
Now, because the Bible says that my people perish due to the lack of knowledge, it means that we don't understand that when he speaks to us in a dream, he's letting us know, he's giving us signs, he's telling us all these type of things. Now, the enemy gives you these dreams as well.
Right.
He comes in to plant seeds of fear.
Correct.
Fear and faith cannot exist in the same realm.
Correct.
He planted that seed of fear in you that causes frustration or depression.
Yes.
But whenever you have a dream, there's different symbols, X, Y, Z. But whenever you have a dream, and this is all biblical, if you don't know,
you gotta let it roll. Gotta let it roll off the tongue.
No, if you don't know what the dream means, just make sure you get up. First of all, anybody that's under the sound of my voice, you make sure you have a tablet and a pen. When you have a dream, you write it down and you put the date. You go to God. God, I don't understand what this is, but if it's not from you, I rebuke it, renounce it, denounce it, cancel it, eject it, and reject it in the name of Jesus.
Right.
Because all the enemy is doing is using that as an opportunity while you're asleep. Your flesh, like when you're tired right now,
yep,
your body will go to sleep, but your spirit never sleep. So while you sleep, the spirit now things are happening in the spiritual realm.
Correct.
And that's when the enemy is doing whatever he can to plant seeds of, rob, steal, destroy. But because we don't understand that, because we don't read our Bible, we just like, well, I had too many ribs, and and we leave it at that and keep it moving.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get you back on a conversation. No. Let me see. I think I'm gonna hint towards it on this. There's so much, right? There's
I didn't mean to go there.
No. You're fine. You're fine. I'm gonna touch on it. There's a spiritual component, man. And I'm gonna have a show and talk about it. I'm gonna bring everybody out. Conspiracy theorists, religious theorists, everybody come and have a conversation. And let me share some things that I've seen that to me, from my eyes, looks really interesting. And I'm a man of faith, and so I have no shame in saying that. We would pray we would pray before we hit the road in my department. And that's what we did at my precinct. And we were no stranger to it. We would pray and ask for guidance and protection as we come out here and do this. And we'd ask God to order our steps. And so we prayed before leaving. That was the thing we did. So
awesome.
Dangerous. So, but yes, Ms. Sellers, I really appreciate that word. And, I feel like we having a little sermon up in here.
Every time I come around, that's what it's going to be.
Hey, and I'm all for it. Come by and drop it. Come by every time you go. Come on with a scripture and let's talk about it. We're going to
What's your best, what I don't know, this is my first time kind of getting in, coming in with you here. So what is the best email address or contact? How do I get it?
risebluephoenix@gmail. If you go under the video description, it should be on there, or in my YouTube profile, it should be in like the about section. You can hit like
okay, awesome.
Yeah, awesome. Hit me up on there.
I will, and I'm out for good this time.
Oh, you good? All right, thank you.
I just wanted to ask you about, what was your mindset when you was in that situation?
Absolutely, no, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
See you later. Bye-bye.
See you later. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Dre, what's good, bro? Let me see what these people talking in the chat real quick. And then we should, man, I feel like we did really good, man, on the first stream. I can't really see all the numbers. I kind of botched this thing I kind of botched this little setup though, but I know what I need to work on next time. Thank you for everyone for supporting. Yes, thank you again, you guys. I haven't had a chance to interact with y'all too much. Thank you again for all the support, you guys, the comments. Thank you for the chats. I mean, the super chats as well. I want to thank, someone sent me, Lisa, I want to say thank you for this donation as well. What does Lisa say? Keep up the great work on YouTube. Thank you for your service. Lisa, I appreciate you. She sent that through PayPal. You guys, thank you so much for the contributions, you guys. This is my full-time thing now. Next year, there's going to be a lot of big movements because I'm going to be pushing into a space of introducing police reform, real police reform, and talking about the things that the politicians need to be talking about in order to really create the reform that's needed. Because the stuff they have now, you guys, is it's like Band-Aids, right, Dre? What'd you say?
I agree.
They sound good to y'all, but to officers, we're like, man, that's not even gonna work. That's not gonna change anything. Am I correct, Dre? What's your?
Well, you're 100%.
Yeah, they're nice. They're nice. It's not saying we don't need them, but they're not answering the problem. To the citizens on the outside looking in, y'all think it oh yeah, let's do it. But man, we looking at it like, I'm looking at it like, man, what is this supposed to do?
Right.
Then somebody gets shot tomorrow, y'all gonna be complaining again because you're not addressing the real issue, right? Let me see. Let me scroll. It's the spirit of fear. Yes. Patty Burns. He's trying to play it cool. They're feeling. More of the chat room ain't no joke. The chat room was no joke. Let's see. Lives, yet you should fear Lord God. Okay, y'all in here talking spiritual now. Very powerful hearing perspectives from Black men and women, law enforcement, and other officers regarding solving racial disparities in policing. Dre Blanco, I appreciate your inside testimony as well. Absolutely. That's Barrera Addis. Thank you so much for that. You guys, I missed a lot of the conversation. I'm actually going to go back and look through all these after this. But what's your thoughts, bro? What's your thoughts? What you coming with?
You know what? I'm about to bring something that's kind of controversial that's never spoke about that you brought up.
Okay.
And that's the mental health of officers. Like you know, I train, I study martial arts, I do Wing Chun.
That's right. I forgot about that.
I do Kali, which is a Filipino screamer. I cook, I grill. You have to have an outlet with this job. You know, I used to think being a patrol officer was hard, but once I became a detective and then I had that on-call, the weekend duty, I think that just destroyed me. Because at waking up out of your sleep at 1 o'clock in the morning,
right?
You're not supposed to be seeing, you know, folks laying in the ground in the corner with smoke coming out of them. You know what I'm saying? So, right. And because of that, I had a lot of anxiety because I was seeing things, you know, I used to think I was a great detective because when I went to sleep, I saw my crime scenes and there were things that wasn't in place. So I would always go back and look at the pictures and think. But, you know, when I spoke to my doctor, he's like, no, that's not normal.
This is not healthy. Right.
So you're not supposed to be seeing dead bodies in your sleep. So, you know, my wife and I started a company called the Blue Transformation, which is totally 100%, you know, anonymous with officers to call to get therapy.
Go ahead and shout that out too. And
it's the bluetransformation.com. Teletherapy. We have counselors online. They could sit down. You could be counseled over the phone. Right now, we're working on doing in person, but due to COVID, whether it's the Omicron or Delta, you know, it's kind of preventing for the in-person meeting, but everything is over the phone. And what folks would like to, what the community or some activists would like to talk about is the amount of domestic violence involving police officers, but
Right.
they rarely talk about the amount of suicides among police officers.
Right, which is the leading cause of death
Correct.
for officers. Yes.
You
Yep.
know, a lot of times, and you look at it like this: when you're joining the military, you usually go on tour for about a year to 2 years. Before they reassimilate you back into the community, you go through several classes to be able to decompress because you're being trained to kill, and then trying to reacclimate you back into society, so you no
Correct.
longer have the mentality. But with law enforcement, a lot of us serve for 30 years, 30 years of of some of the we're there at your worst times. You
Yes.
know, we're there at everybody's worst time. But there is really minimum counseling for officers.
Yes.
Okay? And when an officer is afraid to say, "Hey, that call I went to really bothered me," you know what I'm saying, and I can't get it out of my head, and a lot of time it's minimized.
Yes.
You know, and an officer starts to feel alone, and then he turns to alcohol. You remember we used to do what was it, choir rehearsal?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You know, after every watch, choir rehearsal when everybody get together and we go have drinks and
Yep.
talk about,
The day.
calls we went on that day.
Yep.
And that can be unhealthy after a while because now you're seeing the solution to your problems at the end of a bottle, and it's not,
Correct. Correct.
and you have to get counseling. I mean, each department have a EAP, which counselors on deck that's work for the department. You
But we
gotta get
never really but we never and we did have those, but what's so funny is we never would even
Yeah,
to use them, right? It's weird. we would go. The only time I remember we had a chaplain, that shooting I was in, and they had them lined up, and every shooting, every crazy situation, you would get the chaplain and stuff like that, but we would never volunteer to use any of that, and we would go through the craziest stuff every single day. I was telling the gentleman, I drew my weapon every single day at work.
Mm-hmm.
And this is in our own community.
But
People don't see. Go ahead.
You know what? I got asked a question. How many times have I ever shot a person? I was like, I've never shot. I said, I've been shot at, but I've actually never shot a person. But I've drawn my weapon pretty much at least 10 times a watch. 10 times a day that I was actually working, I put my weapon. And I was asked, well, how come you didn't shoot? I said, well, here's the difference. And you have to look at it with the biggest complaints that the Black community had with white officers. Okay. I can talk a Black person down.
Yes.
So I take that time. The same thing a white officer will do for the white suspect, talk him down and give him, you know what I'm saying? I do that the same because look, you look like me. I do not want to take your life, but I will.
Correct.
I will. You look like, especially dealing with executing warrants or murder suspects. Like, listen, if I don't see your hands, you're forcing me to make a decision that I don't want to have to make, that I have to live with for the rest of my life.
Exactly.
Don't put me in that situation.
Exactly.
Just comply. You know what I'm saying? This is not how you want to go out. You still have a family. Even if you go to prison, your family still has the opportunity to come see you. But if I take your life like right now, my life goes with yours. Come on, let's not do this. And a lot of times they actually have the opportunity to think. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I mentioned this, and I'm not sure if you caught it. I don't think you might have still been on. I was talking to I was talking to a gentleman, and I said the data shows that white officers are 5 times, I believe, more likely to fire in a situation than a Black officer. And I don't like that. I don't like that that study because it doesn't give any context to why. And just like you said, I've been in situations where I gave someone extra 3 seconds to figure it out. But the reality is I was prepared to pull the trigger. And just because I was prepared to give 3 seconds and the white officer wasn't prepared to give any seconds, doesn't mean the white officer was wrong. Right? And because the justification to use deadly force was there, someone asked me, I was on the show with Dr. Rashad Ritchie, And he said, listen, you were justified to shoot him. I know. I could have shot him. In that moment, though, I'm looking at if something happens to him, something happens to everybody out here. As officers, we have to think past ourselves. Every moment, we're always thinking outside of ourselves. That's what makes a good officer a good officer. You know, we're putting ourselves on the line at the same time, considering the life of everybody else around us. That's how you know you've arrived at a good, healthy place as a police officer, you know? But truth be told, I've had conversations with people too. Look, dude, I just ask you to do this. Don't reach under that seat again. Or you're gonna make me, you're gonna put me in a position where now I have to say, listen, I don't know what's gonna come out of that seat, but I guarantee I'll be able to pull the trigger faster than you. And these are real things. These are young Black men we're talking to. And you get them out of the car and you see the gun under there. And you look at how quickly you can make just one stupid decision as a young man, as a young woman. And everything changes. Everything changes after that.
You know what? I at a lot of my situations, because I took training very seriously. Yep. So I took I took advanced firearms class. Mm-hmm. And part of that is target recognition. And I was very cognizant of, if I was to fire this weapon and this person didn't have a firearm or any weapon on them, it will always come up, hey, you did advanced firearm, you did target recognition. Why didn't you use that training? You know? Yes. So I always went back to my training. Then I went to another training that was given by the FBI. And this gentleman started out, was like, hey, how many of you guys think you top cops?
Right.
How many of you guys have taken violent suspects into custody without incident? He said, well, let me tell you something. Don't mistake luck with skill. He just didn't want to kill you that day. There's no deterrent to a made up mind. So don't mistake, just because you took somebody violent into custody, don't think that your skill puts you in the best situation. No, he just didn't want to kill you that day. And that always resonated with me. So I never thought, how should I say, I never moved or acted beyond my training. Okay. Yes. I leaned on it.
Let me touch on that too. I tell people all the time, like, when I used to train rookies in DeKalb, they ride with us and stuff like that. You know how we would do those, the little ride-alongs and stuff. I would tell them that when you're doing this profession, the real job begins when someone looks you in your face and tells you that they're not going to jail, right? And I remember the first time someone told me that. It was on a domestic. And he had just beat his girl to a pulp, and he was out on parole. And I showed up. He looked at me. He had on a wife beater. He had a tank top. Mind you, I'm only 21. It's a grown man, right? I'm a $185 with the gun belt. You know what I mean? This is back when we weren't so fluffy, Dre. You know that. And he looked at me, and I wasn't afraid of anything. I experienced fear after the situation was over, right? Like the adrenaline dropped, and I was like, oh my God, I could have died, right? Like, it was after the fact. I never had fear in the moment most times. And so he looked at me and said, with a whole bunch of words, and then said, I'm not going back to prison. I said, listen, man, what do you do? Someone looks at you and says, I'm not going to jail. I'm not going back to jail. Now I have to make you. So my policy has always been ask, tell, and make. That's the ATM method. We don't deviate from that. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to tell you. Then guess what? I'm out of options. Now I have to make you. I have to put you in handcuffs. And in that moment is when officers realize that that's when the job begins. When someone is no longer just following instructions just because you're a man in uniform or a woman in uniform. When they are willing to tell you that, I don't want to do that, and your job is to make someone do it, that's when you become a police officer, and you look around and you don't have no help. The game don't stop because you're the only one there, right? And we've been in plenty of situations when we have to arrest people by ourselves because the danger or the situation warranted it, right? And so, yeah. Let me, Dre, give me a second. Let me get this guest in real quick. You can stay up. I just want to, hold on. How do I, Mariana, you can unmute yourself. You there?
Hi, everyone.
Hey, how you doing?
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
Glad to be here. I appreciate you guys for coming on and being transparent, especially in the series of events that we have going on. Officers aren't the most liked for several reasons, but we all know that everything is based on, I think, in my eyes, individuality and, of course, background, training, characteristics, as well as different experiences that officers have endured. So just speaking on the side of the community and, of course, knowing the Daunte Wright situation, what are some things that you all think can be done in the community to ensure the safety of all parties involved in incidents like, the Daunte Wright situation? And how do you all think we can start today working towards that as a collective in the community?
That is actually a really good question. Dre, I'll let you lead.
I'll tell you what, we need more of us in the community in reference as the police officers.
Correct.
One of the reasons why, I come from a law enforcement family. My sister was NYPD and it went into corrections. And so I looked at it as, it didn't become a passion for me till after, and Nate will be able to, co-sign. When we were in the academy, we was bused to a crime scene where 2 officers were murdered.
Yes.
And that's when it became real for me.
Real for me too. Yep.
And I looked at it as, you know what? I have the opportunity to get to these kids before they actually get to the point where they commit a crime. And it also had to start off with, parents stop using the police as a threat. Hey, you see that police officer? If you don't act up, I'm gonna call him on you. Don't do that. Don't do that, because you're teaching your kids at a very young age to be afraid of the police. So now when crimes are committed against them, they're not going to come and search out for the police. They're just going to internalize it and be the perpetual victims. You don't want that. You don't want your children and your family members to live in fear. Okay, because we're here to help. And unfortunately, it's kind of like a crapshoot of whether you got a great officer or a sorry officer. But you have to have faith that we are really here to help you. It's just unfortunate that we respond to calls that we have no earthly right to be responding to. We don't need to be responding to mental health calls.
Correct.
Okay? We have very minimal training in that.
Correct.
And then you have to think that what is your realistic expectation by calling the police? What is your outcome? What do you want to happen? And you have to have that thought and understanding, because what you may want to happen may not coincide with what the law says.
Yes.
So, I did community policing. I spoke to the community. And a lot of times what you have to understand is in community meetings, you'll have only a select few that will stand up and say, this is what's going on in my neighborhood. But you have to understand that problem house, they're doing intel also to find out what is being said about them. And then they're going to start victimizing the people that's speaking up.
That's true.
So you have to look at the totality of everything, because you have a lot of folks that will throw rocks and hide their hands. So you have to be able to identify what's going on and be able to address it.
I agree. I would also piggyback on that too. What you said is that that's why I always say that police reform is there's a process that needs to happen in tandem. The community, the citizens also have to participate. There's stuff for them to do as well. Officers, we know what needs to happen. We have some degenerates in the department. And it is what it is. But in our community, what can the community do? We need to start the good in the community. We have our Black communities. We can say 5%. We have 5% of people in there who aren't doing their part, who are causing chaos and disturbing peace amongst the 95, right? It's just my fictitious number. But the reality is a small portion of people in our community causing the greatest problems. And we can attribute that to a lot of different economic stuff. We can dive all kind in different ways. But the reality is, what can the 95% do to address the 5%? How can the 95% work with the police department to address the 5%? And I think that we have to start changing how we respect law enforcement, and law enforcement has to become more respectable. So this is how we both work together. And like you said, stop teaching kids that we're bad people. I know Dre, you did the same thing. I would go in our communities and I see kids playing soccer. If I'm mainly in the Hispanic communities, I'm riding through, they're playing soccer. They're playing street soccer. If I'm in the Black community, they're on basketball courts or throwing football at the park. I would stop and speak with them. I would stop and throw the ball with them. I would kind of kick it with them. And in the ice cream truck, I would stop an ice cream truck, say, we're going in this neighborhood right here, and I'm covering the tab. And all that was to help build that relationship. Because if I can earn the hearts of the children, I know that as they get older, they can say and vouch for us, hey, no, I knew an officer who wasn't like that. You know, I knew a good officer. And he bought us all ice cream one day. And I think community policing helps when you have a community that's engaged. I do a lot of community policing work. And you would have only 10 people out of 300 people who live in the community that want to actually participate. So we have to talk about both sides actively working, because I have a lot of great ideas, but it takes people willing to do them, right? So I have the answers, Dre. I have the answers, but the people have to do the work. The officers have to do the work, you know, and you can't legislate love. You can't make people like each other. I can't, Thanos snap all the racists out of the country. That wouldn't solve the problem, because a lot of people are getting shot and it ain't got nothing to do with racism. It's about poor choices. So you get rid of all the racists and folks still be like, Black folks are still getting shot. We got rid of all the racist people. What's the problem? Because people are still making stupid choices. Officers are making poor decisions. Citizens are making poor decisions, right? And so racism, yeah, of course, it's always going to be a problem. You can't get rid of it. It's in everything. But it's not the reason why, though, we're having problems that we're having. And so I think, of course, training for officers, to answer your question, Mariana, I think training is, of course, and then getting officers who have the right heart, the right mentality, the right desire to want to serve. I love to serve. Dre loves to serve. He'll tell you in training, we were actually really about it. We were really focused. And what he said earlier was that we're in the academy. We don't know nothing. We're learning. And I think we're about 2 months away from graduating, or 3 months away from graduating. And 2 officers get killed the same night by the same incident. 2 officers died on the same scene. And we wake up, we get called in to come in, and hey, suit up, y'all going to work. We work in a crime scene. We're looking for evidence. And we had officers, I want to say we had about 4 or 5 officers quit that day. I remember coming back to the precinct, and we sat down in the classroom, and I was sitting in the front. I was sitting kind of in the front, and the instructor came in, and he said what he said. He said, listen, if you want to leave, I'll never forget this.
Yeah.
I'll never forget this, because I was shook, man. I was shook. Hey, can you imagine? We had all this candy treatment in the academy, thinking we about to come out here and be crime fighters. And then, man, you have 2 officers get blown away. 2 great officers, Barker and Bryant, 2 phenomenal officers. No one could ever say anything bad about how great they were. These men had families, and they were killed by pieces of trash, right? These were scumbags within our community who were doing wrong, who were doing things they had no business doing, and shot and killed these officers. And I remember sitting in the class, and the instructor said, there's no shame if you want to leave your stuff here and walk away.
And he also said, there's no safe way to do a dangerous job.
There's no safe way to do a dangerous job. After two black men, 2 black leaders, police officers, were shot and killed by 2 other Black men. We got to talk about our toxic culture in the Black community and why we are so violent towards one another.
But it was the community that helped us find them.
And it was the community that did it. Well, we were.
Yeah, well,
we were. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So just listening to, you all's take in regards to the community and just taking the next step. As we know, you mentioned next year you jumping into like reform and things of that nature. Is it safe to say that we move forward with trying to find ways to, of course, frontline, go into the communities and start establishing, I don't know if it would be considered like, we don't want to do any more of the gatherings, because here in Atlanta, it didn't go too well, and officers got hurt, civilians got hurt, buildings got destroyed, things of that nature. So I don't think that would necessarily be the answer at a time like this, but just kind of like speaking to stereotypes and trying to diffuse those encounters with those officers who may be coming forth, agitating or aggravating a situation that may be totally innocent. How do you guys think, because you guys have worked alongside people who behave this way. So how do you guys think, working alongside those people when they might get arrogant with you even, what are some tactics that people can utilize to diffuse a situation rather than, make it blow up? Of course, you're going to have those ones, for those who always have, that thought process. You're going to have those ones that's going to be how they're going to be regardless of what you say. We get that. But what are some things that you guys think will be able to diffuse situations so that we can stay alive?
Great question. Coming with the good question. I was trying to encourage a couple people in the chat who were kind of, very vocal. They didn't want to come up. But listen, you guys, if you're vocal, you want to share, please share. Come on. This is we don't run from questions here because we don't have nothing to hide. That was a good question. I've always told people, comply to survive. The reality is, it's like Russian roulette when you deal with officers. You don't know how well trained, how good, how you don't know what their skill level is like. It's not worth arguing, picking a fight, or trying to hold court on the side of the road. If an officer is unprofessional, not doing the job right, you can always ask for a supervisor. I always encourage people to have their phone on, recording. You can record, you can do all those things and still be respectful. I think the end of the day, it's all about just being respectful and keeping your cool. Keeping your cool, and whatever the officer is doing.
Quick, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Now, the phone thing, they're often mistaken for guns, right? Or something. Would we say, don't forget what you're going to say, by the way, but would we say, if you're getting pulled over, tell the people, hey, start recording prior to, like what step? Because we don't want to
record prior to.
Okay.
Record, you're getting pulled over, you're getting stopped, record prior to, and have your phone up. You can have it in the cup holder, wherever it needs to be, just have it recording. Let it have your side of the story, because there's still some departments. There's a lot of police departments that don't even have body cameras. And that's, to me, I think is a problem within itself. I think at this point, this stage in the game, everybody should have cameras. And as officers, we should want to have it just to protect our own self. Before we had cameras, when me and Dre started, we didn't have none of that fancy stuff. I bought my own camera. I had a miniature camera I kept in my little pocket and recorded incidents all the time. And it wasn't even because I was doing anything wrong. I did it to help my investigations. So when I was going through like a serious investigation, I had the camera so I can go back over the video and remember all the stuff that was said. That was it. But it helped me still when I had certain situations. So I would it's okay to record. You don't even have to tell officers you're recording. I prefer you don't, because that might even agitate the situation. Just have your little phone up, record, and always be respectful. And it doesn't cost you anything to be respectful, even when an officer is being rude and disrespectful. And it's okay to ask for a supervisor. Comply to survive. It sounds silly in the moment, but you don't want to challenge and try to hold court on the side of the street, because you open the door for an officer to use tools and even exaggerate tools if that officer chooses to. And so the whole idea is to not give anybody any unnecessary ground to justify, all right, I need you out the car. And it's like, damn, for what? I'm just standing up and saying what I need to say, because once everything is played back and the officer has violated any policy, violated your rights, then now you have a case against that officer. And you have people who have made cases against officers and sued departments and have won because they have an officer that abused his or her authority and their power. And a lot of people don't like what I'm saying because it makes it seem like I'm encouraging bad officer behavior. No, I am encouraging that you do what you need to do to keep yourself safe. And that's priority. Because if you get with an officer who doesn't understand the law properly, unfortunately, due to training, poor practicing, or whatever, then you can put yourself at risk under the understanding that this officer thinks he or she's doing something correct. And in fact, is actually doing something illegal. We see that recently in a case where an officer shoots a man in a wheelchair in his back 9 times. In his mind, somewhere, he thought this man was a threat to him or whoever else. So when you have an officer who has the wrong thinking, the wrong understanding, it puts you in a bad position, because now you're testing their lack of education, their lack of experience. You're testing them and you don't know. And it's unfortunate. But until we fix this situation, I would just comply, listen, be respectful, and it doesn't hurt to do it. Keep your evidence. I've heard people even say they called 911 and got on the phone with them and say, hey, can you just stay on the line while I'm dealing with this officer, because this officer's making me uncomfortable. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, we're here to serve. And when I'm talking to the citizens, I'm serving you. Even in this moment, I'm serving you guys. I'm serving you because I want you to have better outcomes. Because if you do that, we could prevent a situation like Daunte Wright. If I talk to Daunte Wright and other young men like him and women, I say, why even go through that? You go here for your little warrant, take care of your business, you bond out, and you got to go back to court. You risk chasing, crashing, getting injured by the officer, worse, losing your life, all for what? What was it all for? What was it all for? It's not worth it. And a lot of people in our community are taking these high stake risks over. I've chased people for suspended. You would have thought they were wanted for murder.
Officer Daley.
Who's that? Miss Margie?
Hi.
How you doing? I'm sorry. I forgot. I get to talking. I'm so sorry. Go. Yes, please come on. Say what you. Your screen is black, so I forgot you were there. I'm sorry.
It's okay. My name is Margie. I'm a registered nurse, and
okay.
I remember, you keep saying, comply to survive.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I was a student, a nursing student, I used my son's Metro card because I didn't even have money to eat. All of my money went to paying for college, for books, to pay my bills. I had no assistance, and I was proud to try and do it all on my own. I got arrested. I got pulled over by an officer for using the Metro card. This is in a New York City subway station. And there's just an innate instinct for you to resist getting arrested. Like, I knew that I was doing wrong, but just automatically, I didn't want him to touch me. I kept telling him to get away from me. And all I keep thinking, so I'm Hispanic and very light-skinned woman. And I only weighed maybe like 80 pounds that time. I'm very tiny, like 5'2". And all I kept thinking when I hear about resisting, sometimes it's just something in you, like an animal instinct to like not want to be touched and to try to flee a situation. I keep coming back to, the Daunte. I've seen the whole court and I've seen everything. I've seen him resisting. And I can't help but put myself in his position. Like, no, I can't. I know I'm doing wrong. I absolutely knew it 100% that I'm not supposed to use a 6th grader's Metro card.
Right.
But I just kept thinking about Daunte Wright and how he was resisting. And I just kept putting myself in his position. Like, first of all, I had a child, so I had to be home.
Right.
I had my babysitter was going to leave. And all of these things are going through my mind. Of course, I ended up spending the night in jail, having to phone a friend, telling the babysitter to stay.
Right.
Seeing a judge in the morning and him dismissing the case and thought it was absolutely ridiculous. But, the officer did everything right. He just tapped on me at first. He did everything right. It was just me instinctively, 5'2", 8 pounds. I didn't want to, no. I have to get home. And I tried to explain. And then I started even fighting with him.
Right.
I just keep thinking, if I was a young Black man, even though, a young college Black man, and you pull that, where would it have taken him? It just breaks my heart to think that it depends on who you are and who the officer is. Now that you're mentioning, I love that you bring up all these wonderful points. I'm lucky. It depended on the officer. If it would have been a tiny female officer, maybe my nursing career would have never taken off. And again, I want to thank you for having this platform, because I wish, like the officer Blanco says, that other people need to come in and listen in on this, have the ears to listen in on this. But I want you guys to also understand that sometimes it's just something in us that makes us resist. I to this day, I cannot explain why I did that.
I agree. I'm gonna touch on that. Someone made a quick statement, and I want to touch on that. Jay Payson in the chat stated, "White guys resist all the time and don't get shot." That's a lie.
Right.
That's a lie. That is a lie told from the depths of wherever you want to call it. That is a lie, you guys. Listen, white people are killed more by officers and encounters than Black people. You don't, just because someone doesn't show you, just because someone doesn't tell you, doesn't mean it's not happening. And that's the problem. The problem is you are purposely being kept from information, and therefore you are assuming. They get shot all the time. They get treated bad all the time. That's why I keep saying, you guys, it's not, now granted, it's not to say that we don't have white officers that are not doing their job properly, that are racist towards other people. I'm not saying that. But that statement alone is the problem that we have in our community. This goes back to what Margie is saying. Why does she have this innate fear for the resistance? Why does she want to resist so bad? Right? Like this speaks to the mindset that has been pushed, the information being pushed. You don't see it. You don't see the games, right? We have these word wizards in this country that like to spin things to get you to think a certain way. Because if I get you to think a certain way, you're going to act a certain way. They control your actions through your thoughts. You just said that, you know how many brothers have shot at officers? I know, I got a friend right now that's been shot, and that man, and he was shot by a Black man, and that man is still alive. The two officers who were killed that night, one survived. Listen, we arrest people all the time who are Black, who have shot at officers, who have shot and killed officers, who have shot and killed people. So we got to stop and it's not your fault. You're a victim. You're a victim of the ignorance that's plaguing our community. You're a victim of the disinformation that's pushed through the media. You're a victim, just like so many of us are, right? So it's not your fault. I'm not angry at you, but I need you to ask a question, not make a statement. If you don't know, then say you don't know, but don't say what it is and it's not true. This is the problem. People say, one thing someone said earlier, policing came from slavery. That's not true. That's not true. You know, the South did their thing. The North had police departments running, and it was running like a regular police department is supposed to run. Just because the South, you talking about a couple states, a couple colonies decided they want to, instead of police, they turn into slave patrols. That had nothing to do with the origins of policing. So it's easy to say something, right? These word wizards will say certain things, and we as a community, we just eat it up, you guys. We have a problem in our community where we love to eat lies, but we can't swallow truth. And I can bring the truth to you and you still will deny it. You know, and so I just had to say that. You guys are more than welcome to speak these misguided truths up here so we can correct it, right? Because the whole purpose of this channel is to bring truth and insight. You have 2 Black officers right here with crazy experience. My boy Dre got more experience and work in different areas than I do, and he will tell you the same. He will echo these things to you. 2 Black officers. We had a white officer who was on here earlier and told you the exact same thing. You know, and this is what's going to hurt you guys when the truth starts coming out. You guys are going to start feeling salty. We need to start doing our own research and stop allowing what we hear, people who have an agenda, to tell us, right? So Margie, to answer your question, why did you feel that way? I believe, and I'm not a psychologist, but I believe that there's a power. I believe there's power in our perception. And I think what you felt was this overwhelming, you were thinking about the complications in your own life that would take place if you were arrested, right? Just the inconvenience alone made you uncomfortable. You're resisting because you're in your mind, you're like, oh my God, if this happens, this falls apart, that falls apart. I can't do this. Who am I going to call? Who am I going to talk to? We see a lot of that with people who are just minding their business. Normally I see that type of reaction when I pull somebody over and they got a suspended license, or I pull somebody over and they have a warrant for like a speeding ticket that they forgot to take care of when they're driving across state lines. And they're so shocked. They're like, oh my God, I'm a good person. I wasn't really doing nothing that bad. I can't go to jail, I'll lose my job. I'll do this. And you start panicking. You have what I would equate that to is a panic attack. You had a panic attack. And as officers, we have to be able to distinguish between people who are having a human response of a really bad day versus a person like your Daunte Wright. Daunte Wright is different. What makes him different? He is a bona fide criminal. He's a full-time criminal or part-time. He's a criminal nonetheless. And so when we look at Daunte Wright, what are we looking at? We're looking at someone who has committed multiple crimes and has not been arrested for them. And so we have to think about what is his state of mind in this police encounter. His state of mind is, oh man, I wonder if they know about the person I robbed the other day. Oh, I wonder if they know about the guy that I was involved in a robbery with, right? Hey, I was just last week, me and my homeboy shot this kid, which is allegedly him and his friend were involved in a shooting, right? This man has an active, high-risk lifestyle that he was living. So when he encounters the police, he's not worried about losing his job. He's worried about being held accountable for the crimes he was committing. That plays in his state of mind. That plays on his behavior for resisting. Those are two distinct things. They're different. They're different. And Dre, you let me know what you think. Correct me, or what you think in reference to that. The difference in the mind, the state of mind between a criminal and a person who was just kind of like, I'm living day to day. I don't want any problem with the police, and I panic.
Well, I look at it like this: when you're a criminal, you have done so much stuff. You don't know which one of these clicked. Okay. And like in reference to Margie, I'm well familiar with what your situation is. And
Are you the one that arrested me?
No, I'm not who arrested you. No, what I'm talking about is the interaction.
Similar, yeah.
I mean, I wasn't always police. You know, I hopped a turnstile or two in my day. But the thing is, the officer has to be cognizant. Okay, when he tapped you on the shoulder and you started packing, that is his job at that point to de-escalate, calm you down. Hey, and that's where discretion comes in. Hey, look, you did something wrong. I understand. Because there's nothing wrong for us to listen. But a lot of times, you know, a lot of officers are so entrenched in a job, all they can see is, I have an arrest, and no matter what you say, I'm going to arrest you. And that's how a lot of times we get that inhuman look. Like, you damn, do you have a heart? Because be honest with you, how important it would have been to take you to jail. Did I,
Right.
were you taken to jail because you was having a panic attack and you was resisting, or because you used your son's Metro card? And that's where the questions come in. Sometimes you just have to, as officers, we do have to take a step back. Like, hold on, all right, look, here's the situation. Because you really could have got a $60 summons and went on your way, and still paid the $275, and hopped on the train and did your thing. You know what I'm saying? But what a lot of time is, we automatically go straight into worst case scenario and we act on that, not understanding that we are escalating a situation that doesn't need to be escalated. Sometimes you just like, you did wrong, you did wrong, but you be surprised when you own up to what you've done, how often you get off, opposed to sitting up there trying to fight, trying to run away. Like, hey, look, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Because at the end of the day, we didn't get into this profession to get rich. We understand, I remember one of my colleagues used to say, hey, look, I'm one paycheck away from being homeless. And this officer was a veteran, had both of us about 15 years of experience. It was like, look, I'm still one paycheck away from being homeless. So we understand and we can relate. We're not that far removed. But a lot of times what it is that you have one, because you have officers that grew up in poverty that wanted to make a difference in their community that become police officers. And then you have those who never, that have trust funds that become police officers, that think that they're going to rid the world of all the criminals. Okay. And then once you get into this position, you get a rude awakening and you understand that everything on both sides that you believed were wrong, and that's the thing. When I growing up in New York, I was a thug. I was an intelligent hoodlum. Yes, and I thought of the police of being one way. Then when I became a police officer, I got to see the other side, because I wasn't hearing anything my sister was saying. You know what I'm saying? But once I got into the position, she was like, "You'll be a great police officer," and I didn't see it because I didn't want to arrest my friends, because I knew my friends were doing dirt. But then, as Nathan said earlier, we have tools that we can use to make an arrest without you even knowing.
Right.
But it's called command and control. We have to control the situation and have command. Okay. I know I got you, but I don't need to bait you. I don't need to sit up there and trick you. I just need to have a conversation with you. Okay. And because a lot of times, like I actually did a documentary the other day, and a question came up about discretion. And I'm like, look, if I'm patrolling a low poverty neighborhood and I pull over a car with someone driving on a suspended license, no valid insurance, no and suspended registration, we used to call that the trifecta. Do I have to give you all 3 tickets and tow your car and have and then have to pay the fees? No. But by law, I got to give you this driving on suspended license, but I don't have to arrest you. I can have somebody pick you up.
Correct.
But I have to tow your car, okay, because you have no insurance. Okay. You can't drive. You can't leave me without insurance and then get into an accident. Now that's on me. There are things that we can do, but I'm not going to hit you in the head with all these tickets that you cannot afford and then put your family in dire straits. And now you're forced to make a decision to commit crimes to pay off this ticket and put food on your table. But a lot of officers aren't cognizant of that. They're not thinking past what's going on right now.
Yep. And I'll say this, you're absolutely right. I've had to check a lot of officers. And I've always had to check. I hate to bring color into this, but this will always be a conversation about color. Unfortunately, is that a lot of the officers I was always checking were Black officers, and I was checking them against our own people, right? And it was, why do you have to write her 5 citations for this? Why do you have to do this to him? Why is that necessary to add that extra? It's not necessary. And some officers have a power trip problem. One thing I will, real quick, I want to make a statement, because the chat room is talking about Daunte Wright is on trial. Daunte Wright is not on trial. You guys, listen, we're all adults, and I have to make this I have to make this statement. Sometimes when we have conversations, some people aren't mature enough to have them. Sometimes we have conversations that are deeper than our own understanding. We're not able to see the nuances. Daunte is not on trial. Just because I said he's a criminal doesn't mean he deserved what he got. Doesn't mean he should have been shot. There's nowhere ever you'll ever hear me say he deserved to be shot. He shouldn't have been. The officer failed to do her job properly. The officers at the scene did not do their job properly. Daunte Wright should be alive. His butt should be in jail, but he died. And if you cannot look at the situation and see how he has instigated his own outcome, then you're foolish. You're foolish. And until us as a community can have an honest conversation about our behaviors and how our behaviors have negative outcomes, you guys, we're going to continue to fall in this dark hole. What is the reality? The reality is that he has been running from the police for a while. He has had bad interactions with the police. No one told him to do the things that he did. People are saying in the chat room he's innocent to proven guilty. Okay, yeah, cool. But it doesn't stop the acts that he committed. You're talking guilty in the court of law, that's fine. But there are victims that he is. There's people. There's a lady here making comments about Daunte. You know, what they don't know is he put a gun to a woman and robbed her in her home. So we have to be mindful. We're not here trying Daunte. I'm trying both sides. I'm speaking on both sides. We want these young Black men and women in our community to make better choices, not just with police, but decisions on how we live our lives, because it doesn't work, you guys. It doesn't work. You know, so we're not here vilifying him. He did his own thing. He chose to live the life he wanted to live. He chose to resist arrest. None of those things should have ended in his death. But the reality is, in our community, we have a lot of young people who are making horrible decisions. Just yesterday here in Atlanta, we had a kid shot and killed. We had a kid shot and killed. Almost every other weekend, we have someone shot in the Black Mecca of Georgia. And it's always over something foolish, you guys. So when you tell me, I've dealt with the kids in our community. There are kids right now that I was arresting when they were 14, 15 years old, and they're doing life in prison right now. They're doing life in prison right now. Don't let us talk about the foolishness that we are doing to one another. You don't want to have that conversation. You don't want to have it. Daunte Wright represents a young man who's been making poor choices in his life, and it caught up to him. I'm telling you now, I've arrested kids. Just like Dre, I had a situation where I had to hold a kid as he was taking his last breath. And you later find out that the reason why he was shot down in the street was because he broke into somebody's house and put his hands on that person's mom. And that guy came and looked for him and shot him up. Where's the sympathy at? You don't go in people's homes, right? You don't assault people. I've watched young Black men rob women my mom's age. I've watched Black men, young men, and young women set up people to get murdered. Don't tell me about feeling sorry for people who are out here creating chaos when you never had to look in a person's eyes who killed another person for no reason at all.
And you know what? It's quite interesting that, I think as a race, we have a problem with accepting responsibility. There's always a pause that, hey, look, he did something wrong, and this action was this is what happened after this. Listen, I have sit across stone cold murderers that had no remorse. And I'm gonna tell you, that was my fear. Sitting in a box with nothing but a table, across from someone that's killed 6 people and don't care.
Yep.
Don't care. And you can, some people say you can see the devil in their eyes. No, you just see that they have no
emptiness.
They don't care. Life doesn't mean anything to them. If they don't care about their own life, how you expect them to care about yours?
Yep.
But what you have to understand is, yes, you're watching the court trial and the defense attorney is trying to make, Daunte look horrible. Their job is to muddy the waters. So the state cannot prove without reasonable doubt that this officer is at fault.
Right.
These are tactics. These are things, because 9 times out of 10, if you're in that situation, God forbid it didn't happen, you expect your attorney to do the same. And that's the thing. It's a game. Okay. And what piece are you in this board game? Okay.
Right.
It's like chess. Okay. We're not playing checkers here. It's playing chess. We have to think 6 moves ahead, not one. Okay. And as a citizen, because at the end of the day, yes, we are police officers. When I leave Atlanta, to me, I'm a regular citizen.
Yep.
My badge doesn't mean anything. When I drive through South Georgia, I've been pulled over in South Georgia and felt like a criminal.
Right.
And I'm like, look,
Oh my God.
Hey, yeah, because I drove by an
truth.
officer who was standing still, and I pulled myself over, showed him a badge, or had the nerve to ask me if I was still active. I'm like, I'm showing you, yes, I'm still active. Yes, sat me in his car, wanted to have a conversation. I'm like, is this necessary? If you either go write me a ticket or you don't let me go. I mean, what is it? And that's the thing you have to understand is that when you do something wrong, accept responsibility for it.
Right.
We we were always told, look, you do something wrong, get your lumps. Just take your lumps and move on. A lot of times we take stuff, we have to look at the context. How do we get here? You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Right. Everybody can't get past the fact that he got pulled over because he had, the air freshener. Well,
correct.
That's against their law. Just like in Georgia, the tag light. That is a big. You're gonna get pulled over. Your tag light is out. I can't read the tag. You're getting pulled over. You have any obstructions over your tag, you're getting pulled over.
Right.
Your tint is too dark. I can't see it in. You're getting pulled over.
Yep.
And you have to
texting
understand.
and driving.
Right. Pulling out, failure to yield. That's a big one. Pulling out in front of driveways, in front of cars, just because you don't want to wait. It's different things that's going to get you pulled over. And when you do wrong, understand that you did wrong. It's not, hey, all right, you got me. My bad.
That's it. That's it.
But then what's crazy is you smoking weed in your car. You got the whole Cheech and Chong going on there, and then you violating traffic laws, and then have the nerve to, argue. Are you kidding me? Not knowing that just the smell of marijuana gives an officer probable cause to go ahead and search your vehicle.
Correct. And let's talk about that though, because I see the people in the chat. I'm trying to keep up a little bit. There's 2 arguments. There's 2 separate arguments being made. We have one side that arguing the morals. Morally, again, you guys, we have to say this. He shouldn't have been killed.
Correct.
There's no reason why he should have died. We're done with that now, right? Let's put that aside. We all agreeing. We're all in agreement with that. He should still be here. He should have had his day in court. Yes, make your moral arguments. You're 100% correct. There's no justification. Officer Porter needs to be held accountable. She needs to be convicted. I'm 100% there. My heart goes out for her. What's the reality though? The mistake was made. It shouldn't have been made. She needs to be held accountable. Now we're done with that. Now we are moving on to more of a mature conversation, which is accountability. How can we help prevent other incidents like this from happening? Can we not honestly say that if he did not resist arrest, that he'd still be alive today? Is that not a fair statement, you guys, to make? The problem is we need to talk about solutions. We already know what Officer Potter's problem was. She probably should have been retired a long time ago. She wasn't there. She wasn't present mentally. She wasn't focused. That's fine. How could Daunte Wright have kept himself alive? How could Daunte Wright have kept himself alive? You have to comply. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Margie.
By you saying that, how can Daunte Wright have kept himself alive? So that's something that the community also needs to know. When I first started hearing a lot about police brutality, I always felt like there is such a strong need for it to be like in colleges and schools, the way that it is appropriate for a citizen to react when you're getting pulled over, when an officer is requesting certain information. What are your rights? I think that's something that should almost be taught in schools so that we can know how to, be appropriate when it comes to, getting pulled over.
I agree. And I said that before. And when I talk about a lot of these things, I speak a lot towards the Black community because we tend to have a lot of the most complaints with law enforcement. But a lot of our complaints from us come from our lack of knowledge of the law. And so we as a community, again, the responsibility is on us. But the people we try to talk to don't want to listen all the time. It's very hard to get through to us. We can look in the chat right now and you can point out some things. I can clearly say something directly and we don't want to agree with it. We don't want to listen. You have people here equally together, me and Dre on here as experience. We're talking almost 30, almost reaching 40 years of law enforcement experience just together. And we're here to give advice and insight. We're not on anybody's side. We're here just giving you insight, right? We don't want, because see, we have nephews and we have cousins and uncles and brothers and sisters. We don't want them having bad encounters. I had officers pull over family members and didn't treat them the way I felt like they should have been treated, right? They didn't break the law, but they weren't professional. And I followed up with that. Right? And so my family knows when they get stopped because they have a son, a brother, an uncle that's a police officer. And I've had someone call me and say, hey, I pulled your cousin over. So I write a ticket. Just want to verify you were an officer. We're going to give him a courtesy. The first thing I ask, and Dre knows this, what do we ask, Dre?
How did they act?
How they act? How do they act? Because if my family member acts up with an officer, I'm be like, nah, write that ass a ticket. You gonna do what to him? Nah, don't take him shit. Because he knows better. Why? Because you represent me. You know how I am. I don't play that. So the thing is, officers are out here just because we don't hear. We have to be careful because we don't hear about something. It doesn't mean it's true. A lot of us are sitting on false information, and that's fine. You have people now coming out and sharing wisdom, and some people are not trying to receive it because it doesn't match their thinking, doesn't match their narrative. A lot of us have been lied to. And so what do we do? I believe the biggest problems in our own community need to be solved by our own people. It's nobody else's responsibility. You can't say you hate and dislike a group of people and then beg them to solve your problems, right? That sounds stupid. If we're not willing to get up out of the comforts of our own homes, out of the comforts of our own expensive cars and nice neighborhoods, to come down to address people who don't have the same economic status or education level to help them, then who else is supposed to do it?
Wow.
You know?
Yes, sir.
You know what? You know what's funny? Even driving, when I was driving a unit, cars would drive slow and think that, we're running tags. A lot of times we're going to get something to eat. A lot of times, we try to go to the bathroom.
We're not even
worried about you.
Yeah, we're not even worried. And people bring themselves in the line, and they put themselves in our face, in our way, and we have to then address it. It's so true. It's so true. We got it. But listen, man, we have been this stream has been going on 5 hours. Listen, I love it. Margie, I am so happy you came on and shared that experience, because your experience represents the experience of thousands of other people. And we are only going to find solutions to these problems when more people come out and talk about it. But one of the most important things that when we are sharing things and we're sharing how we feel, and this goes for everybody, that we need to start looking at answers and solutions with the same foundation of truth. We all have to start building from the same information. Because what we're seeing is that some people believe this, some people believe that. Everybody's all over the place, and we can't get to we have to destroy the things that we've been lied to and start from the bottom. I think in your experience, it's a reflection of the officer not using good discretion and understanding that he's not dealing with the criminal. He's dealing with someone who's just nervous or fearful of the law. And even in those moments, Margie, there's situations where officers have used excessive force dealing with a situation that was not necessary. We look at Eric Garner, who was choked out, right? He suffocated. And one would say that, yes, again, you could say, okay, there was a level of resistance on his part, but it was passive, right? He was someone who was just like, man, I'm not trying to go to jail over no foolishness. Then you look at the officer's actions. And I've dealt with plenty of people selling CDs, selling cigarettes. I'm like, hey, man, look, you just got to move from here, bro. They don't want you here. Or I would say, what is the business owner? Does the business owner have an issue with you being here? And if no, then I don't have no business with dealing with you. Right, Dre? And then we're gone. We're gone. And so this speaks to officers making small issues into big issues. And, you know, we have to talk about those things. And this is, I think, part of my reform idea is going to be encouraging officers to focus on violent offenses only. Because if we focus on those, there'll be less justification. You know, every time I show up, you got a gun, I got a gun. Hey, Wild Wild West, right? And so versus I'm interacting with people who are just out here selling CDs. Well, people don't sell CDs anymore, but selling cigarettes or something
selling
like
churros.
that. Yeah, something frivolous, right?
Churros.
And who?
Churros.
Churros, yeah.
Yeah, I'll buy some churros on the side.
I'll buy some churros too. Okay.
I had a lady in the subway. She said the officer gave her the opportunity. He did arrest her, and she goes, "Can you take my churros so that I don't lose this mustache?"
That's crazy.
And I was like, I will. We exchanged numbers. I held out to her churros, ate a couple of them, got sick.
Man, I'm not arresting. You got sick. I'm not arresting. I'm not arresting ladies on churros.
You talk to your people, which is the PO, and let them know. Don't arrest people for, or let's have some sort of conversation. And I'll talk to my people on how to behave when they're, police is coming up on you. Just comply to survive.
Comply to survive, and we can work it all out afterwards. And I'm all for addressing bad behavior on either side. So anybody can get it. But thank you so much, Margie. I appreciate you. I appreciate you
for having this platform.
Thank you.
It's super appreciated. And I appreciated watching all the officers and their input. It's really an eye-opener to see your perspective.
Thank you. Oh, we need it. There's gonna be some more. Trust me. We need this. Yay. Please share the information. I'm gonna definitely start reaching out and encouraging more officers to come and talk. And as long as officers have a safe place, they won't have issues speaking. We protect their department and where they work and all that. Officers will trust me, they'll tell you the whole truth and nothing but the truth. They don't mind. Officers don't mind. They just, just got to protect their situation. Unfortunately, our jobs don't like us being honest about certain things. They don't like us airing dirty laundry.
I wonder if, like you said, you were born a police officer. When you're a police officer, it was like from birth. And when Officer Tom came on, that he said something as well, like his background almost made him more understanding to different situations that can arise.
Yes. So that's good that you said that. Let me clarify that. Dre, what I was saying in that situation was that when does an officer become an officer? The moment he was born, meaning everything that you've done up until your point before you became an officer has been your training, your life experiences, right? The friends that you grew up with, your religious beliefs, your value, your sense of morality as an individual. What type of upbringing did you have? Someone asked in the chat, hey, these two officers, did they have father figures? I still have a father. My dad's alive. He helped raise me. My family, we have like a village. My family, we're Jamaican. So, we had a different culture. I have an uncle that I admire, I look up to. I had teachers growing up that were male, that were that were good mentors. So I had a lot of positive male role models growing up, and that has a big. I mean, that it reflects, right? A police officer is simply just a person who is filtering law, filtering their experiences and interactions through their lens of truth, their lens of understanding. Like that's it. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all an officer is. We're filtering, we are actually policing through our morals, policing through our understanding of what life is. That's it. And depending on what your makeup is as an officer, your character, how you were designed and molded through life, determines on how you do this job. And that's what we have to start examining. Who made you? How are you molded? Right? What's your character? How do you, as a department, filter through the person with the right character? There are people in our academy, in Dre's Academy, that should have never been cops, should have never passed it, should have never made it out of the academy, and they did, and they got arrested shortly after. They lost their jobs shortly after, right? They did crazy things shortly, and we could look, right, Dre? We can look at them and be like, man, what are you doing here? You look like a gangbanger. How'd you make it past the application? Why? Because you never been arrested for anything, right? You never did this, you never did that. But there were people who made it through, and they made it through because there was such a high need, a demand. They wanted to, we need to hire over 50 police officers. We need so many police officers that they're just letting everybody and their mama in. And again, this profession should be the most difficult profession to be. They probably shouldn't even let me in. At the time, I was a young man. I was like 20 years old.
Yeah, you were super
I was
young.
too young to be a cop. Too young, just being honest. I was too young to be a cop. We're allowing 19, 20, 20-year-olds into this profession. So I didn't realize how serious it was. To me, it was about catching criminals, right? I had this very naive, but I had a good heart, though. I had a good heart, and I was raised well. Shout out to my mama and my dad, my uncle, aunt. I'm gonna shout out to everybody because I'm gonna leave somebody out. But the reality is I was too young. I didn't even understand what I was getting into. But I had a very strong sense of justice, though, at a young age. And because I loved to see people happy and I hated to see people suffer. And that translated well in the profession. But I was still too young. I was a young man. Didn't know anything about life. And yet I am responsible for preserving it, helping it. Right. And so I remember responding to a domestic, and then we're going to shut it down. I went to a domestic. I must have been like 22 years old. This guy and his wife going at it. The wife was throwing stuff at him, all kind of stuff. I show up. This is here, a young man. And the husband came to the door and was like, man, I called the police and you show up. You a kid, you a child. What are you going to tell me about how to run what are you going to tell me about my marriage? I got children older than you. That was a real conversation. And I'll tell you how I responded to that on the next live stream. I got to leave y'all with something.
No.
Right, but you guys, I really appreciate it. Margie, please stay tuned and share the channel, share the information. And
will do, because a lot of my friends, they need to see the perspective of an officer. Absolutely. And any topics they want to cover too, especially within your community, please let me know. Because I actually worked heavily in the Hispanic community. I loved it. Never had any issues. My department threw me in there because they didn't have any Black officers. So I would work in the Hispanic community because, we understand each other. You see what I'm saying? It's easier to understand another minority group. And a lot of the Hispanic community felt more comfortable. I'll go in there, I'll play soccer with the kids. I would bring them stuff and snacks and stuff like that I would call. We had a local ice cream truck that would come in. I would call them and say, hey, I'm going to be over here. Let's do these tours in these neighborhoods. And I would do that to help just build that better interaction. And so I'm open to talk about anything. And if it's something I don't know about it, we can figure it out together. So Margie, I really appreciate you. So keep me in touch. All right. And I'm looking forward to seeing some of your people come through so we can talk. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
All right. You guys have a good night.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Dre, I appreciate you staying with me, man.
No
I was so nervous starting this thing. I was nervous starting a YouTube channel. I was nervous about everything, man. From the whole nonprofit to this piece to and then doing this live stream, getting on other people's channel and talking. Just nervous, just because you have good intentions, but you know how that goes.
Right.
So I appreciate you sticking with me, bro.
Man, you're only as strong as your supporters.
Facts.
So
Facts.
you got TLA, shout out to O'Shea, Lou Jackson.
Shout out to O'Shea. Yep.
He straight up is bigging up a lot of folks. He is latching on to folks that he sees something. I already knew you were special when we was in the academy, even at a young age. And folks know me and your uncle is real close. So
that's right. That's right.
We go way back, and I'm not gonna give away some of your stories that you got coming up, but yeah, you was always in something.
I was always in something.
That was good, especially with that OC spray. But yeah,
that OC spray, yeah, man. People don't know, Dre, that my incident was used. That incident with the OC spray that everybody wants to know about. You guys voted on the OC spray. I did a poll on my page. Everybody voted for it. I don't know if you saw it yet. People voted like 70% want to hear the story about the OC spray. So I'm gonna give them that. You guys don't know, but that OC spray incident that I was in was a actual
training.
It was part of the package that was brought together to the command staff that ultimately led to the Cat County getting tasers again, because they hadn't took it away because folks was paying their light bill off of that thing, but it was like these jokers ride that sucker, and they took it away because a lot of officers were abusing the taser, and they took it away. But then officers started shooting so many people because the violence in the county was so high, and all these shootings, they're just like, there's no way all these shootings could be justified in DeKalb County, and they had a special investigator look into everything. And it was like. These officers are cleared. They cleared them on like all the shootings. I can't remember the exact. It was like 10 or 12.
It was 12 shootings.
It's 12 shootings, right? And they're all cleared. Yep. But what they said was, if officers had tasers, they would at least, right? We could have maybe tried a different form, a different level of force first before going straight to the gun. And so they used my incident as as part of the package. I'll never forget. Folks was patting me on the back. Oh, you the poster child for tasers, Daley, because if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have tasers. I always thought that was so funny, man. But I can't wait to tell that story to you guys. It was it was the first time I made the news too. Man, good times, man. It's I'm glad you're doing well though. I'm glad your family's well, Dre.
Same here.
And so we got to catch up again, bro. Next time I get on, I don't know what the next subject matter is going to be. But you're welcome back anytime, of course. And you're a member of the channel. So for all my new members, people who have joined the channel, you guys, thank you so much for joining. It means a lot. It goes a long way, and it helps to have these conversations, you guys. Listen, I'm a man on a mission, you guys, and I'm the type of person that I do what I say I'm going to do. And I actually put 100% effort into it. So when I say we're going to have some conversations and we're going to be talking to some people about these things, I mean it. So if you are on board now, buckle up. Buckle up.
I got a couple of things before I leave.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I implore everyone, go to your library, grab out your state law book. Know what laws are on the books. Okay, because I know here in Georgia, there's a lot of antiquated laws here that are still being enforced. And the only way they're going to change is if you hit up your legislation and have them removed. Because it wasn't until Ahmaud Arbery that the citizen's arrest was taken off the books.
Correct.
Okay? And we still have a version of the Stand Your Ground also. I think was changed. I'm not sure. You also have to know that every July 1st, new laws are actually implemented into the Georgia law book. But you have to know what's going on in your community. Know these laws, so you have a full understanding. Because it's when you come to an officer and talk about your rights, 9 times out of 10 I'm gonna laugh at you because I really know you don't know your rights. It sounds good. You from Maryland, you're gonna tell me you know your rights in Georgia? No.
Right.
I'm a New Yorker, born and raised, and I used to laugh when New Yorkers will come down here and start talking, they know their rights. And I'm like, no, this ain't New York. They operate different here. You know, you can get away with cussing out an officer in New York. That's not gonna fly in Georgia.
Nope.
You know, right down the
Not at
street,
all.
there's a hotel that has bars, and you get 3 hots and a cop. You know what I'm saying? You know, and usually when folks start mouthing off and them, you know, them bracelets come on, that people want to start negotiating, like, hey, you know, I ain't gotta go.
Right.
So get acquainted with the laws in your neighborhood, because you have county laws, you have state laws. Okay. And once you understand how you can maneuver, and I told you before about the traffic laws, understand the traffic laws. You know, make sure your car is on the code. You can't drive with a cracked window or your emissions are messed up. You're giving them a reason to pull you over.
Yep, don't do it.
This, you know, especially if you're riding dirty.
Especially if you, come on, I say it all the time, man. You riding dirty, you can't get from point A to point B. Inspect your car, you guys. You know, because a lot of y'all riding dirty on some petty stuff, but officers will still take you to jail. And in Atlanta, it's so funny. We'd have people coming from Atlanta to DeKalb, and they'd be like, in Atlanta, Gwinnett, or they'd be like, Gwinnett County. Gwinnett's a good one, because Gwinnett is like, in Gwinnett County, they don't allow a lot of things that DeKalb might allow. Atlanta now has decriminalized marijuana and shoplifting, right? So they don't even hit you and arrest you for certain charges. But then you cross that line. You got to know where the lines are, where these borders are, because you commit a crime down the street and they do the same crime across here, and your butt's going to jail. You know, so you do got to know where you at, criminals. If you want to come out here and act up, know where you are, because every jurisdiction is different, and some don't care. Don't care. So Dre, yo, I appreciate that, bro.
No problem.
Appreciate that, man. Welcome back anytime.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you have a good night, man.
Yes, sir. 82nd for life, baby. That's what it's all about.
Yep.
Yes, sir. All right.
All right.
Later. Yo. Woo. How was it, you guys? How was it? I know we covered everything. I mean, not everything, but we covered a lot. I want to give a special thank you to everyone who decided to stick with us in this live stream. Thank you so much. Everyone who contributed, the live chats. I'm going to get this thing right. I got to do another practice before I do another live stream, and make sure I have everything in order, because I want to make sure you guys have the proper experience. Thank you so much, Gail, my moderators. Thank you so much to all my moderators. Gail, thank you so much. You came in. I didn't even know you were coming in. You came in and I just threw that moderator on you real quick, because I know you were like the number one moderator in this space. I'm so grateful for you. So appreciative. And can't thank you enough. You guys, everybody in the chat. Listen, you guys, don't be afraid to come up. This isn't about me, okay? This is bigger than me. Don't be afraid to come up. It's okay if we disagree. I'm not concerned about the disagreement. I'm concerned about us having the dialogue. I'm concerned about us having and sharing this information, because the same questions you have, someone else will have. And I'm going to go back in the chat and I'm going to pull out some things that are important questions as well. And if you have an important question, I didn't get a chance to address it, please email it to me, because it's important that we talk about it. And again, just to clarify, everyone's innocent until proven guilty. Daunte Wright he lived a high-risk lifestyle. Does not mean he should have been killed, right? There's no justification for what happened to him. What I'm saying is, as men and women, we have to be careful with our life that we live, the decisions that we make. It puts us in a bad position, right? And if we're not careful, we can end up having bad encounters with law enforcement. And so there's a lot to it. There's some people that I did miss on the live stream, and I hate that, because I want to hear as many people's voices as possible. Obviously, it's not going to be our last live stream, but again, I thank you guys so much. I'm so excited to go back through the chats and see what everyone has been saying, and then also so I can learn. And if I said something that was insensitive, you guys, I apologize. I'm not in here to offend anybody. But if you were offended, then you're in the right place, right? That means that's good. But you know what I mean. Thank you for all those who left the super chats. A lot of people came in and really just kind of showed some A lot of blessings. I'm so grateful. Great conversation. So grateful for the officers that showed up and had a chance to speak, you guys. This is what I'll be delivering. Officers coming up and being able to share their opinions and share so you guys can see that it's not me. We're going to have officers from all skin colors coming in here talking, and they're giving their experience. Let me give a special shout out to TLA, the lead attorney. I really appreciate you, sir. I really appreciate you. And thank you so much for not only what you're doing for a lot of us in this space, but even for the advice, the wisdom that you share with all of us. And I think we're off to a really great start within our community, not just the manosphere, the man space, but just in general, our community, where we're really galvanizing a lot of professionals, Black professionals, men and women, to come and speak and give us wisdom and knowledge and insight from their profession. So TLA, special shout out to you. Thank you so much for that. And TLA is the sponsor of the stream, right? So let me make sure, I got to make sure I shout them out as well. TLA, thank you again so much. You're truly a blessing. And for everybody in the chat, you guys are awesome. We're going to be talking about everything, you guys. I'm going to go through this chat. We're going to be talking about corruption. I'll explain to you how the corruption works within the police department. I'm going to explain to you how officers can work in a department with corruption and have no clue that it exists, you guys. So, and as I'm giving you this information, understand that I'm giving it to you in complete honesty, complete transparency, especially from my experience and what I've seen. I've seen so much, you guys. And that will be a show. And again, not only will we talk about the problems, we'll talk about the solution. So that's also important. So that's it. I really appreciate you guys. This was my first stream and I was nervous, but I had some help. Shout out to I Am Courtney, you guys. Please follow her as well. She has I'm Courtney Michelle. She has a channel as well, putting out a lot of great content. I really appreciate her helping me out with this streaming stuff as well. So you guys, listen, again, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. This was an amazing stream. And I guess we're out. So listen, let these truths find you where the lies have left you, you guys. And with that, we are out. So good night and God bless.